Welcome to another vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to vixavon romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Mary. The morning sun filters through half-drawn blinds, casting golden stripes across my tiny kitchen. The smell of buttered toast and scrambled eggs fills our apartment, a cozy one-bedroom in Queens that somehow manages to feel both like a sanctuary and a storage unit. Toys spill from a basket in the corner, yesterday's laundry drapes over the back of our second-hand couch, and sticky notes with reminders plaster the refrigerator like modern art. "Jackson, sweetie, arms up," I say, wielding a blue dinosaur t-shirt while simultaneously flipping eggs with my free hand. "No, Mommy," Jackson giggles, hiding behind his tower of colorful blocks. "T-Rex can't wear clothes." I arch an eyebrow at my 4-year-old son, who's currently crawling around in his underwear, making growling noises. The morning light catches his features, those green eyes so much like his father's that sometimes it takes my breath away. Well, this T-Rex is going to preschool today, and Ms. Patel has a strict no naked dinosaurs policy. I place the spatula down and crouch to his level. "Besides, don't you want to show everyone your cool new shirt?" Jackson considers this, tiny fingers tapping his chin. "Does T-Rex get pancakes if he wears the shirt?" "T-Rex gets scrambled eggs today." I ruffle his curls. "But if T-Rex is really good this week, pancakes might happen on Saturday." The toast pops, and I stretch across the kitchen to grab it before it cools. "Deal." Jackson raises his arms, allowing me to slip the shirt over his head. His dark curls spring out from the collar, wild and untamed like mine. I butter the toast one-handed while helping Jackson step into his jeans. Multitasking isn't just a skill anymore, it's survival. "Mommy, can I put jelly on my toast?" "Sure, buddy, just..." The smell of something burning hits my nostrils. "Shoot!" I lunge for the stove, rescuing the eggs just before they transform from fluffy yellow to charcoal black. Not a complete disaster, just a little crispy around the edges. I scrape them onto 2 mismatched plates. "Blocks away, breakfast time," I call, placing Jackson's plate at our small table. My phone buzzes aggressively in my pocket as Jackson climbs onto his booster seat. I pull it out to see 5 new emails, all marked urgent, all from my colleagues at Whitley Enterprises. I haven't spent too long back in the city, but I managed to snag this accounting job after impressing the CEO during my interview. God, I can still remember just how badly my hands shook in those final moments. "Can you start eating while Mommy checks something real quick?" I set my own plate down, dropping a quick kiss on Jackson's forehead. "Is it work stuff again?" He picks up his fork, stabbing at the eggs with more enthusiasm than precision. "Yeah, baby, just work stuff." I scroll through the messages, my chest tightening. "They need me to look at some numbers," I explain, thumbs flying over my phone screen. "Like when I count my blocks wrong." Jackson's mouth is already ringed with toast crumbs. I laugh, swiping a napkin across his face. "Something like that, except Mommy didn't count wrong. They just changed how many blocks we're using." My phone buzzes again. Another email, this one from my boss, Austin. "Can you join the 9 a.m. call with Westfield?" I glance at the clock. 7:42. Daycare drop-off is at 8:15, and it's a 15-minute walk on good days. "We need to speed things up a bit, buddy." I take a quick bite of my own eggs, now cold, while typing a one-handed reply. I'll be there. Jackson, sensing my shift in energy, shovels eggs into his mouth at impressive speed. I'm being super fast, Mommy. Great job. I down half my coffee in one gulp, feeling the warm caffeine hit my system. Let's get your teeth brushed while I find your shoes. I swipe through my phone calendar while guiding Jackson to the bathroom, mentally calculating how many minutes I can shave off our morning routine without resorting to a taxi we can't afford. Brush in circles, remember? I call to him while scanning the living room for his missing sneaker. My phone buzzes again, a text from the daycare director. Reminder? Career day tomorrow. Jackson says you're coming to talk about money numbers. Career day. Tomorrow. Damn it. I find the missing sneaker under our threadbare armchair, the weight of too many responsibilities pressing down on my shoulders. But what choice do I have? This is our life, my life, carefully balanced like Jackson's block tower, each piece supporting everything above it. Found it, I announce, forcing cheer into my voice. Time for shoes, and then we fly like superheroes to school. Jackson emerges from the bathroom, toothpaste foam decorating his chin. Can we really fly? Only in our imaginations, buddy. I grab a tissue to wipe the toothpaste from his chin. But we can pretend while we walk super duper fast. My phone buzzes again, another email alert, but I silence it and tuck it into my pocket. The work chaos can wait for 5 minutes while I get my son's shoes on. Jackson's eyes light up as I kneel before him. Arms out like Superman? Exactly. I slip his tiny feet into his sneakers, fastening the Velcro straps. Ready for takeoff in 3, 2, 1. He giggles as I tickle his sides, and the sound cuts through all the morning stress like sunlight through clouds. Despite the rushed breakfast, the looming work call, and the forgotten career day commitment, I find myself smiling, really smiling, as I watch him pretend to soar around our cramped living room. This is what matters. In all the chaos, this little boy with his father's eyes and my stubborn spirit is what matters. I gather his dinosaur backpack and my worn leather tote, doing a mental inventory. His lunch is packed, my laptop is charged, keys are in my pocket. We're as ready as we'll ever be. Mommy? Jackson tugs at my sleeve as I lock our apartment door. Are you a superhero too? The question catches me off guard. Me? Why do you ask that? Because... He scrunches his face in concentration. You make breakfast and fix my toys and go to work and read me stories and know how to count really big numbers. My throat tightens as I take his hand, heading down the stairs of our walk-up. That doesn't make me a superhero, just your mom. Same thing, he declares with 4-year-old certainty. I squeeze his hand, warmth spreading through my chest. 4 years ago, I never could have imagined this life. When Preston's family rejected me, rejected us, I was devastated, lost, terrified. A pregnant young woman with no family support, no partner, and a mountain of student loans. The night I left New York to go be with family in South Carolina, cradling my belly and sobbing until my throat was raw, I couldn't see a future beyond the next day. Now, look at us. Back in New York City, 4 chaotic years behind us. We burst out of the building into the morning sunlight, Jackson skipping beside me, chattering about dinosaurs and superheroes as we navigate the busy sidewalk. The city pulses around us. Honking taxis, coffee-clutching commuters, street vendors setting up for the day. Remember to hold my hand at the crosswalks, I remind him as we approach the first intersection. I know, Mommy. I'm a big boy. 4 years, a completed accounting degree, and a promising job later, we're making it. Not just surviving, but building something. Sure, our apartment is tiny and my student loans are still monstrous, but we have each other. And I have this career I fought so hard for. The accounting position at Whitley Enterprises wasn't handed to me. I earned it through late nights studying while Jackson slept, through networking events where I couldn't afford the proper attire, through interviews where I had to prove twice as much as everyone else. The light changes, and we cross the street, Jackson hopping over cracks in the concrete. "Miss Patel says I'm the best counter in class," he announces proudly. "I counted to 50 yesterday." "That's amazing." My smile widens. "Maybe you'll be an accountant like me someday." "Or a dinosaur scientist," he counters. "Or both." "Or both," I agree, feeling that fierce pride only a mother knows. His possibilities stretch endlessly before him. Possibilities I'm fighting to keep open. We round the corner to his preschool, joining the stream of parents and children flowing through the gates. A few of the other mothers wave to me, and I wave back. We're not close. I don't have time for play dates or PTA meetings, but they're friendly enough. "Will you really come tomorrow to talk about money numbers?" Jackson asks as we approach his classroom. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." I crouch down to his level, adjusting his backpack straps. The commitment will mean juggling my schedule, maybe working late tonight, but seeing his face light up makes the decision easy. I smooth down his wild curls, thinking of how far we've come and how much further we still have to go. This balance, mother and professional, provider and nurturer, isn't easy. Some would say it's almost impossible, and on the worst days, I agree with them. But seeing this boy smile makes it all worth it. I'd do anything for Jackson, and I don't need anyone else in the world besides him.
Chapter 2. Preston. I stare at the untouched grapefruit half sitting in a crystal bowl before me, wondering how something so bright can look so unappetizing. Morning light filters through windows, bouncing off the sterling silver place settings arranged with military precision along the mahogany dining table that could seat 20, but currently hosts only 3. Breakfasts with my parents have become excruciating. "Preston, darling, you've hardly touched your breakfast." My mother's voice cuts through the silence, her words seemingly concerned, but her tone carrying that familiar edge of displeasure. "Not hungry?" I spear a piece of whole wheat toast and bring it halfway to my mouth before setting it down again. The dining room of the Huntington mansion stretches around us, walls adorned with original paintings that cost more than most people's homes. Crystal chandeliers hang overhead, catching the morning light and scattering tiny rainbows across the hand-woven Persian rug. All this opulence. And yet the air feels as cold and sterile as a museum after hours. The Henderson merger documents require your signature by noon. My father doesn't look up from his Wall Street Journal, his voice as crisp as his perfectly pressed shirt. "I've had Georgia place them on your desk. I'll review them this morning." The words come out automatically, the same way they do every Monday when he reminds me of something I already know. Mother sips her tea, pinky extended, her wedding ring catching the light in a blinding flash. The Whitmores are hosting their annual charity gala next weekend. Their daughter Cecilia just returned from her fellowship in London. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Another setup. Another suitable young woman from another suitable family with another suitable background. The parade of potential Huntington brides never ends. "How nice for her," I mutter, finally forcing myself to take a bite of toast that tastes like sawdust in my mouth. The grandfather clock in the corner ticks loudly, marking each second of uncomfortable silence. A maid appears to refresh the coffee, moving like a ghost through the room, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of power. Mother and father exchange glances, a language developed over 30 years of strategic marriage. Her raised eyebrow, his slight frown, a conversation happening without words, but one I can translate perfectly after 28 years as their son. "Preston," Mother places her teacup down with a gentle clink. "Have you given any more thought to what we discussed regarding your position within the company?" What she means is, when will you finally start acting like a proper heir? I'm handling my responsibilities. I straighten my tie, already feeling the weight of expectation pressing on my chest. Handling isn't the same as excelling. Father folds his newspaper with precision, revealing his stern face. The Huntington name demands excellence. Mother's perfectly manicured nails tap against the polished wood. You're approaching 30, darling. Time is running out. Time for what exactly? I challenge, though I already know the answer. To prove yourself. Father's words land like stones. The board expects the next CEO to demonstrate more than just a birthright. They want vision, leadership. And a suitable partner wouldn't hurt, Mother adds, her smile tight. The Huntington legacy requires proper stewardship. The unspoken message hangs in the air between us. Find an appropriate wife. Produce an appropriate heir. Become the appropriate version of yourself we've designed since birth. I push back from the table, my chair scraping against hardwood. I have that 9 o'clock with the development team. Spencer, perhaps we're being too subtle. Mother turns to Father, pretending I'm not standing right here. Preston seems to think the future of this family is something that can wait while he... What is it you do with your free time again, darling? The familiar burn of frustration rises in my throat. I narrow my eyes at her. Run the East Coast operations of our company, Mother. The part that increased profits by 20% last quarter. And we're very proud, she says, in a tone that suggests anything but pride. But there's more to being a Huntington than quarterly reports. Father checks his Patek Philippe watch, the one his father gave him, and his father before that. The clock is ticking, son. Not just for you, but for all of us. I straighten my suit jacket, a custom Tom Ford that feels suddenly too tight across my shoulders. I'm aware of my responsibilities. Awareness and action are different things. Father stands as well, his full height still imposing even as he approaches 60. Your grandfather built this company from nothing. I expanded it across continents. What will be your legacy, Preston? The question follows me as I stride across the marble foyer, past the family portraits that trace 8 generations of Huntington success. Men in suits with stern expressions, women with perfect posture and practiced smiles. My own portrait, commissioned when I stepped into my role at 25, stares back at me with eyes that look confident but feel hollow. I stride out of the dining room, my father's question about my legacy still hanging in the air. Behind me, I hear the murmur of my parents' voices, not quite hushed enough. He's dragging his feet, Spencer. My mother's voice carries that particular blend of concern and calculation she's perfected over decades. The Wilson merger is the perfect opportunity to solidify our position and their daughter. Miranda, I'm well aware of what's at stake. My father's response is clipped. Huntington men have never balked at duty before. He'll come around. I pause at the threshold of my father's study, invisible to them but catching every word. The grand hallway stretches before me, portraits of Huntington patriarchs staring down with identical expressions of stern expectation. He's not a boy anymore, Mother continues. 28 and still acting like he has all the time in the world. The board is watching, Spencer. Your father would have... I know what my father would have done. My father's voice hardens. Preston needs to understand that time is running out. Either he steps up as the heir we raised him to be, or we need to consider alternatives. My jaw clenches. Alternatives. The word hangs in the air like a threat. I move silently toward the front door, no longer interested in overhearing their assessment of my inadequacies. Ernest, our family butler since before I was born, appears with my overcoat. Will you be taking the Aston Martin today, sir? The Range Rover. I need something less conspicuous, less Huntington today. Outside, the crisp morning air fills my lungs, the only thing that feels clean and honest in this world of veiled words and chess piece marriages. I slide into the driver's seat, relishing the momentary solitude before my day of boardrooms and bottom lines begins. The steering wheel feels solid under my hands as I navigate down the winding driveway. Massive oak trees line the path, their leaves turning gold and crimson. Even they seem to whisper expectations, old money, old traditions, old ways of thinking. What will be my legacy? My father's question echoes. Whatever it is, I want it to be mine, not another carefully curated chapter in the Huntington dynasty. I've tried to carve my own path within the boundaries they've set. The East Coast expansion was my project, my vision. I turned declining properties into thriving commercial centers, created jobs, revitalized neighborhoods. Yet in their eyes, it's merely what was expected, the bare minimum of acceptability. At a red light, I loosen my tie, feeling like it's slowly choking me. My phone buzzes with a calendar reminder. Dinner with the Abbotts tonight. Another family with another daughter of suitable breeding and background. The perfect Huntington match on paper. Damn! The word bounces around the empty car. The light turns green, and I accelerate harder than necessary, the engine growling in response. The only thing in my life I'm allowed to control completely. My mind drifts, as it often does in these moments of frustration, to Mary. Mary with her wild curls and wilder laugh. Mary who challenged me, who saw me as Preston the man, not Preston the Huntington heir. Mary whose warm brown eyes held no calculation, only genuine feeling. Mary whom my parents destroyed with a ruthless efficiency that still makes my stomach turn. She started out as a cleaner for our home, keeping to herself until I noticed her one fateful day. She soon became something so much more to me. "She's using you," my mother had said coolly, laying out photos of Mary's struggling family, her scholarship applications, her second-hand clothes. Girls like that see boys like you as an escape route, a meal ticket. I had defended her, of course, fought for her. But I was 24 and still too weak to stand against the full force of Huntington disapproval. They didn't threaten or yell. Huntingtons don't lose control. They simply made it impossible. Cutting off funds, threatening her reputation, making quiet calls to ensure no doors would open for her in our circles. And then she was gone. No goodbye, no explanation, just emptiness where something real had been. The longing hits me suddenly, sharp and unexpected. Not just for Mary, but for what she represented. Authenticity in a world of pretense, courage in the face of impossible odds. I wonder where she is now, if she's happy, if she ever thinks of me. My phone rings, the car's Bluetooth displaying my father's name on the dashboard screen. I let it go to voicemail, a small act of rebellion in a life of compliance.
Chapter 3. Mary. I stare at the quarterly expense reports on my computer screen until the numbers blur together. I've already been trusted with reviewing the financial statements before they go to the CFO. My accounting degree is finally paying off, both figuratively and literally. My fingers tap against the keyboard, but my mind wanders away from depreciation calculations and tax write-offs. The office around me fades. The modern furnishings, the floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the city skyline, the framed motivational quotes about success and persistence. Instead, I see marble floors that stretch forever, crystal chandeliers that caught the morning light, artwork worth more than everything I'd ever owned combined. My first day at the Huntington estate. I'd been 22, desperate for work that paid better than the diner where I'd been waiting tables. The cleaning service had been my salvation. Flexible hours that allowed me to attend college classes, and wages that helped support my mother after her accident. You'll be assigned to the East Wing, primarily. Mrs. Winters, the housekeeper, had instructed, her eyes appraising me like I was another piece of furniture to be dusted. The family rarely uses those rooms except for events, so you won't be disturbed. The mansion had been intimidating, a monument to wealth I couldn't comprehend. I remember the weight of the vacuum cleaner, As I pushed it across plush carpets, the care I took polishing silver picture frames, the way I held my breath when dusting delicate crystal. "You missed a spot." The voice had startled me so badly I nearly dropped the vase I'd been cleaning. Something Chinese, and probably worth more than my tuition. When I turned, he was leaning against the door frame, arms crossed over his chest, amusement dancing in his green eyes. Preston Huntington, heir to the empire, looking nothing like the stern portraits of his ancestors that lined the hallways. "Sorry, Mr. Huntington." I'd quickly returned to the vase, keeping my eyes down as I'd been instructed. "Preston," he'd corrected, stepping into the room. "Mr. Huntington is my father, and trust me, you don't want to confuse us." I take a deep breath, pulling myself back to the present. The spreadsheet on my screen demands attention, but the memories flood through the professional barriers I've built. 3 months. That's how long it took for our relationship to evolve from awkward employer-employee interactions to something deeper. Preston started finding reasons to be in whatever room I was cleaning. Casual questions about my day became conversations about books we'd read, places we wanted to see, dreams we harbored. "You're different," he told me one afternoon as I organized the library shelves. "Everyone else here looks at me and sees dollar signs or expectations. You just see me." I laughed. "That's because I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing." But I did see him. Not Preston Huntington the heir, but Preston who snuck out to grab real pizza because the gourmet stuff his chef made was pretentious crap. Preston who'd spent a childhood being groomed for greatness, but just wanted someone to talk to without an agenda. My phone buzzes, pulling me back to my desk at Whitley. A text from the daycare. Reality crashes back in. Reality. Not the stolen moments in the Huntington garden where Preston kissed me for the first time. Not the way he'd brush his fingers across mine when I handed him coffee. Not the way he'd insisted on driving me home during a thunderstorm because he couldn't bear the thought of me waiting for the bus. "What exactly do you think you're doing with my son?" Miranda Huntington's voice still cuts through my memories like glass. I'd been standing in the East Wing parlor, dusting bookshelves, when she appeared, elegant, poised, and absolutely furious beneath her practiced smile. "Mrs. Huntington, Let me be perfectly clear." She'd stepped closer, her perfume expensive and suffocating. "Whatever you believe is happening between you and Preston is a fantasy. He is the heir to a legacy you cannot possibly comprehend." I close Excel and lean back in my office chair, the pain still fresh after all these years. Spencer Huntington had been more direct. "Name your price," he'd said, sliding a checkbook across his massive desk one afternoon when Preston was away on business. "Everyone has one. Let's handle this efficiently." "I'm not for sale," I'd replied, hands shaking with anger and hurt. His laugh had been soft but cutting. "My dear, in my experience, it's only a matter of finding the right figure." What broke me wasn't their cruelty or their assumptions. It was the realization they might be right. What future could Preston and I possibly have? What would I bring to his world except complications and whispers? How long before he realized the same thing? So I left. No goodbyes, no explanations. Just disappeared from his life before I could become the girl who trapped the heir, the gold digger who tarnished the Huntington name. And 6 weeks later, I discovered I was pregnant with Jackson. 5 years. 5 years since I walked down that curved driveway for the last time, dignity intact, but heart shattered. It's a strange kind of pain, sharp enough to make me flinch when I'm not expecting it, yet familiar enough that I've learned to function around it. I touch my monitor screen, bringing it back to life. The spreadsheets wait, patient and non-judgmental. Numbers don't care about your backstory. They don't raise eyebrows at single mothers or whisper when you enter a room. Jackson has Preston's eyes. That's the cruelest part of this whole mess. Every morning when my son blinks awake, I see flecks of that same impossible green that once looked at me like I hung the moon. Sometimes I catch myself searching Jackson's face for other traces of his father. The stubborn set of his jaw when he's concentrating, the way his eyebrows pull together when he's confused. I've built a life Preston knows nothing about. While he's probably attending galas and closing billion-dollar deals, I'm juggling daycare pickup schedules and trying to make chicken nuggets look like a balanced meal. I wonder if the universe is laughing at us. My fingers hover over the keyboard as I battle against the tide of what-ifs. What if I had stood my ground with his parents? What if I had believed in us enough to fight? What if I had told Preston about the baby? But the what-ifs are dangerous territory. They don't change the past, and they certainly don't help me focus on these quarterly reports. I reach for a tissue from my desk drawer, dabbing at the corners of my eyes before any tears can fall and ruin my mascara. The last thing I need is to explain puffy eyes at the meeting later. I've worked too hard for this position to be seen as emotional or unstable. Whoever he was, he clearly didn't deserve you. I jump at the voice, swiveling my chair to find Austin Whitley leaning against my doorframe, 2 coffee cups in hand. His presence is a stark contrast to my memories. Where Preston was all intensity and fire, Austin brings an easy calm to any room he enters. Sorry. Austin's smile is apologetic as he steps into my office. Didn't mean to startle you. Thought you might need this. He places one of the coffees on my desk. Black with 1 sugar. Just how I like it. My hero. I attempt a light laugh, but it comes out hollow. Was I that obvious? Only to someone who's been staring at financial reports long enough to recognize the 1,000-yard stare of someone definitely not thinking about financial reports. He takes the seat across from me, his expression kind but not prying. Want to talk about it? I shake my head, then change my mind. Just ghosts from the past. Ancient history. Jackson's father? Austin asks quietly, displaying that perceptiveness that's made him such a successful CEO despite his age. The question catches me off guard. In our months of friendship, built over late nights at the office and lunch breaks where we discovered a shared love of true crime podcasts, I've never explicitly confirmed who Jackson's father is. Austin has been careful never to push. Austin and Preston run in the same circles from what I know. If I mention anything too specific, he might put the pieces together. Yes, I admit, finding relief in the simple acknowledgement. I was just remembering. Austin nods, turning his coffee cup in his hands. The good parts or the bad parts? Both. I straightened some papers on my desk, needing something to do with my hands. The beginning was beautiful. The ending was not. Does he know about Jackson? My heart squeezes. No. Austin's eyebrows lift slightly, but to his credit, he doesn't immediately judge. That must be a heavy thing to carry alone. It is, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. But sometimes the alternatives feel heavier. We sit in companionable silence for a moment. The hum of the office around us creating a buffer from the intensity of my memories. For what it's worth, Austin finally says, leaning in close, his loss is immeasurable. You and that little boy are pretty incredible. And if one day you finally let him back into the picture, I think he's going to appreciate just how wonderful you two are. I hold back a sigh. How I wish those words could come true.
Chapter 4. Preston. I stare at the quarterly financial projections, drumming my fingers against my mahogany desk. The numbers look good. Better than good. They're exceptional. Huntington and Company is thriving under my leadership as vice president. But my father never misses an opportunity to remind me that my position is temporary. A stepping stone. "When you settle down with the right woman, Preston," he said just yesterday during our weekly meeting, "the board will be more comfortable with the transition." The right woman. In Spencer Huntington's world, that means someone from our social circle. Someone who understands the unspoken rules of old money. Someone who'll host charity galas and smile for photographs and never, ever rock the boat. Someone like Cecilia Whitmore. I loosened my tie slightly, feeling the weight of expectations pressing down on my shoulders. The corner office with its panoramic view of Manhattan should feel like an achievement. Instead, it sometimes feels like a gilded cage. The intercom buzzes. "Mr. Huntington, Miss Whitmore is here to see you." Perfect timing. I run a hand through my hair and straighten my posture. "Send her in." Cecilia glides through the door like she owns the place, confidence wrapped in a tailored cream dress that probably costs more than most people's monthly rent. Her blonde hair falls in perfect waves around her shoulders, not a strand out of place. "Preston." Her smile is practiced perfection as she crosses the room. "I was in the building for lunch with Daddy's associates and thought I'd surprise you." I rise from my chair, walking around to greet her. "Cecilia, back from London, right? How was the fellowship?" "Divine." She places her designer handbag on the edge of my desk, comfortable in my space in a way that speaks to our shared history. We've known each other since prep school. The children of powerful families often orbit each other like planets around the same sun. Though I must say I missed New York. London's lovely, but it's not home. I gesture toward the sitting area by the windows. "Can I offer you something? Water? Coffee?" "I'm fine, thank you." She settles onto the leather sofa, crossing her legs at the ankle. "I heard through the grapevine that you're hosting the annual investment gala this year. Your mother couldn't stop talking about it at the club last weekend." Of course, she couldn't. The gala is her perfect opportunity to parade me in front of every eligible socialite in Manhattan. News travels fast. I sit across from her, maintaining a respectable distance. We're expecting everyone who's anyone in the financial sector to attend. Cecilia leans forward slightly, her perfume, something expensive and floral, drifting between us. "And have you chosen your +1 for the evening?" Direct. That's one thing I've always appreciated about Cecilia. For all her social graces, she doesn't waste time with excessive small talk. "Actually, I haven't." I find myself studying her face, trying to summon some spark of attraction. Cecilia is beautiful by any objective standard. Symmetrical features, clear blue eyes, a smile that's graced the covers of society magazines. My parents adore her. Our families have been allies in business for generations. It should be easy, simple, the path of least resistance. "Well," she says, a hint of coyness entering her voice, "I happen to have a new Valentino that's absolutely begging for a sophisticated evening out." The invitation hangs in the air between us. I think of my father's not-so-subtle hints, my mother's hopeful glances whenever Cecilia's name comes up, the board members who nod approvingly when I mention her fellowship accomplishments. "You should come," I hear myself say. "I could use someone who knows how to charm even the most stubborn investors." Her smile widens, genuine pleasure lighting her features. "So this is an official date, then?" I hesitate. Date. The word feels wrong somehow. Empty. Like I'm going through motions in a play someone else wrote. We'll see. I offer a non-committal smile. Let's start with the gala and go from there. Satisfaction settles across her features. She knows as well as I do that attending the gala together sends a message to our social circle. It's practically an announcement. Cecilia's lips are moving, but her words drift past me. Something about the gala's seating arrangements and which society photographers will be present. Important details, I'm sure, but my mind has wandered somewhere else entirely. Somewhere 5 years in the past. "Preston? Are you even listening?" Cecilia's voice snaps me back to the present. "Sorry." I clear my throat. Just thinking about some investment projections. But I'm not thinking about investments. I'm thinking about wild curly hair that refused to be tamed. About laughter that came straight from the belly, uninhibited and real. About brown eyes that saw through my carefully constructed facade. Mary, the name hits me like a physical blow. Mary Reese. I haven't allowed myself to think about her in so long that the sudden memory feels illicit, dangerous. You look like you've seen a ghost. Cecilia tilts her head, studying me with those analytical blue eyes that miss nothing. Just tired. Been working around the clock on this merger. I loosen my tie further, suddenly feeling like I can't breathe properly. Where is she now? What happened to her after everything fell apart? Did she finish her degree? Is she happy? The questions ambush me, unwelcome and persistent. Cecilia reaches across the table between us, her manicured fingers touching my knee. You work too hard. That's why you need someone to remind you there's life outside these glass towers. I manage a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Cecilia would never understand what I'm thinking. How could she? Our worlds are perfectly aligned. Our backgrounds mirror images of privilege. She'd never comprehend what it was like to be with someone who challenged everything I thought I knew about myself. The summer with Mary floods back in vivid detail. Inviting her out to that dive bar downtown, where I'd gone with college friends, slumming it for a night of authenticity. How she'd called me out on my nonsense within 5 minutes of conversation. Another trust fund boy playing at being regular people, she'd said. But there was something playful in her eyes that made me want to prove her wrong. I think navy blue would complement both our outfits, Cecilia continues, scrolling through something on her phone. For the corsage and boutonniere. Traditional but elegant. I nod, watching her plan our public appearance with practiced efficiency. This is what making sense looks like. This is the path my parents approved of, the path I walked away from Mary to follow. That sounds perfect, I say automatically, the words hollow in my mouth. With Cecilia, everything is easy, preordained. She understands the game because she's been playing it her entire life, too. There are no awkward introductions to parents who look at her with thinly veiled disapproval. No arguments about which restaurants are appropriate for a Huntington to be seen in. No passionate debates that last until dawn about wealth disparity and social responsibility. No fire. You're doing it again. Cecilia puts her phone down, frowning slightly. Where do you keep going? I shake my head. Nowhere important. The lie tastes bitter. Mary was anything but unimportant. She was the only real thing in my carefully curated world. But I let her go. Or more accurately, I stood by while my parents made sure she disappeared from my life. Let me guess. Acquisition stress? Cecilia's expression softens into something almost resembling genuine concern. Daddy mentioned your father is putting tremendous pressure on you with this upcoming deal. Something like that. I welcome the convenient excuse. This is better, I tell myself. Easier. Cecilia and I speak the same language. We understand the expectations that come with our names. With Cecilia, there's no need to explain why certain sacrifices are necessary, why some traditions can't be broken. With Mary, every day felt like choosing between two worlds that couldn't coexist. The weight of my family name versus the freedom of being simply Preston, not Preston Huntington, heir to a fortune and a legacy. I run a hand through my hair, forcing the memories back into the locked compartment in my mind where they belong.
Chapter 5. Mary. I stare at the spreadsheet on my monitor, numbers blurring together after 4 straight hours of reconciliation work. The quarterly audit always turns our accounting department into a pressure cooker, and today is no exception. My desk is littered with sticky notes, each scrawled with reminders and questions about discrepancies I've found. Mary, you coming? Zoe pokes her head over our shared cubicle wall. Her bright red hair is piled into a messy bun, and there's a pencil stuck through it at an impossible angle. Break room. Now. I need caffeine and human contact that doesn't involve explaining why someone can't expense their dog's birthday party. I glance at the clock. 2:30 already. Give me 2 minutes to finish this formula. 1 minute. She counters. After that, I'm physically dragging you away from that computer. Your eyes are starting to look like they belong on a zombie. I laugh, quickly saving my work. Fine. Let me grab my mug. The break room at Whitley Enterprises is one of the company's selling points. A spacious area with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Midtown Manhattan, comfortable seating, and a coffee bar that would make most cafes jealous. It's always busy during audit time, everyone seeking refuge from their desks. There she is. Derek waves from the table where he's sitting with Zoe and Raj. We thought the spreadsheets had finally consumed you. Not yet. I drop into an empty chair, setting down my Wonder Woman mug. A gift chosen by Jackson last Mother's Day. But it was touch and go there for a while. Raj slides a plate of cookies toward me. Homemade, my grandmother's recipe, guaranteed to restore your will to live during audit week. I take one gratefully. You're an angel. How's everyone's reconciliation going? Don't ask, Zoe groans, slumping dramatically in her chair. I found a $60,000 discrepancy in the marketing budget and spent 3 hours tracking it down. Turns out someone coded an entire trade show to the wrong cost center. Client entertainment has been a nightmare, Derek adds. I swear some of our sales guys think business dinner means take my entire extended family to Le Bernardin. The conversation flows easily, a comfortable rhythm we've developed over the time I've worked here. Whitley Enterprises isn't just a good job, it's become something of a second home, with colleagues who've turned into genuine friends. A sudden hush falls over the break room. I turn to see Austin walking in with his characteristic easy stride. Despite being the boss, there's nothing unapproachable about him. He's rolled up the sleeves of his blue button-down, loosened his tie, and carries his own coffee mug like everyone else. Afternoon, team? He greets, his smile touching everyone in the room. How's the audit beast treating you all? A chorus of good-natured groans answers him. Austin laughs, leaning against the counter. That bad, huh? Well, I've got something that might give you all something to look forward to. He sets his mug down. We're hosting the Young Professionals Night at the Atrium next Friday. Open bar, great food, music. A chance to network with other companies and blow off some steam. The break room erupts in excited chatter. The Atrium is one of the city's premier event spaces, a renovated historic building with exposed brick walls and spectacular views of the East River. Attendance isn't mandatory, Austin continues, but it's a great opportunity, especially for newer team members, to make connections across the industry. Plus, his eyes twinkle. I've been told our events have the best food in the business circuit. As he moves on to chat with people at another table, Zoe turns to me, eyebrows raised. She has a smile on her face. So? Zoe's eyes gleam with excitement. You're coming, right? The Young Professionals Night is always epic. Last year they had these little lobster rolls that I still dream about. I bite my lip, twisting my mug between my palms. I don't know. I'd have to find someone to watch Jackson. Your parents can't take him for one night? Derek asks, dunking his cookie in coffee. My parents live in South Carolina, Derek. The logistics of single parenthood flash through my mind. The mental checklist I always run through. Sitter availability, emergency contacts. Jackson's comfort level, his bedtime routine, whether he'll eat dinner without a fuss for someone else. And our regular sitter has midterms. Raj leans forward, his coffee forgotten. Mary, you've been here, 2 months now? You've never come to any of the after-hours events, not even the happy hour at Finnegan's when the Chester account closed. He's right. Zoe points her chocolate chip cookie at me accusingly, crumbs falling onto the break room table. You're always rushing home. Which is admirable, don't get me wrong, but sometimes Mama needs a night out. A real one, with cocktails and adult conversation that doesn't revolve around dinosaurs or superheroes. I can't argue with that logic. The last night out I had involved chaperoning Jackson's preschool pajama party, where I spent 3 hours helping 20 hyper 4-year-olds make construction paper stars and mediating disputes over who got the blue sleeping bag. Not exactly the glamorous evening these events promise. I'd gone home with glitter in my hair and fruit punch on my favorite sweater. Plus, Zoe adds, leaning in, you could wear that killer black dress I saw in your profile picture. When was the last time that thing saw the light of day? The networking alone would be worth it, Derek points out. Half the financial district shows up to these things. I got 3 solid contacts last time that have already paid off. My fingers traced the rim of my Wonder Woman mug. Wonder Woman wouldn't hesitate. She'd make it work. I could ask Mrs. Rivera from downstairs, I muse aloud. Jackson loves her, and she's always offering to watch him. That's the spirit. Zoe claps her hands. Plus, Austin always introduces the newer team members around. He's got connections everywhere. Everyone in Manhattan listens to what that man has to say. The mention of Austin makes me glance over to where he's standing, laughing at something someone said. There's something magnetic about him, the way he commands attention without demanding it. Unlike some executives I've encountered, his warmth seems genuine. Come on, Raj coaxes. When was the last time you dressed up and went somewhere without chicken nuggets on the menu? I laugh, surprised by how accurate that is. Too long. Way too long. The truth hits me with unexpected force. I've been so focused on being the perfect mom, the dependable employee, the responsible adult, that I've forgotten there's a part of me that exists beyond those roles. A part that used to enjoy getting dressed up, that loved the energy of a crowded room, that thrived on new conversations and connections. Jackson would want you to go, Zoe says softly, reading my hesitation. Kids need to see their parents having lives too. She's right. What kind of example am I setting if I never do anything for myself? Jackson deserves a mom who's fulfilled, who takes opportunities, who shows him that life should be lived fully. Okay, I nod, decision made. I'm in. Yes. Zoe pumps her fist victoriously. Operation Get Merry. A social life is officially launched. Don't get carried away, I warn, but I'm smiling. It's one professional networking event, not a lifestyle revolution. One small step for Mary, one giant leap for her social calendar. Derek intones dramatically. We're going shopping soon, Zoe declares. No arguments? You need something that says competent professional who also happens to look amazing. I have clothes, I protest weakly. Honey, she gives me a look that brooks no argument. Trust me on this. The break room starts to empty as people drift back to their desks. As I stand to leave, I catch Austin's eye across the room. He raises his coffee mug slightly in my direction, a small acknowledging gesture that feels oddly personal in the bustling space. I return to my desk with a strange flutter of anticipation in my chest. It's been so long since I've looked forward to something that was just for me. The spreadsheet on my screen no longer seems quite so daunting, just numbers to conquer before moving on to something new. Perhaps it's time I remembered there's more to Mary Reese than being Jackson's mom or an accountant at Whitley Enterprises. Perhaps it's time I remembered who I used to be and discovered who I might become. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing The Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 6. Preston. I adjust my bow tie in the mirror of the Huntington Estate's grand foyer, watching my reflection grimace back at me. Dad spared no expense for tonight's investment gala. Crystal chandeliers catch the light at every angle. Ice sculptures melt elegantly on marble tables, and the soft strains of a string quartet float through the air. All the trappings of wealth that used to make me feel like I belonged somewhere important. Preston, darling, can you help with my clasp? Cecilia turns her back to me, lifting her blonde hair to reveal the delicate chain of her diamond necklace. A gift from my mother, a not-so-subtle hint of approval. My fingers work the tiny mechanism, brushing against her skin. There you go. Perfect. She turns, adjusting the necklace so it sits just right against her collarbone. Her red dress is immaculate, designer-made specifically for tonight. She looks exactly like what a Huntington wife should be. How do I look? Beautiful, I answer automatically. It's true, objectively speaking. Cecilia Whitmore is beautiful by any standard, tall, elegant, with the kind of refined features that look right at home among the oil paintings of my ancestors lining the hallway. She beams, pleased with my response, then loops her arm through mine. Let's make an entrance, shall we? Your father said the Morgenstern brothers are here. They've been dying to discuss that healthcare acquisition with you. Of course they have, I mutter, plastering on the smile that's become second nature at these events. Huntington smile number 3. Confident but approachable. Perfect for making wealthy old men feel comfortable handing over their money. We descend the curved staircase into the main ballroom where at least 200 of New York's financial elite mingle. Dad stands near the center of the room, holding court with a group of silver-haired men. His eyes meet mine briefly, a silent command to join him. Preston! There you are. Mother glides over, champagne flute in hand. She air kisses Cecilia, then me. Cecilia, you look stunning. That shade of red is perfect with your complexion. Thank you, Miranda. The dress is Valentino. Cecilia smooths invisible wrinkles from her skirt. I should have known. Mother smiles approvingly. Preston, your father wants to introduce you to the Morgensterns before dinner. We were just on our way, I say, feeling the familiar tightness in my chest. The weight of expectations pressing down like a tailored straitjacket. As we make our way through the crowd, I exchange handshakes, pats on the back, and empty pleasantries. Cecilia plays her part flawlessly, laughing at the appropriate moments, asking insightful questions about investment strategies, resting her hand possessively on my forearm. But my mind is elsewhere. Has been for a while, and I don't even know why. A server passes with a tray of champagne, and I grab a glass, downing half of it in one gulp. Easy there, Tiger. Cecilia's smile doesn't waver, but her eyes narrow slightly. We have a long night ahead. Just needed a little liquid courage before facing the Morgenstern brothers' pitch. I force a chuckle that sounds hollow even to my ears. A woman in a blue gown passes by, her dark skin glowing under the chandelier light. For a split second, my heart stops. Something in her profile, the curve of her neck, reminds me of Mary. But when she turns, the resemblance vanishes. Of course, it isn't her. Mary would never be at an event like this. Mary wouldn't pretend to care about hedge fund strategies or fake laugh at Dad's tired jokes about market regulations. Mary would probably call out the hypocrisy in this room, where people donate millions to charity for tax breaks while discussing how to squeeze more profits from working-class families. Preston? Cecilia's voice pulls me back. Your father is waving us over. I blink, realizing I've been staring into space. Right, let's go. The Morgenstern brothers are exactly as expected. Matching gray suits, matching balding patterns, matching egos. They talk at me rather than to me, explaining their healthcare venture as if I haven't already reviewed all their financials. The possibilities for expansion are endless. The older one, Alfred or Albert, I can't remember, says enthusiastically, especially with the Huntington name behind it. What Preston finds so fascinating, Cecilia interjects smoothly when I fail to respond immediately, is your approach to the urban markets. We were discussing it just last night. We weren't. I have no idea what she's talking about, but she continues seamlessly, spouting industry jargon that impresses both brothers. Another dark-skinned woman across the room catches my eye. This one has hair like Mary's, those wild curls she'd try to tame for work, but that would escape by day's end. I remember running my fingers through those curls, how they felt wrapped around my hand when we... Isn't that right, Preston? Dad's voice cuts through my thoughts. Absolutely, I agree, having no idea what I'm endorsing. The conversation continues around me. I nod at appropriate intervals, shake hands when extended, smile when everyone else does. But I'm drowning in this room full of people who know the part of me I've curated for public consumption. Preston Huntington, heir to the family empire, Cecilia Whitmore's perfect match, while the real me gasps for air, thinking of the one person who knew me before I became this hollow version of myself. Dance with me, Cecilia whispers as the quartet starts a waltz. You look like you need a break from shop talk. I lead Cecilia to the dance floor, positioning my hand at the small of her back, our bodies falling into the practiced rhythm we've perfected over many galas and charity events. Her perfume, something expensive and floral, clouds around us as we move. You're somewhere else tonight, she murmurs, her eyes studying mine with genuine concern. Is something wrong at work? Or is it your father's new investment push? I spin her under the crystal chandeliers, the movement automatic. Just tired. Long week. You haven't seemed like yourself for a while now. Her fingers tighten on my shoulder. I thought maybe tonight would help. Getting dressed up, celebrating your family success. My feet follow the familiar 1-2-3 pattern while my mind wanders. Cecilia deserves better than this half-present version of myself. She's smart, beautiful, accomplished. Exactly what my parents want for me. What I should want. Preston. She stops our movement slightly, forcing my attention back. Talk to me. We're supposed to be partners. I can't help if I don't know what's wrong. The genuine worry in her eyes makes guilt twist in my stomach. Nothing's wrong. Really. You've been checking your phone constantly, staring off into space, drinking more than usual. Her voice drops lower, ensuring our conversation remains private despite the couples dancing around us. If you're having second thoughts about us... I'm not, I lie, the words bitter on my tongue. Then what is it? Her perfectly manicured nails press into my shoulder, because something's clearly bothering you. The music swells around us, the violins hitting a crescendo that matches the tightening in my chest. I just need some air. The words come out harsher than intended. I see the hurt flash across her face before she masks it with the polite smile she reserves for difficult clients. Fine. She steps back slightly. Get some air. We'll talk when you're ready to actually communicate. I release her and thread my way through the crowd, nodding mechanically to acquaintances who try to stop me. The French doors to the garden offer escape, and I push through them, loosening my bow tie as the cool night air hits my face. The garden stretches before me, immaculately landscaped with hedges and fountains, another Huntington showpiece. I follow the stone path until I reach a marble bench far enough from the house that the music becomes a distant murmur. Above me, the moon hangs full and bright, unobstructed by Manhattan's usual light pollution. Out here in the Hamptons, the stars actually stand a chance. Damn! I drop my head into my hands, rubbing my temples. Mary used to love nights like this. We'd lie on a blanket on her tiny apartment roof. She'd point out constellations, making up stories about each one when she couldn't remember the actual myths. Her laughter would warm me more than any jacket as we shared cheap wine from plastic cups. Mary with her textbooks spread across our bed while she chewed her pencil in concentration. Mary, whose eyes lit up when she talked about her dreams for the future. Mary, who didn't give a damn about my last name or family connections, who loved me when I was just Preston, not Preston Huntington, heir to a fortune. God damn it! I stand pacing the garden path. What kind of idiot lets a woman like that walk away? The kind whose spine dissolves when daddy threatens to cut him off. The kind who nods along when mother explains why someone from that background wouldn't fit into our world. The kind who chooses the path of least resistance instead of fighting for what matters. I stare up at the moon, wishing it could offer some wisdom or comfort. Mary would be disappointed in who I've become. Hell, I'm disappointed in who I've become. A man who drifts through a life mapped out by others, accepting to date a woman he respects but doesn't love, working at a job that means nothing to him. 5 years later, and I'm still making excuses while living a life that feels like someone else's.
Chapter 7. Mary. Mary, this top is absolutely killer on you, Zoe says, as we step out of the cab onto the busy Manhattan street. I told you that color would make your skin glow. I smooth down the emerald silk blouse I bought on clearance last week. Thanks for talking me into it. I almost chickened out and wore my boring black one. And deprived the world of those curves? Criminal. She links her arm through mine, her bangles jingling as we join the line, stretching from the entrance of the venue. The neon sign above the door reads Nexus in electric blue, with Young Professionals Night flashing beneath it. The bass from inside pulses through the sidewalk, vibrating up through my sensible heels. You sure Jackson's okay? Raj asks, checking his phone for the time. We can always grab a drink somewhere else if you're worried. He's fine. Mrs. Allison from downstairs loves him, and he was already half asleep when I left. I resist the urge to check my own phone again. I've already texted twice since we got in the cab. Tonight is about having actual adult fun, remember? Derek adjusts his glasses, peering at the crowd ahead. Define fun because I count at least 3 investment banking groups already. And is that Martinez Wealth Management wearing matching blazers? God help us all. Hey, financial bros need love too, Zoe quips, fluffing her curls. And some of them are actually decent once you get past the ego and equity talk. The line moves forward, and my stomach flutters with excitement and anxiety. It's been ages since I've been out like this, dancing, drinking, being Mary the woman instead of just Mary the mom. Since Jackson was born, my social life has consisted mainly of playground meetups and the occasional coffee with other single parents. You're overthinking again, Zoe whispers, nudging me. I can see those worry lines forming. Sorry. I force a smile. Just forgot how to do this whole scene. It's like riding a bike, Raj assures me, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. A sweaty, overpriced bike with too much cologne in the air. We all laugh, and some of my tension dissolves. This is why I love my work friends. They get it. All of us at Whitley Enterprises are in similar places, young professionals trying to build careers while actually enjoying our 20s. They don't make me feel like the odd one out for being a single mom. Inside, the club is a kaleidoscope of lights, music, and bodies. The space has been transformed for the networking event, with company logos projected on walls and specialty cocktails named after financial terms. I spot the bull market bourbon and IPOIPA listed on a digital menu board. First round's on me, Derek announces, steering us toward the bar. What's everyone having? Something strong enough to make small talk with strangers feel less painful, I reply. Tequila soda for the lady, he decides with a wink, then turns to place our orders. The DJ transitions into a remix of a popular song, and the crowd on the dance floor grows. Through the sea of bodies, I spot various groups clearly marked by their company attire or matching accessories. The not-so-subtle tribal markings of corporate Manhattan. "Look at us," Zoe says, doing a little twirl when Derek returns with our drinks. 4 accountants out past 9 p.m. on a weeknight. We're practically rebels. I take a sip of my drink, the tequila warming my chest. To small rebellions, I toast, clinking my glass against theirs. And to Mary's first big night out since joining the team, Raj adds, "May it involve at least one regrettable decision." Nothing too regrettable, I laugh. I still have to be functional enough to make pancakes for a 4-year-old tomorrow morning. As we move deeper into the crowd, I feel my body relaxing to the rhythm. The music wraps around me like an old friend, reminding me of the girl I used to be, the one who loved to dance, who didn't calculate the cost of every decision in terms of childcare hours and emergency savings. Accounting team representing. A voice cuts through the music, and we turn to see Vivian, our department head, waving from a reserved table area. She's traded her usual pencil skirt for sleek black pants and a shimmering top, looking more like a fashion editor than the woman who interrogates us about expense reports. Even Vivian's here? Now I've seen everything, Derek murmurs as we make our way over. "Play nice," I whisper back. She approved my flexible schedule arrangement, remember? The night flows easily after that. We mingle with colleagues from other firms, exchange business cards that will probably end up forgotten in wallet pockets, and take turns holding the table while others dance. I find myself laughing more than I have in months, truly enjoying myself with my colleagues. I'm midway through my second drink, some fruity concoction Zoe insisted I try, when the crowd near the entrance shifts. The sea of bodies parts for a moment, and my heart stops dead in my chest. Preston Huntington stands in the doorway, tall and commanding in a charcoal suit. He looks exactly the same and completely different all at once, still impossibly handsome, with those piercing green eyes, but somehow harder around the edges, more polished, more powerful. "Mary? You okay?" Raj's voice sounds distant underwater. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The room tilts dangerously. I grip the edge of our high-top table. "I'm fine. Just, the drink hit me harder than I expected. But I can't tear my eyes away from Preston. He's with a group of men in similar expensive suits, probably his father's associates or business partners. Of course he would be here. The Huntingtons practically own most of Manhattan's financial district. This is his world. I shrink back, angling my body away, making myself small behind Derek's broader frame. 5 years. 5 years since I've seen him in person. 5 years of building a life without him, of telling myself I'm over him, of practicing what I'd say if we ever cross paths again. All those imagined scenarios dissolve like sugar in rain. My mind is blank except for a blaring alarm. Get out. Get out now. Preston hasn't seen me yet. He's laughing at something one of his companions said, his head thrown back, exposing the strong column of his throat. Even from across the room, I can see the exact moment his laugh transforms his face from merely handsome to devastatingly beautiful. "I need another drink," Derek announces, standing up. "Not for me," I blurt, much too loudly. Zoe raises an eyebrow. "You've barely touched that one," she points out, nodding at my glass. "What's going on with you?" "Nothing, I just—" The words freeze as Preston turns in our direction, his eyes scanning the crowd. I duck my head, heart hammering against my ribs so violently I worry it might crack bone. "I need to use the restroom." I dart through the crowd toward the back of the venue, pushing past bodies without apology. The women's restroom is mercifully empty, and I lock myself in a stall, pressing my forehead against the cool metal door. Breathe. Just breathe. What are the odds? In a city of 8 million people, what are the odds we'd end up at the same event? I fish my phone from my purse, with trembling hands, checking the time. 10:22 p.m. I've been here long enough to be social. No one would question me leaving now. My phone vibrates with a text from Zoe. Where'd you disappear to? You good? The walls of the stall feel like they're closing in. I can't go back out there. Can't risk coming face to face with those green eyes, the same ones I see every day in Jackson's innocent face. I type quickly, emergency with Jackson. Mrs. A just called. Have to go. Sorry. The lie makes my stomach twist, but panic overrides guilt. I splash cold water on my face at the sink, avoiding my reflection, then slip out of the restroom and make a beeline for the exit, hugging the perimeter of the room. Each second is excruciating, my eyes darting nervously toward where I last saw Preston. He's moved, now standing near the bar with his back to me, one hand in his pocket, his posture relaxed and confident. Finally, I push through the crowds toward the entrance, muttering, "Excuse me" and "sorry" as I go. The cool night air hits my face, and I gulp it down, already calculating how quickly I can hail a cab and disappear into the anonymity of the city. I'm halfway down the block when I hear it. Mary? His voice, deeper than I remember but unmistakable, slices through the night air and freezes my blood. For a heartbeat, I consider turning around, facing what I've run from for 4 years. Instead, I quicken my pace, pretending I didn't hear, pretending I'm someone else, anyone else. My heels click desperately against the pavement as I round the corner, not daring to look back.
Chapter 8. Preston. Mary! Mary! I push through the club's doors, scanning the sidewalk for her retreating figure. The night air hits me like a wall after the stuffy heat inside, but I barely notice. My mind fixates on one impossible fact. Mary Reese is here. In Manhattan. There, a flash of emerald silk disappearing around the corner. My legs move before my brain can catch up, carrying me through crowds of smokers and club hoppers. Mary, wait! She speeds up instead, her heels striking rapid fire against the pavement. She heard me. She's running from me. The realization stings worse than I expected. Just give me a minute, I call, dodging a group of tourists. Please. She rounds another corner and I quicken my pace. The financial district at night is a maze of shadows and shortcuts. When I turn the corner, I spot her silhouette against the dim streetlight, walking briskly. Then everything shifts in an instant. A hulking figure emerges from an alleyway ahead of her, moving with predatory intent. He steps directly into her path, mouth twisted in a drunken leer. Mary freezes, her purse clutched tightly against her body. Hey, gorgeous, where you rushing off to? His words slur together as he invades her space. Pretty girl like you shouldn't be alone. My vision narrows, blood rushing in my ears. I'm sprinting before I realize it, crossing the distance in seconds. Get your hands off her! I growl, shoving him back with enough force to send him stumbling against the brick wall. The hell, man? He straightens up, weaving slightly. Mind your business. I step between them, my back to Mary, squaring my shoulders. She is my business. My voice drops to something dangerous, unfamiliar even to me. Walk away, now. He sizes me up, takes in the tailored suit, the cold fury in my eyes, the fact that I've got several inches and sobriety on him. Whatever calculation he makes, it ends with him spitting on the sidewalk. Rich bastards, he mutters, shoving his hands in his pockets and slouching back into the shadows of the alley. The adrenaline buzzes through my veins as I turn to face her. Mary. Actually, Mary! Standing under the yellow glow of a street lamp, looking exactly like the woman who's haunted my dreams for 5 years, yet somehow more beautiful, more poised, more everything. You okay? I manage, suddenly aware of how fast I'm breathing. She nods, her eyes wide and wary. The distance between us feels both vast and microscopic. Thank you, she says, her voice catching slightly. But I need to go. Wait, please. I hold up my hands, non-threatening. 5 years, Mary, 5 years without a word! Her jaw tightens. I really can't do this right now, Preston. How have you been? The question sounds absurdly inadequate. How do you compress 5 years of wondering, of regret, into casual conversation? I've been fine. Her answer comes with practiced politeness, the kind reserved for unwanted conversations with near strangers. Is that what we are now? Working in accounting, living in Queens. Queens! She's been this close all this time. The thought knocks the wind from me. You look beautiful, incredible, like everything I've been missing. Good. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. So do you. The night wraps around us, cars passing, distant laughter from bar patrons, the persistent hum of the city, all of it fading against the thunderous beating of my heart. Can we talk? I step closer, careful not to crowd her. Just for a minute, please. She shakes her head, clutching her purse tighter. I can't. I really need to go. Her eyes dart to the street, looking for escape. My son is waiting for me. Son. The world tilts beneath my feet. You have a son? Something flashes across her face. Fear? Guilt? It's gone before I can decipher it. Yes, and I need to get home to him. She takes a step backward. Thank you again for helping, but I have to go. Let me at least get you a cab. I reach for my phone. I've got the app open already. She holds up her screen, the car service countdown showing 2 minutes. We stand in awkward silence, 5 years of unspoken words hanging between us. I drink in the sight of her, the same wild curls I used to thread my fingers through, the same full lips that once smiled so easily for me. But there's a new guardedness in her eyes, a careful distance I don't know how to bridge. Your ride's coming from that direction, I point, desperate to say something, anything to make her stay a moment longer. I can wait with you. That's not necessary. She shifts her weight, glancing nervously up the street. Mary. Please, Preston. Her voice cracks slightly. I really can't do this tonight. My jaw clenches as I glance over my shoulder toward the alley, where the creep disappeared. No way I'm leaving you alone out here after what just happened. Mary hugs her arms against her chest. It's just 2 minutes. 2 minutes is plenty of time for him to circle back around. I take a deliberate step away from her, giving her space while making it clear I'm not budging. I'm staying until your ride comes. Her shoulders drop slightly in resignation. She doesn't argue further, just shifts her weight from one heel to the other. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything unsaid. Son! Oh, she has a son now! The word keeps reverberating in my mind like a struck bell. Mary as a mother. The thought creates a hollow ache in my chest, a strange mixture of admiration and loss. I try to picture it, her with a child, someone else's child, and the image sends an unexpected wave of something that feels dangerously like jealousy through me. How old? The question tumbles out before I can stop it. Mary's eyes dart to mine, then away. What? Your son. I swallow hard. How old is he? She hesitates just long enough for my heart to skip a beat. He's 4. 4. The math isn't lost on me. It was only 4 years ago I was drowning myself in work and whiskey, trying to forget the girl my family had driven away. The girl standing in front of me now, who apparently moved on and built a life without me. What's his name? I ask, desperate to know more yet terrified of the answers. Jackson. Something softens in her expression. His name is Jackson. Jackson, it suits her somehow. Classic, but strong. Must be tough, balancing work and raising a kid. We manage. Her tone shifts to something protective. I have a good job. Flexible hours. I nod, trying to picture Mary's life, the one she built while I was stuck in the same patterns, the same gilded cage. Where are you working these days? Whitley Enterprises. She drops the name without fanfare, but the impact hits me like a physical blow. I'm on their accounting team. Austin Whitley. That smug, self-satisfied bastard who's been eating into Huntington and Company's market share for the past 2 years. The golden boy of new money, who loves nothing more than to position himself as the progressive alternative to dinosaurs like my family's company. And he's employing Mary. Whitley! I try to keep my voice neutral and fail miserably. Seriously? Austin's been very supportive. She lifts her chin slightly, defensively. He values talent over connections. The implied criticism stings, especially because I can't argue with it. My family's approach has always been about legacy, lineage, preserving what we've built, values that once led them to push away the woman standing before me. I'm sure he's a great boss, I mutter, not bothering to hide my skepticism. Headlights sweep over us as a car pulls to the curb. Mary glances at her phone. That's my ride. She takes a step toward the waiting car. Mary... I start, not knowing what I'm going to say, just knowing I can't let her disappear again. She pauses with her hand on the car door. I have to get back to Jackson. Can I... The words catch in my throat. Can I what? See you again? Meet your son? Fix what my family broke? Can I call you sometime? She studies me for a moment, her expression unreadable in the half-dark. I don't think that's a good idea, Preston. Please. I've never heard myself sound so desperate. Just to talk. The car's driver honks lightly, impatient. Mary shakes her head, not in refusal, but in what looks like resignation. Good night, Preston. She slides into the back seat, pulling the door closed behind her with a definitive click. Through the window, I catch a final glimpse of her face, turned away, already retreating back into the life she built without me. The taxi pulls away, merging into Manhattan traffic, carrying her back to a son I didn't know existed, and a job with a man I've spent 2 years resenting. I stand there on the sidewalk, watching until the taillights disappear around a corner, leaving me alone with the night and the haunting echo of her voice saying a child's name. Jackson. 4 years old. The timing can't be coincidence. It can't be.
Chapter 9. Mary. I slam my hand on the snooze button for the 3rd time, groaning as sunlight filters through my blinds. Last night feels like some fever dream. Preston Huntington materializing out of thin air after 5 years of silence. His voice, deeper than I remember. His shoulders, broader. His eyes, still that impossible shade of green that makes my stomach flip. Mommy? Jackson's voice filters through my bedroom door, followed by the patter of his feet. Are you awake yet? Reality crashes back. I'm not a 22-year-old girl anymore, mooning over the heir to the Huntington fortune. I'm a mother with responsibilities and a life I've painstakingly built. Coming, baby? I call, forcing myself upright. The morning routine passes in a blur. Breakfast for Jackson, dropping him at preschool, coffee grabbed from the corner bodega. But Preston's face hovers at the edges of my consciousness through all of it, threatening to pull me under. By the time I reach Whitley Enterprises' gleaming lobby, I've replayed our encounter at least 50 times. The shock in his eyes when he spotted me, the way he ran after me, how quickly he stepped between me and danger. ID, please, the security guard requests, jolting me out of my thoughts. I fumble in my purse, nearly dropping my wallet. Sorry, Ted. Head's not on straight this morning. Late night? He asks, scanning my badge. You have no idea. Something like that. The elevator ride up stretches endlessly. I lean against the cool metal wall, closing my eyes. 5 years of careful distance shattered in a single night. 5 years of protecting Jackson, of building walls around our little family unit, compromised by a chance encounter. And now, Preston knows I have a son. Why did I tell him that I had a son? I didn't confirm Jackson was his. I couldn't bring myself to say the words, but Preston's not stupid. The math isn't hard. 4 years old. The timing speaks for itself. The elevator doors slide open, and I step into the hushed efficiency of the accounting department. My desk sits in the corner, overlooking the East River, a view that normally calms me, but today might as well be a blank wall for all I notice it. "Morning, Mary." Zoe waves as she passes. "You look interesting today." I glance down at myself. Mismatched shoes. Perfect. Thanks for the diplomatic phrasing. "Was Jackson okay?" "You hurried off, so I was worried something bad happened to your boy." "Huh?" I mean, yeah. "He was fine, no worries," I say, sinking into my chair. Zoe sends me an odd look before continuing on. I hold back a grimace. My computer wakes with a gentle hum, emails flooding the screen, reports to finish, projections to analyze, numbers that should command my full attention. Instead, all I see is Preston's face when I told him about Jackson. "Mary?" Austin's voice startles me. My boss stands beside my desk, brow furrowed. "Everything okay?" "You looked a million miles away." "I'm fine." I straighten, pulling up a spreadsheet at random. Just getting organized for the day. Austin leans against my desk, casual in the way only someone with his confidence can manage. "The Wilkinson projection still giving you trouble?" "The Wilkinson account." "Right. The one I should have finished yesterday." "Almost done." I lie, typing nonsense to look busy. Just fine-tuning the quarterly growth estimates. "No rush." He smiles, all perfect teeth and practiced charm. "Team meeting at 11, remember? You can present what you have then." "Present?" Damn. Looking forward to it. The moment he walks away, I drop my head into my hands. Focus, Mary. These numbers matter. Your job matters. This carefully constructed life you've built matters, but all I can think about is the look in Preston's eyes when he asked to call me. The raw desperation in his voice. The way 5 years fell away the moment I saw him. I pull up the Wilkinson spreadsheet, forcing myself to stare at the columns of numbers. They swim before my eyes, refusing to make sense. How am I supposed to project future growth when I can't even predict what Preston will do with the information he now has? Will he come looking for us? Will he tell his family? Will the Huntingtons try to take Jackson away? My fingers freeze on the keyboard. That's always been my deepest fear, that the family who rejected me would decide my son is worthy of their precious lineage, even if his mother isn't. Get it together, I whisper to myself, reaching for my coffee. One problem at a time. The cup slips from my grasp, splashing across my keyboard. Coffee cascades over the edge of my desk, dripping onto my already mismatched shoes. Damn it! I grab for napkins, dabbing frantically at the puddle. Need reinforcements? Zoe appears with a roll of paper towels, eyebrows raised. Thanks. I mop up the mess, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. I'm a disaster today. Man trouble? Zoe asks. I shake my head quickly, too quickly, and focus on sopping up the coffee with napkins. Just sleep deprivation. Jackson had nightmares. Zoe's eyes narrow as she hands me more paper towels. She's known me since I started at Whitley, and we've shared enough happy hour confessions that she can read my nonsense meter better than most. Right, she drawls, leaning against my desk. And I'm secretly dating Idris Elba. Come on, Mary. Your shoes don't match. You've got that wild look in your eyes, and you just sacrifice perfectly good coffee to the keyboard gods. Classic symptoms of man-induced chaos. It's nothing. I dump the soggy napkins in my trash can and test a few keys on my keyboard. They stick slightly but still work, like me, functional but compromised. Zoe folds her arms. Is it Jackson's father? Did he finally crawl out of whatever rock he's been hiding under? My fingers freeze mid-wipe. How does she always hit the nail on the head? I've never told her who Jackson's father is, just that he wasn't in the picture, and it was complicated. But Zoe has an uncanny sixth sense for drama. You're doing that thing with your face, she points out. The thing where your eyes get all wide and you stop breathing. I'm breathing, I protest, inhaling deeply to prove my point. Mary. Her voice softens. Whatever it is, it's not worth this level of panic. You're the most capable woman I know. Single mom, a degree with honors while raising a little boy, and now killing it in corporate accounting. You've handled worse than whatever this is. The kindness in her voice nearly undoes me. I've spent so long being strong. For Jackson, for myself, for our future. That genuine compassion feels like a luxury I can't afford. I ran into someone from my past, I admit, keeping my voice low. Someone I never expected to see again. Someone who complicates things. Zoe nods slowly. Jackson's dad? I don't confirm or deny, but my silence is answer enough. Listen, she says, perching on the edge of my desk. I don't know the whole story, and you don't have to tell me. But whatever history you have with this guy, remember this. You're not the same person you were back then. You've built something real here. A life. A career. A beautiful kid who thinks you hang the moon. Her words wash over me like cool water, soothing the panic that's been building since last night. Men come and go, she continues, but you've already proven you don't need anyone to complete your family. Jackson has you, and that's been enough. You're right. I agree, feeling some of the tension leave my shoulders. We're good, the two of us. So whatever this blast from the past wants, you get to decide if it fits into the life you've already built, not the other way around. She taps my desk for emphasis. You're in control here, Mary? Not him. I exhale slowly, feeling my racing thoughts begin to slow. She's right. I've survived worse than running into Preston Huntington. I've rebuilt my entire life from scratch, without connections or family money or anything, but sheer determination. Thanks, Zoe. I manage a small but genuine smile. I needed that reality check. Anytime. She straightens, glancing at her watch. Now, those Wilkinson projections won't create themselves. And you've got about 30 minutes before Austin expects us to dazzle him with our financial wizardry. Right. I nod, feeling my professional persona sliding back into place. I'm on it. As Zoe walks away, I pull up the Wilkinson spreadsheet again, this time seeing the numbers with clarity. I'm being ridiculous, working myself into a panic over nothing. Preston Huntington isn't going to upend our lives. He's probably already regretting chasing after me last night. Men like him don't leave behind their privileged worlds for women they once discarded. He might be curious about Jackson, but curiosity doesn't equal commitment. Once the novelty wears off, he'll retreat back to his mansion and his inheritance and his family's expectations. I sigh, pushing thoughts of Preston from my mind. He's not going to want anything serious with me. The Huntingtons made their opinion of me crystal clear 5 years ago. There's no need to worry about him barging into our carefully constructed life. Jackson and I are fine on our own. We always have been.
Chapter 10. Preston. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel of my Aston Martin, parked across from Whitley Enterprises' gleaming glass tower. The leather seat creaks as I shift for what must be the 100th time in the last hour. My watch reads 5:28 p.m. According to Whitley's HR department, amazing what doors open when your family name carries weight. Mary should be finishing her workday right about now. 2 days. 2 days since she dropped that bomb on me. A son. She has a son, and the timing. Christ, the timing makes it impossible to be anyone else's but mine. I've barely slept, my mind racing with calculations and possibilities. A child I never knew existed, a part of me walking around in the world for 4 years without my knowledge. My phone buzzes with a text from my father. Third one today. I ignore it just like the others. The old man can wait. This can't. A movement at the entrance catches my eye. There she is. Even from this distance, I'd recognize Mary's walk anywhere. Confident, quick steps, that slight sway of her hips that used to drive me wild. Her hair is pulled back in a professional bun, but a few rebellious curls have escaped, framing her face in that way that always made me want to reach out and touch them. She heads toward the adjacent parking structure, clutching her purse close, oblivious to my presence. My heart pounds against my ribs as I start the engine. The car purrs to life, a sound that usually brings me satisfaction but now barely registers. I wait until she disappears into the parking garage before pulling out, keeping a careful distance. This is not stalking, I tell myself. This is information gathering. Learning about the life she's built without me. The life that might include my child. A Navy car emerges from the garage exit. Mary behind the wheel, profile illuminated by the setting sun. My source at Whitley confirmed her car, practical, reliable, nothing like the luxury vehicles that fill my family's garage. I ease into traffic 3 cars behind her, careful not to get too close. She drives with the same focused precision I remember, signaling properly, maintaining a perfect distance from the car ahead. Always following the rules, my Mary. Except when it came to us. When it came to us, she broke every rule in the Huntington family playbook. The traffic light turns yellow. Mary slows to a stop while I'm still approaching. I'm forced to stop at the red light, now with only 1 car between us. I slouch lower in my seat, irrationally afraid she'll check her rearview mirror and recognize me. The light seems to stretch forever, giving me too much time to question what the hell I'm doing. Am I really following my ex through Manhattan traffic? This isn't me. I'm Preston Huntington. I don't chase women, they chase me. But this isn't about Mary, not entirely. This is about the child she mentioned. My child, a son I've never met. The light changes. Mary accelerates and I follow, maintaining my distance. She navigates through the crowded streets with ease, clearly familiar with this route. A routine drive. One she's made many times without me knowing she was even in the same city. We turn onto a residential street lined with brownstones. Not the ultra-wealthy Upper East Side where I grew up, but not struggling either. Solid middle class. Comfortable. Mary signals and pulls into a small parking lot adjacent to a cheerful 2-story building with a rainbow-painted fence. Little Sprouts Daycare, reads the sign, decorated with cartoonish flowers and smiling children. I drive past slowly, finding a spot half a block down with a clear view of the entrance. Killing the engine, I slide down in my seat slightly, feeling ridiculous yet unable to tear myself away. The tinted windows of my Aston Martin provide some cover, but my heart hammers against my chest like I'm 16 again, not a grown man worth millions. Parents stream in and out of the daycare, some in business attire like Mary, others in more casual clothes. Each emerges with a small hand clutched in theirs, or a tiny body perched on their hip. The normality of the scene makes my throat tighten. This is a world I know nothing about. Mary disappears through the entrance, her navy blazer the last thing I see before the door swings shut behind her. The minutes drag by as I wait, palms sweating against the leather steering wheel. What am I even doing here? What's my plan? Jump out and introduce myself? Demand a paternity test in the middle of a daycare pickup? The absurdity of my position hits me, but Before I can start the car and escape this moment of madness, the door opens again. Mary emerges, but she's not alone. A small boy walks beside her, his hand in hers. Even from this distance, I can see his wild curls, darker than Mary's, but with the same untamable quality. He bounces slightly with each step, animated as he talks up at her. Mary laughs at whatever he's saying, her face transformed with a joy I've never seen before. My lungs forget how to function. The boy turns slightly, giving me a profile view, and the world stops spinning. Green eyes. My green eyes set in a face that's a perfect blend of Mary's features and mine. His skin is a beautiful golden brown, lighter than Mary's, but with her warm undertones. His nose, damn, that's my nose. The same one my mother always said came straight from my grandfather. Damn, I whisper, my voice strange and strangled in the silent car. The boy hops over a crack in the sidewalk. Even that simple movement mirrors the way I moved at his age. At least according to the home videos my mother used to love watching. There's an energy to him, an intensity in his small face that's unmistakably familiar. I have a son. Not an abstract concept anymore. Not a possibility or a confession hanging in the air between Mary and me. A real, living, breathing child who exists in this world. Mary kneels down to help him with his backpack. An action figure design I can't quite make out, and zips up his light jacket. Her movements are practiced, loving. The affection between them radiates even from where I sit. She says something that makes him throw his head back with laughter, his entire body involved in the expression of joy. My son's laughter. A sound I've never heard before today. The weight of what I've missed crashes down on me. 4 years, first steps, first words, first everything. Moments I'll never get back. Moments I didn't even know were happening while I was attending board meetings and dating socialites, and living as if my time with Mary was just another chapter closed. They walk to her car, the boy skipping every few steps. Mary opens the back door and he climbs in. I catch a glimpse of what must be his booster seat. She leans in, probably buckling him in, her face turned away from me, but her body language speaking volumes of care and routine. This is their normal, their everyday life, a life built entirely without me. A sharp pain lances through my chest as Mary closes the door and walks around to the driver's side. I've lost so much time already. Years I can never reclaim. But I'm here now. And that boy, my son, deserves to know his father. Mary deserves... well, I'm not sure what Mary deserves, but it's not me slinking around in my car like some detective in a bad movie. No, they deserve better. Both of them. And I intend to be better for their sake.
Chapter 11. Mary. The smell of butter sizzling on the griddle fills our small kitchen as I flip another perfectly golden pancake onto Jackson's Mickey Mouse plate. Saturday mornings have become our sacred ritual, a time when I can put aside the weight of single motherhood and simply enjoy being with my son. Mommy, can I have chocolate chips in this one? Please? Jackson bounces on his knees in the kitchen chair, his wild curls still tousled from sleep. 1 chocolate chip pancake coming right up for the most handsome 4-year-old in New York City. I drop a handful of semi-sweet morsels into the batter, watching them slowly melt into tiny puddles of goodness. I'm the most handsome in the whole wide world. Jackson throws his arms up dramatically, nearly knocking over his cup of orange juice. I catch it just in time. Careful there, wild thing. And yes, you absolutely are. My heart swells looking at him. Those green eyes that light up his entire face when he smiles. Those eyes that remind me of, no, not going there. Not today. I pour more batter onto the griddle, watching the chocolate chips settle into the bubbling surface. Look, Mommy. I made a smiley face with my syrup. Jackson's delighted voice pulls me back to the present, to joy, to what matters. That's some serious pancake art, buddy. I slide the chocolate chip pancake onto his already syrup-soaked plate. Think you can handle one more? I'm starving. He pats his belly dramatically, a gesture so familiar it aches somewhere deep inside me. His father used to do the exact same thing after devouring half the menu at our favorite diner whenever we'd sneak away for a date. I turn back to the stove, taking a deep breath. Preston Huntington doesn't get to invade this moment. He doesn't get to steal 1 second of my Saturday with Jackson. Guess what, Jax? I flip my own pancake with perhaps more force than necessary. After breakfast, I thought we could head to Madison Square Park. They just fixed up the playground. The one with the big spiderweb climbing thing. His eyes widen, fork paused midway to his mouth, a drop of syrup dangling precariously. That's the one. And I heard they added some new swings too. Yes. Yes, yes. Each word punctuated by a little bounce that sends ripples through his chocolate milk. Can we bring my new racquetball? The super bouncy one you got me? Absolutely. I slide into the chair across from him with my own stack of pancakes, reaching out to wipe a smudge of syrup from his cheek. We'll pack a picnic too. Make a whole day of it. Best Saturday ever. Jackson shoves another enormous bite into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk's. I laugh, cutting into my own breakfast. Slow down there, buddy. The park isn't going anywhere. But the faster I eat, the faster we can go. His logic, while flawed, is delivered with such conviction I can't help but smile. Sunlight streams through our kitchen window, painting golden patterns across our small table. This apartment isn't much, nothing like the Huntington mansion where Preston grew up, but it's ours. Every crayon mark on the wall, every dinosaur sticker on the fridge, every bedtime story read in Jackson's room. These are the moments that matter, not the what-ifs, not the might-have-beens, not the man who suddenly decided to care after 5 years of silence. Can I wear my superhero cape to the park? Jackson asks, dragging his last bite through a puddle of syrup. Which one? The red one or the blue one with stars? Both. He throws his hands up, nearly launching his fork across the room. Whoa there, Captain Enthusiasm. I catch his wrist gently. How about just the blue one today? The red one needs washing after your puddle adventures last time. Jackson considers this with comical seriousness, his brow furrowing exactly like his father's used to when reading through complex documents. Deal. He nods decisively. But I get to bring 2 action figures instead. That seems fair. I stand, collecting our plates. Go get dressed, superhero. I'll pack us some snacks. I finish packing our picnic bag, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, apple slices, Jackson's favorite goldfish crackers, juice boxes, and a couple of water bottles, the essentials for a park day with a 4-year-old. Ready for blast-off, Space Cadet? I call toward Jackson's room. He comes racing down our narrow hallway, blue cape flowing behind him, plastic rocket in one hand, and action figures clutched in the other. Ready, Commander Mommy? Let me see that superhero outfit. I crouch to his level, pretending to inspect his mismatched outfit. Dinosaur t-shirt, blue cape, green shorts, and his light-up sneakers. Perfect. Looking good, Super Jackson. I'm the fastest and strongest. He flexes his little arm muscles, making me laugh. Don't forget your hat. The sun's out today. I grab his baseball cap from the hook by the door and place it on his curly head. Do I have to? His bottom lip juts out. Yes, you have to. Even superheroes need sun protection. I tap his nose and adjust the strap on his backpack. Now, are we ready for adventure? Adventure! He pumps his fist in the air, excitement returning instantly. The elevator in our building is notoriously slow, so we take the 4 flights of stairs down to the lobby. Jackson bounds down each step, counting loudly while I follow behind with our bags. 67 stairs! He announces triumphantly at the bottom, the same number he gets every time regardless of how many there actually are. Great counting, buddy. I push through the lobby doors, stepping into the warm morning, and then I see him. Preston Huntington stands on the sidewalk outside our building, hands shoved in the pockets of what are undoubtedly custom-tailored jeans. Even dressed casually in a simple navy button-down with the sleeves rolled up, he exudes privilege. His dark hair is perfectly styled, and those green eyes, so like Jackson's, lock onto mine immediately. My heart stutters, then races. Mary. He says my name like he's been holding his breath until this moment. Jackson tugs on my hand. Mommy, who's that? I grip Jackson's hand tighter, my protective instincts flaring. What are you doing here, Preston? I keep my voice low, controlled. How did you know where I lived? Preston takes a step closer, and I resist the urge to back away. I won't give him the satisfaction. I did some digging. He glances down at Jackson, something like wonder crossing his features. After I saw you at the party, I needed to see you again. So you what? Stalked me to my apartment? The words come out harsher than I intended, and Jackson looks up at me, confused by my tone. I wouldn't call it stalking. Preston's mouth quirks up in that half smile that used to make my knees weak. Think of it as thorough research. That's exactly what a stalker would say. I move to step around him, but he shifts, blocking our path without seeming threatening. Mary, please, I just want to talk. His eyes dart to Jackson again. I wanted to say hello. We're heading to the park. I lift my chin. We have plans. The park sounds fun. Preston crouches down to Jackson's level. Hi there, I'm an old friend of your mom's. My name's Preston. Jackson's natural shyness with strangers lasts approximately 2 seconds before his curiosity wins out. I'm Jackson. I'm 4. He holds up 4 fingers proudly. We're going to the park with the spider web you can climb. That sounds awesome, Preston says, his voice softening. I used to love climbing when I was your age. Me too. I can climb all the way to the top now. Mommy gets scared, but I'm super careful. Preston laughs, the sound rich and warm. I bet you are. That rocket looks pretty cool. Does it fly? It bounces super high. Jackson lets go of my hand to show Preston his toy, and something inside me twists painfully. They're the spitting image of each other. The same animated expressions. The same way they tilt their head when interested in something. It's like watching a time lapse of Preston's childhood, and it steals my breath. Jackson, I say, trying to keep the tremor from my voice. We should get going if we want to have time for both the playground and a picnic. Preston stands up, his eyes never leaving mine. Mind if I walk with you? Madison Square Park, right? It's on my way. It's absolutely not on his way. The Huntingtons live in the Upper East Side, in a building where the doormen wear better clothes than I do. And on the weekends and summers, they have property in the Hamptons that they use to get away from the world. But with the way he's looking at me, I can't say no. I just can't. Fine, I whisper, averting my gaze. I take Jackson's hand and squeeze. You can come? Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixavon romance. Chapter 12. Preston. I can't take my eyes off him. Jackson races ahead of us on the pathway through Madison Square Park, his blue cape fluttering behind him like a superhero in miniature. Mary walks beside me, keeping a careful distance, close enough for casual conversation, but far enough that our hands won't accidentally brush. The invisible boundary she's drawn between us is crystal clear. He's incredible, I say, watching Jackson leap over a crack in the sidewalk with exaggerated care. He is. Mary's voice softens, her eyes tracking every move our son makes. My son. The thought hits me like a physical blow. There's no doubt in my mind. Those eyes, that smile, the way he tilts his head when he's curious about something. I'm looking at a younger version of myself with Mary's beautiful curls and her expressive mouth. DNA tests would be redundant at this point. Look, Mommy! I found a stick that looks like a sword. Jackson holds up his treasure, waving it triumphantly. Wow! That's a great one, buddy. Just be careful where you point it, okay? Mary calls back, her entire face transforming with love. Jackson nods seriously before darting off toward the playground that's now visible ahead. The spider web climbing structure rises in the distance, and his pace quickens with anticipation. He has your energy, Mary says quietly, almost to herself. Always moving, always exploring. My throat tightens. Mary! Don't. She shakes her head, keeping her eyes forward. Not yet. We reach the playground and Jackson turns to us, practically vibrating with excitement. Can I go climb now? Please? Go ahead, superhero. Mary smiles, setting down her bags on a nearby bench. We'll be right here watching. Jackson doesn't need to be told twice. He races toward the climbing structure, cape billowing behind him as he joins the other children already scaling the web of ropes. Mary sits on the bench and I take the spot beside her, maintaining that careful distance. We both watch Jackson in silence for several minutes. He's fearless, climbing higher and higher with determined concentration on his face. 4 years, I finally say, my voice rougher than I intended. He's 4 years old. Mary's hands clench in her lap. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? The question comes out more accusatory than I meant it to, and I immediately regret my tone. Tell you what exactly? Her eyes flash as she turns to me. That I was pregnant after your father threatened to destroy my life? After your mother told me I wasn't good enough for her precious son? I didn't know, I say quietly. About the pregnancy. I would have... What? She cuts me off. You would have what, Preston? Defied Mommy and Daddy for the first time in your life? Chosen the house-cleaning girl over your family dynasty? Jackson shouts with glee as he reaches the top of the climbing structure, drawing our attention. Look at me! I made it to the top. Great job, buddy! Be careful coming down! Mary calls back, her voice instantly transforming from steel to warmth. I watch my son, our son, wave triumphantly from the highest point, and something breaks open inside me. He's mine, isn't he? Mary's silence stretches between us for several heartbeats. Then, almost imperceptibly, she nods. Yes, she whispers, he's yours. The confirmation sends a rush of emotions through me. Joy, grief, anger, wonder, all colliding at once. I struggle to keep my composure. I found out I was pregnant not long after we broke up, Mary continues, her voice low. I went home to my parents in North Carolina. They helped me through everything. College, working part-time, raising Jackson. You did all that on your own? The weight of what she accomplished settles on me. I didn't have much choice. Her eyes find mine, challenging. I wasn't about to come crawling back to be humiliated again. I looked for you, I admit. After you left, but you disappeared completely. That was the point. She watches Jackson as he begins climbing down. I changed my number, deleted social media, started over. And now you're back in New York. I got a good job offer. Jackson deserves the best opportunities I can give him. Her chin lifts slightly. We're doing just fine without the Huntington fortune. Jackson jumps from the bottom rung of the climbing structure and runs toward another part of the playground still full of endless energy. He has no idea who I am, does he? The realization aches somewhere deep in my chest. Mary shakes her head. How could he? Until last week, I hadn't seen you in 5 years, and I haven't told him about who his dad could be. I watch him, this perfect, vibrant child who carries my blood, as he fearlessly tackles each new playground challenge. He's everything I never knew I was missing. I want to know him, Mary, I say softly. I want to be part of his life. Mary's eyes sharpen into daggers, her vulnerability replaced by protective fury. Don't you dare make promises you can't keep, Preston. I won't have Jackson's heart broken because you're playing daddy for a day. Her words sting because they reflect a truth I've been avoiding. For years, I've let my parents dictate the direction of my life. Every major decision filtered through their approval. From college majors to career paths to the women I've dated. The puppet strings have always been there, invisible but unbreakable. He doesn't need some part-time father who disappears when mommy and daddy disapprove, Mary continues, her voice dropping to ensure Jackson can't hear from where he's now playing in the sandbox. He's already perfect without the Huntington name attached to him. That's not fair, I counter, but the defense feels hollow even to my own ears. Isn't it? She raises an eyebrow. The minute your parents found out you were seeing the help, they shut it down. And you let them. Jackson's laughter rings out across the playground as he shows another child his stick sword. The pure joy in that sound hits me like a physical force. I was 22 and stupid, I admit, but I'm not that person anymore. Mary scoffs. Really? So you've told your parents to go to hell when they've tried to control your life since then? You've dated whoever you wanted, made your own decisions. I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. Because she's right. I haven't changed nearly as much as I'd like to believe. The realization washes over me like ice water. That's what I thought, she says, her voice softening slightly. And isn't there some socialite they're pushing you to marry? I read something about that. Cecilia. Perfectly bred, perfectly coiffed. Cecilia with her country club membership and her family's 5 generations of wealth. The woman my mother has already started planning a wedding with, despite the fact I haven't even proposed. It's complicated, I mutter. It always is with your family. I watch Jackson build a lopsided sandcastle, his tongue poking out in concentration as he pats the sides just so. This child, my child, has been alive for 4 years without me. And for what? To please parents who see me as an extension of their legacy rather than a person? To avoid rocking a boat that's been sailing in the wrong direction my entire life? What if I want to uncomplicate it? I ask, surprising myself with the sudden clarity I feel. Mary looks at me sideways, skeptical. Meaning what exactly? Meaning them or you? And there's no contest. The truth of it settles in my chest, solid and unmovable. It's you and Jackson. It always should have been. She shakes her head. Don't say things you don't mean, Preston. Your family is your world. No, I say firmly. They've made themselves my world because I let them. But seeing him, I nod toward Jackson, changes everything. Until they threaten to cut you off. Until Daddy pulls your trust fund. Until Mommy cries about her broken dreams for you. Mary's voice is cutting but tinged with old pain. I won't let you waltz in and out of his life depending on how brave you're feeling that day. I'm not asking for your permission to walk away again, I say, meeting her gaze directly. I'm telling you I won't. She searches my face, looking for signs of weakness or dishonesty. And Cecilia Whitmore? What about her? A relationship my parents engineered. I run a hand through my hair. She's perfect on paper, but there's never been anything real between us. Your parents are going to lose their minds, Mary whispers, the first crack in her armor showing. The Huntingtons don't mix with people like me. That's what your mother said. The memory of my mother's casual cruelty makes my stomach turn. Then they lose me too. You say that now, but I mean it. I cut her off. But you're right about one thing. This is going to cause an eruption with my family.
Chapter 13. Mary. I stare at the spreadsheet on my monitor, the numbers blurring together as my mind drifts back to Saturday at Madison Square Park. Preston's words echo in my head. I want to believe him, but experience has taught me that what Preston says and what Preston does are often separated by the iron will of his family. The cursor blinks accusingly as I fail to make any progress on the spreadsheet. I tap my pen against the desk, remembering the way Jackson had gleefully shown Preston his superhero moves on the playground. Even without knowing who Preston was, my son had gravitated toward him, showing off with unusual enthusiasm. "This is going to cause an eruption with my family," Preston had said. No kidding. The Huntingtons had made it perfectly clear 5 years ago that a girl from the wrong side of town, especially one with my skin color, wasn't worthy of their precious heir. Now there's a grandson in the picture. I can only imagine how that bombshell will land. A knock at my door jerks me from my thoughts. "Hey, got a minute?" Austin Whitley leans against my doorframe, his casual stance belying his position as CEO. He's wearing a perfectly tailored navy suit, but his tie is loosened at the collar in that effortlessly cool way he has about him. Of course. I straighten in my chair and try to look like I haven't been daydreaming about family drama instead of working. Austin closes the door behind him and takes a seat opposite me. "How's the North Shore project coming along?" Finance is breathing down my neck for those projections. I glance at my screen, embarrassed by my lack of progress. "It's coming." Austin tilts his head, studying me with those perceptive eyes that don't miss much. "Everything okay, Mary? You've seemed a little distracted these past few days." "That noticeable, huh?" I force a smile. I make it my business to know when my best accountant isn't firing on all cylinders. He flashes that easy grin that makes him such a natural leader. Plus, your usual stack of completed work hasn't been landing on my desk with terrifying efficiency. I sigh, debating how much to share. Austin isn't just my boss. He's been incredibly supportive since hiring me, giving me flexible hours for Jackson and genuinely taking an interest in our well-being. I've got some personal stuff going on. I trace the edge of my keyboard with my finger. "Anything I can help with?" "Jackson doing okay?" "Jackson's great. It's just..." I meet his eyes, deciding to take the plunge. "I ran into someone from my past last week. Jackson's father." Austin's eyebrows shoot up. "Wow, that's significant. I didn't even know he was in the picture." He wasn't. For 4 years, he had no idea Jackson existed. I run a hand through my curls. It's Preston Huntington. The moment the name leaves my lips, Austin's expression transforms from concern to something more complex. Surprise, calculation, and a hint of wariness. "Preston Huntington," he repeats slowly, as in Huntington and Company. I nod, watching him process this information. "Well, damn." He leans back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. "That's quite a bombshell." I know you and the Huntingtons have that whole business rivalry thing going on, I say apologetically. I probably should have mentioned this during my interview, but honestly, they weren't part of our lives until literally last week. Austin waves off my concern. Your personal life is your business, Mary. I hired you because you're brilliant with numbers and have an incredible work ethic, not because of who you do or don't have connections with. His response releases some of the tension in my shoulders. Thank you. It's just complicated now. I bet. Austin leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Spencer Huntington isn't exactly known for his warm and fuzzy approach to, well, anything, including his own son. Tell me about it. The words come out more bitterly than I intended. His parents are the reason Preston and I split up in the first place. They made it very clear I wasn't Huntington material. Austin's expression hardens. Sounds about right. The Huntingtons believe bloodlines and bank accounts matter more than character or talent. And now they're about to find out they have a grandson they never knew about. I press my fingertips against my temples, feeling a headache forming. Preston wants to be part of Jackson's life, but I don't know if I can trust him to stand up to his family this time. And I won't let Jackson get hurt when the Huntingtons inevitably decide he's not good enough either. That's a tough position to be in, Austin says gently. For what it's worth, I think any family would be lucky to have you and Jackson. And if Preston can't see that, it's his loss. Thanks. I appreciate his support, even as anxiety churns in my stomach. Preston says he's willing to defy his family this time. That seeing Jackson changes everything. And you're not convinced? 5 years ago, he let his parents run me off without a fight. I shrug, trying to appear more nonchalant than I feel. Old habits die hard, especially with family like the Huntingtons. Austin nods thoughtfully. Well, for Jackson's sake, I hope Preston proves you wrong. And for what it's worth, having the Huntingtons as in-laws, he gives an exaggerated shudder. Talk about a nightmare scenario. I can't help but laugh at his candor. What, you're not a fan of Spencer's famous 3-hour lectures on proper investment strategy? I'd rather get a root canal. Austin grins, then grows more serious. Austin drums his fingers lightly on my desk, his expression shifting to that analytical look he gets when tackling complex business problems. Look, Mary, I've dealt with the Huntingtons enough to know they play hardball. If Preston is serious about being in Jackson's life, there could be legal implications you'll want to prepare for. My stomach drops. Legal implications? You think they'd try to take Jackson? I'm not saying that's their first move. But wealthy families like the Huntingtons tend to believe their resources give them certain entitlements. He straightens his already perfectly straight tie. Rich people have a way of thinking they can buy anything. Or anyone. Jackson isn't for sale, I say, heat rising in my voice. Of course not. But it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. Austin leans forward. I have connections with some top-notch family law attorneys. They owe me favors and would work pro bono for you if it comes to that. The knot in my chest loosens slightly at his offer. Austin, I couldn't possibly. You absolutely could. His tone brooks no argument. Consider it job security insurance. Having my best accountant distracted by legal battles isn't good for business. I recognize his attempt to frame his generosity as self-interest, but the warmth in his eyes gives him away. Besides, he adds with a wry smile, any opportunity to stick it to Spencer Huntington is one I'll gladly take. Despite my anxiety, I laugh. Your rivalry runs that deep, huh? Let's just say Spencer and I have fundamentally different ideas about how business should be done. Austin stands, straightening his jacket. I'll email you the contact information. These lawyers are sharks, but they'll be your sharks. I hope I don't need them, I say, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Preston says he's changed, that he wants to do right by Jackson. For your sake and Jackson's. I hope that's true. Austin pauses at my door. But remember, people show you who they are in difficult moments. 5 years ago, Preston showed you something important. Just keep your eyes open this time. After he leaves, I stare at my screen again, his words echoing in my mind. I want to believe Preston has changed, but can people really transform so fundamentally? Or does privilege and family expectation always win out in the end? I pull out my phone, staring at the text Preston sent this morning. Thinking about our little superhero today. Can't wait to see you both again. Such simple words shouldn't make my heart flutter, yet here I am, smiling at my screen like a lovesick teenager. I put the phone down and press my palms against my eyes. This is dangerous territory. I've built a life for Jackson and me, a stable, happy life without the Huntington drama. Now I'm standing at the edge of a precipice, contemplating a blind leap back into that world. What's worse is that tiny, traitorous spark of hope flickering in my chest, the one that whispers maybe, just maybe, Preston and I could find our way back to each other. That Jackson could have the family I always dreamed of giving him. I shake my head, trying to dislodge these foolish thoughts. Preston may want to be in Jackson's life, but that doesn't mean he wants me back. And even if he did, could I trust him not to break both our hearts again when his parents inevitably oppose our relationship? My phone buzzes with a new email. Austin's promised attorney contacts. The sight of those law firm names, each more prestigious than the last, sends a chill through me. This isn't a romantic comedy. It's real life with real stakes. Jackson's well-being hangs in the balance. I run my finger over Jackson's smiling face in the framed photo on my desk. He has Preston's eyes. I've always known that. Now those eyes might be looking at him from across a courtroom if things go badly. Please mean it this time. I whisper to Preston's invisible presence. I turn back to my spreadsheet, forcing myself to focus on the numbers that have always made sense to me, even when nothing else does. But even as I work, the anxiety gnaws at me. Somewhere across town, Preston is preparing to drop a bombshell on his parents, and I have no idea whether he'll stand tall in the explosion or take cover like before.
Chapter 14. Preston. The chef places the second course, a perfectly seared scallop dish with a champagne beurre blanc, on the dining table before quietly retreating to the kitchen. Through the windows of my penthouse, New York City's skyline twinkles like a sea of stars beneath us. But even this spectacular view fails to ease the tension building in my chest. Across from me, Cecilia dabs her lips with a napkin, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light from the chandelier. She's wearing a sleek black dress that looks smooth to touch, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders in practiced waves. "Your father called me yesterday," she says, reaching for her wine glass. "He mentioned the Harrisons' benefit gala next month. Apparently we're seated at the main table with your parents." Her lips curl into a satisfied smile. "I think that's a sign, don't you?" I set down my fork, the scallop suddenly tasting like sawdust in my mouth. "A sign of what?" "Don't be coy, Preston." She laughs lightly, the sound practiced and musical. "Spencer doesn't seat just anyone at their table. I think he's dropping hints about our future." Her eyes sparkle with excitement. "My mother is practically planning the wedding already." The wine turns sour on my tongue. This dinner was supposed to be when I told Cecilia about Mary and Jackson, but I've been stalling, pushing food around my plate while she chatters about society events and mutual friends. "Cecilia, we need to talk." She must hear something in my voice because her expression shifts, eyes narrowing slightly. That sounds ominous. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately." I push my plate away and lean forward, elbows on the table. About my life, what I want, where I'm headed. And her smile freezes in place, but I notice how her fingers tighten around the stem of her wine glass. "I can't marry you. The words come out more bluntly than I intended. Cecilia blinks, her perfect composure slipping for just a moment before she recovers. I don't recall being proposed to yet. Her attempt at lightness falls flat. You know what I mean? Everyone's been pushing us in that direction for years. My parents, your parents. The whole damn Upper East Side has us practically engaged. And that's not what you want? Her voice has gone very quiet. No. I take a deep breath. It's never been what I truly wanted. Her face pales, making her red lipstick stand out like a wound. We've known each other for so long, Preston. Her voice trembles slightly. You never indicated you felt this way. I know, and I'm sorry for that. I should have been honest sooner. I run a hand through my hair. I got caught up in expectations, mine, my family's, society's. It was easier to go along with it than to admit the truth. Cecilia sets down her wine glass so forcefully that red liquid sloshes over the rim, staining the white tablecloth. What exactly is the truth, Preston? That you've been stringing me along? Using me as some sort of placeholder while you figured out your life trajectory? That's not fair. Fair? She laughs, a brittle sound that holds no humor. What's not fair is letting me believe we had a future together. We make sense, Preston. Everyone sees it but you, apparently. She leans forward, her perfectly manicured nails digging into the tablecloth. What changed? What could possibly have happened to make you throw away something this perfect? I meet her gaze directly. I have a son. The silence that follows is absolute. Even the ambient sounds of the city seem to fade away as Cecilia stares at me, her expression cycling through shock, disbelief, and something closer to horror. A son, she repeats flatly. Since when? Since 4 years ago. I just found out last week. I take a large swallow of wine. His mother is someone I was involved with before we started seeing each other. Someone significant to me. Significant. Her voice has gone cold. And who is this significant woman who suddenly reappeared with a convenient child? Her name is Mary. And she didn't just reappear with Jackson. I ran into them by chance. She never told me she was pregnant. Cecilia's eyes narrow. Mary? Not that charity case cleaner girl your parents despised? The dismissive tone sparks something protective in me. Don't talk about her like that. Oh my God! Cecilia pushes back from the table, standing abruptly. You're still in love with her. I don't deny it, which seems to be answer enough. Your parents will never accept this, she says, grabbing her purse. You realize that, right? Spencer and Miranda would rather disown you than welcome some random woman and her illegitimate child into the family. He's my son, Cecilia. And I don't care what my parents think anymore. She stares at me, and for a moment beneath the anger, I catch a glimpse of genuine hurt. We could have had everything together, Preston. Everything. I know. I stand too, but make no move to approach her. But it wouldn't have been real. Not for me. You'll regret this. Her voice shakes with emotion. When your family turns their back on you, when you realize what you've thrown away, you'll regret this moment. I don't care what my parents might do to me anymore, Cecilia. My voice remains steady, despite the storm of emotions raging inside me. I already let them ruin my life once by driving Mary away. I won't allow it to happen again. Cecilia paces in front of the window, her silhouette sharp against the glittering skyline. Her perfect composure is cracking, revealing the raw anger beneath. You're throwing away everything. Your position, your inheritance, your future, for some fling from years ago and a kid you've known about for what? A week? She whirls to face me, disbelief written across her features. The Preston I know wouldn't be this reckless. Maybe you never really knew me. I rest my hands on the back of my chair, gripping the leather until my knuckles turn white. Or maybe I've changed. Finding out about Jackson, it shifts your perspective on what matters. Oh, spare me the sudden paternal awakening. Her laugh is sharp as broken glass. You've never even mentioned wanting children with me. Because it wasn't real, Cecilia. The truth spills out, impossible to contain any longer. We look good together at galas. We make sense on paper. Our families get along. But there's no passion, no connection that goes deeper than surface-level compatibility. Her face flushes with anger. How dare you decide what I feel? What we have? I'm only speaking for myself. I shake my head, suddenly exhausted by the charade we've maintained for so long. Look me in the eye and tell me you're genuinely in love with me, not the idea of me or what I represent. She opens her mouth, then closes it, her silence more revealing than any protest could be. One day, Cecilia, you might have children of your own. My tone softens slightly, and when you do, you'll understand the lengths a parent will go to protect their child. Nothing else will matter. Not money, not status, not what anyone else thinks. Just them. So that's it. Her voice quivers between anger and disbelief. Years of our lives reduced to nothing because some woman from your past showed up with a kid. Mary didn't show up with anything. She built a life for our son without any help from me or my family's money. She put herself through school, got a degree in accounting, made something of herself despite what my parents did to her. Pride surges through me unexpectedly. And Jackson, he's incredible, Cecilia. Smart, funny, curious about everything. He deserves to know his father. And your parents? Her tone turns calculating. You really think Spencer will just smile and welcome this woman back into your life? Accept this child as his grandson? You know how much the Huntington legacy means to him. The thought of my father's reaction sends a cold spike of anxiety through me, but it doesn't change my resolve. I can't control how they'll react, but I won't let their prejudice dictate my life anymore, not when my son is involved. You're being naive. She crosses her arms, her diamond bracelet catching the light. You have no idea what you're up against. Maybe. I shrug, but I'd rather face that than continue living a lie. Cecilia stares at me for a long moment, her blue eyes icy with contempt. She grabs her coat from the back of her chair with a sharp, angry movement. Go to hell, Preston. She spits the words like venom. You, your cleaning lady, and your bastard son can rot there together. I expect her words to cut deep, to provoke the anger or guilt they're clearly intended to. Instead, I feel oddly calm, as if a weight has lifted from my shoulders. The relief of honesty, of finally choosing my own path, outweighs any sting her insults might carry. I'm sorry it ended this way, I say simply. Save your apologies. She stalks toward the door, heels striking the floor like exclamation points. You'll be making plenty more when you realize what you've thrown away. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the wine glasses on the table. I sink back into my chair, exhaling slowly, surprised by how unfazed I feel by her dramatic exit. The only emotion stirring in my chest is impatience, to see Mary again, to hold my son, to begin the life I should have fought for years ago.
Chapter 15. Mary. The scent of melted cheese and tomato sauce fills our small apartment as I set the pizza box on the coffee table. Jackson bounces on his toes beside me, practically vibrating with excitement. Is it pepperoni and olive? Did you remember? My son's eyes are wide with anticipation. Half pepperoni and olive for you, half supreme for the grown-ups. I ruffle his hair. And yes, I asked them to put extra cheese on the whole thing. Yes! Jackson pumps his little fist in the air just as a knock sounds at the door. He gasps, whipping around. Is that Preston? Is he here? Why don't you go check? I suggest, trying not to smile too broadly at his enthusiasm. Jackson sprints to the door, sliding across our worn hardwood floor in his socks. "Who is it?" he calls out, following our safety rule. "It's Preston," comes the deep voice from the other side. Jackson throws me a quick look, seeking permission. "Go ahead," I nod. "Remember to use the step stool, I know." He's already dragging the small wooden stool over to peek through the peephole. It's him. It's him. My heart does a strange little flip as Jackson unlocks the door and Preston steps inside. He's dressed casually in jeans and a navy Henley that stretches across his broad shoulders. In one hand, he holds a gift bag with colorful tissue paper sprouting from the top. "Preston." Jackson's entire face lights up. "You came back." "Of course I did." Preston crouches down to Jackson's level, something I've noticed he does instinctively. "I promised, didn't I? And I always keep my promises." The weight of those words settles between us as our eyes meet over Jackson's head. There's history there, promises broken and trust shattered, but also something new growing, a fragile bridge being rebuilt word by word, visit by visit. "Is that for me?" Jackson points to the gift bag, breaking the moment. "Jackson," I chide gently. "Don't be rude." Preston laughs, standing back up. "It's fine." He hands the bag to Jackson. "And yes, this is for you. Just a little something I thought you might like." I raise an eyebrow. "Another gift?" "You've brought something every time you visited this week." Monday was a wooden train set. Wednesday was dinosaur encyclopedias that Jackson now keeps beside his bed. Preston shrugs, not looking the least bit apologetic. "I've got 4 years to make up for." The simple honesty in his statement catches me off guard. He's not being flashy or trying to buy affection. He's genuinely trying to bridge the gap of time that separated him from his son. Jackson tears into the bag with the single-minded focus only a 4-year-old can achieve. "Whoa, Mom, look." He pulls out a child-sized astronomy kit with a real telescope and star maps. "It's for looking at the stars." "Preston," I murmur, touched by how perfectly he's captured one of Jackson's newest obsessions. You didn't have to." He mentioned the stars when I was here on Wednesday. Preston's eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. "Said he was trying to see them through your bathroom window with toilet paper tubes." "The pizza's getting cold," I say, changing the subject before the emotion rising in my throat becomes obvious. "Let's eat first, then maybe we can try out that telescope later if it's clear outside." Jackson reluctantly sets the telescope aside, but his excitement doesn't dim. As we settle around the coffee table, our small dining table is currently covered with Jackson's art projects. I watch Preston fold his tall frame onto one of our floor cushions without complaint. "Did you know pizza was invented in Italy?" Jackson announces, reaching for a slice that's definitely too big for him. "And the cheese melts at 490 degrees. "Is that right?" Preston helps fold the slice to make it manageable for Jackson's small hands. "You're pretty smart about pizza facts." "I know lots of things." Jackson nods solemnly. "I'm very intelligent." Preston catches my eye, his mouth twitching with suppressed laughter. I wonder where he gets that confidence from. "Certainly not from his mother," I say dryly, taking a slice for myself. "Oh, I don't know about that." Preston's gaze softens. I seem to remember someone who never backed down from an argument, even when facing down the entire Huntington clan. A rush of warmth spreads through me at the memory, not of the arguments with his family, but of how Preston would look at me then, with that same mix of admiration and warmth I see now. "Mom makes the best faces when she argues." Jackson contributes helpfully. Tomato sauce, already smeared across his cheek. "Her eyebrows go all..." He demonstrates by pushing his own eyebrows together dramatically. "I do not look like that," I protest, but both males in the room are already laughing. "You kinda do," Preston teases, his green eyes dancing with mirth. especially when you're about to make a point you know you're right about. I roll my eyes, trying not to smile too hard at the teasing. The easy banter between Jackson and Preston feels so natural that it catches me off guard. For two people who've only known each other for about a week, they've fallen into a rhythm that makes my chest ache with something between happiness and caution. You two are ganging up on me already? That didn't take long. I reach for a napkin and lean over to wipe the sauce from Jackson's cheek. Not ganging up, Jackson protests, ducking my napkin assault with the agility of a practiced sauce dodger. Just making observations. That's what scientists do. Oh, so you're a scientist now? I managed to capture his chin long enough to clean his face. Jackson nods firmly. Yep, a pizza scientist. And a star scientist with my new telescope. He takes another massive bite of his slice, then turns to Preston with sauce once again decorating his chin. Are you always going to come over more now? The question hangs in the air, deceptively simple but loaded with meaning. Preston pauses mid-bite, his eyes flicking to mine. I try to keep my face neutral, though my heart pounds a rapid beat against my ribs. Preston sets his pizza down carefully on his plate. Well, buddy, I'm going to try to be around as much as I can. Because I want to be. His words are measured, careful. He doesn't offer false promises or grand declarations, just honest intention. I appreciate that he doesn't look to me for approval or permission, treating Jackson's question with the seriousness it deserves. Good. Jackson nods decisively, completely unaware of the complex emotional current running between the adults. Because you're the best. Preston's expression softens. Thanks, buddy. Well, second best, Jackson amends with a loyal glance my way. Mom's the best. Can't argue with that. Preston agrees, his eyes finding mine across the small space between us. The sincerity in his gaze makes my stomach flutter in a way I'd rather not acknowledge. I focus on my pizza, suddenly fascinated by the pattern of toppings. Eat your dinner, Jax. It's getting cold. We finish our meal with Jackson dominating the conversation, bouncing between topics with the erratic energy of a pinball. Preston follows every word, asking questions at the right moments, his face animated with genuine interest. It's not performative. I've seen enough fake adult interest in my kid to spot the difference. After dinner, Jackson scoots closer to Preston on the floor cushion, practically leaning against his side. My throat tightens at the sight. My cautious, sometimes shy little boy has decided Preston is safe, and once Jackson decides someone belongs in his inner circle, he goes all in with his affection. Will you read me a story? Jackson asks, looking up at Preston with those big, hopeful eyes that I've never been able to resist. Jackson, Preston might be tired. I start, not wanting to impose. I'd love to. Preston interrupts, his smile easy and genuine. Got a favorite book? Jackson jumps up, all boundless energy. Yes, I'll go get it. Don't move. He races toward his bedroom, sock feet sliding on the hardwood. No running in the house, I call after him, though it's a lost cause. Sorry if that's overstepping, Preston says quietly once Jackson is out of earshot. I should have checked with you first. It's fine. I gather our plates, needing something to do with my hands. He's your son too. You don't need permission for story time. Preston's expression shifts, a look of wonder crossing his face at my words. It strikes me that this might be the first time I've explicitly acknowledged his fatherhood without qualification or bitterness. Jackson returns before Preston can respond, clutching his current obsession, a large picture book about the solar system. He plops down between us, opening the book across both their laps. This one's my favorite, Jackson explains, positioning himself comfortably against Preston's side. It has real pictures from NASA. Excellent choice, Preston agrees, his arm naturally curling around Jackson's small shoulders as they lean over the colorful pages together. The sight of them, dark heads bent together, matching profiles illuminated by the warm lamplight, steals my breath. They look so right together, a visual echo confirming what DNA has already written.
Chapter 16. Preston. I watch Mary close Jackson's bedroom door, leaving it cracked just enough for a sliver of hallway light to slip through. My chest feels full in a way I can't quite articulate. Watching her with our son, her patience, her firm but gentle guidance, the obvious love between them. It's humbling and awe-inspiring all at once. "He's out like a light," Mary whispers as she joins me in the small kitchen where I'm rinsing our dishes. "That telescope really wore him out. Thank you for that, by the way. You didn't need to go so extravagant." "I wanted to." I place the last plate in the drying rack and dry my hands on a dish towel. "He's fascinated by space." His eyes lit up when he saw Saturn's rings. Mary leans against the counter, arms crossed loosely. The kitchen is cramped enough that I can smell her perfume, something light and floral that takes me right back to stolen moments and late nights that turned into something else entirely. "You're good with him," she says quietly. "It's surprising how natural you two are together. DNA is a powerful thing." I shrug, moving to lean against the opposite counter. Even with this distance between us, the kitchen feels intimate, the small space forcing a closeness we've been dancing around all week. "It's more than DNA." Mary tucks a curl behind her ear, a gesture so familiar it makes my heart ache. He doesn't warm up to people quickly. "Like his mother." The words slip out before I can think better of them. Her eyes flash up to mine, lips parting slightly. I warm up just fine to the right people. The air between us shifts, charged suddenly with something more than co-parenting politeness. We've been so careful this past week, focusing on Jackson, keeping conversations easy and light. But now, with our son asleep and no buffer between us, the current that's always existed pulls stronger. "Do you remember that tiny kitchen in your old apartment?" I ask, stepping slightly closer. "The one where you couldn't open the refrigerator if someone was standing at the sink?" A slow smile spreads across her face. "You used to complain about it constantly." I did not. "You did too." She uncrosses her arms. "You said, and I quote, 'This kitchen is a crime against humanity.' Well, it was." I take another step, closing the distance between us. But I also remember it had other benefits. Mary's breath catches, such as the proximity. One more step and I'm standing directly in front of her, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. Hard to avoid touching when there's nowhere to go. "Preston." Her voice carries a note of warning, but she doesn't move away. I reach up slowly, giving her time to stop me, and brush my thumb across her cheekbone. Her skin is as soft as I remember. "I've missed you, Mary. Every damn day for 5 years. Her eyes flutter closed at my touch. "We can't just pick up where we left off." I know. I let my hand drift down to cup her jaw. "But I can't pretend I don't still want you. That would be the biggest lie I've ever told." When her eyes open again, they're darker, pupils dilated. She wets her lips, and the simple gesture nearly breaks my control. "This is complicated." "It is." My other hand finds her waist, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin cotton of her t-shirt. "Tell me to stop, and I will." Instead of answering, she leans forward and presses her lips to mine. 5 years disappear in an instant. The soft pressure of her mouth against mine feels like coming home after a long, exhausting journey. I respond immediately, deepening the kiss, my hand sliding from her jaw to the back of her neck. Mary makes a small noise in the back of her throat that I feel more than hear, and it breaks the last of my restraint. I press her against the counter, my body flush against hers. Her arms wrap around my neck, fingers threading through my hair. The kiss turns hungry, desperate, Years of absence fueling a need that burns through my veins like wildfire. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 17. Mary. I float into Whitley Enterprises on Monday morning, my steps lighter than they've been in years. The weekend with Preston feels like a dream, one I've been replaying in my head on loop since he reluctantly left my apartment Sunday afternoon. The security guard at the front desk does a double take as I breeze past. "Morning, Mary." Someone's in a good mood today. "Just enjoying this beautiful day, Carl." I gesture toward the windows where rain pelts against the glass in sheets. "Gorgeous, isn't it?" He chuckles, shaking his head as I make my way to the elevator. Inside, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirrored wall and barely recognize the woman staring back. My face has a healthy glow, my eyes are bright, and there's a smile playing at my lips that I can't seem to suppress. The doors slide open on the accounting floor, and I weave through the maze of cubicles toward my desk, coffee in hand. My mind drifts back to Saturday night, and Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon with Preston. The way his hands felt on my skin after all these years. The way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the world. And Jackson loved spending the extra time with Preston, too. Well. I startle at the voice, nearly spilling coffee on my blouse. Zoe leans against my cubicle entrance, arms crossed, eyebrows raised to her hairline. Her glasses slip down her nose as she studies me with disturbing intensity. "What?" I set my coffee down, trying to arrange my face into something less revealing. "Don't what me?" She slips into my cubicle, perching on the edge of my desk. "You got laid." I choke on air. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." Zoe leans forward, lowering her voice. "You're practically glowing. And don't think I didn't notice you're wearing your power suit today." I glance down at my navy pencil skirt and matching blazer. "I wear this all the time." "You wear it when you feel good about yourself." "And honey, you clearly feel amazing about yourself right now." She taps a perfectly manicured nail on my desk. "So, who's the lucky guy?" Heat creeps down my body as I turn on my computer, avoiding her gaze. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Mary Reese." Zoe's tone brooks no argument. "We've been friends for a while now." I know when something's different. It's just, I trail off, unsure how to explain. How do I tell her that the father of my child, the man who broke my heart 5 years ago, is suddenly back in my life? That we spent the weekend rediscovering each other in every possible way? "Oh my God." Zoe's eyes widen. "It's serious, isn't it? You're not just doing that casual thing you tried with, what's his name from IT? "Kyle," I supply automatically. "And no, this isn't like that." "So there is a guy." I sigh, knowing she won't let up. "It's complicated." "The good ones always are." She reaches over and squeezes my hand. "But clearly whatever's happening is working for you. I haven't seen you this happy since..." She pauses, thinking. "Actually, I don't think I've ever seen you this happy." The truth of her words hits me. For all the complications, all the potential heartbreak lurking around the corner, being with Preston again feels right in a way nothing else has. "It's early days," I say finally. "I don't want to jinx it." Zoe mimes, zipping her lips. "Your secret's safe with me. But when you're ready to dish, I'll bring the wine." She slides off my desk and backs away with an exaggerated wink that makes me laugh despite myself. Left alone, I try to focus on the spreadsheet opening on my screen. but my mind keeps drifting. Preston's promised to pick Jackson up from school today so I can stay late to work on the Henderson account. Such a simple thing, co-parenting, and yet it feels monumental after years of doing everything alone. Last night after Jackson was asleep, Preston called. We talked for hours, like we used to, about everything and nothing. His voice in my ear, deep and intimate, made the distance between my apartment and his penthouse feel non-existent. The cursor blinks on my screen, reminding me I'm at work, not in a romance novel. With a decisive click, I open the Henderson file and force my brain into accounting mode. Numbers, spreadsheets, quarterly projections. These make sense. These don't come with complicated feelings and the potential for heartbreak. Yet even as I lose myself in columns of figures, a part of me remains suspended in the weekend's afterglow, walking on clouds despite the pouring rain outside. I manage to stay focused on work until lunchtime when my phone buzzes with a text from Preston. Jackson said he wants dinosaur chicken nuggets for dinner. Is that a regular thing, or is he testing me? My lips curve into a smile as I type back. Mondays and Thursdays are dinosaur days. He's not playing you. This time? 3 dots appear then. Good to know. I've got a lot of catching up to do on the Jackson rulebook. Something warm unfurls in my chest at his words. The Preston I knew years ago would have never bothered to ask about such details. This version pays attention to the little things that make our son happy. I set my phone down, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach. This is dangerous territory. The logical part of my brain, the part that got me through 4 years of single motherhood, through college classes with a baby on my hip, through building a life from nothing. That part is waving red flags, setting off sirens. Don't do this, Mary. Don't fall for him again. But the warning comes too late. I'm already tumbling, free-falling back into the gravity of Preston Huntington. Earth to Mary, Zoe calls, appearing at my cubicle entrance with a salad in one hand and a sandwich in the other. Lunch in the break room? Or are you too busy daydreaming about your mystery man? I grab my lunch bag from my desk drawer. I'm coming. And he's not a mystery man. So now you openly admit there is a man. She points her sandwich at me triumphantly as we walk. I never denied it, I counter, following her into the break room. I just said it's complicated. We settle at the far table, away from the cluster of IT guys arguing about some superhero movie. Zoe unwraps her sandwich with surgical precision. Define complicated, she says, taking a bite. I pick at my salad, searching for the right words. He's someone from my past, someone I thought was out of my life for good. An ex? Her eyebrows shoot up. Girl, that's not complicated. That's a warning label. It's not like that. I spear a cherry tomato with unnecessary force. He's Jackson's father. Zoe freezes mid-chew. She swallows hard. The father who wasn't in the picture? That father. He didn't know about Jackson. The admission feels both like a relief and a betrayal. His family made sure of that. I give her the abbreviated version, the whirlwind romance, the pregnancy, the rejection from his family, the reunion at the young professionals' night. And now he wants to be in Jackson's life? Just like that? Suspicion colors her voice. And mine, I add quietly. He wants us to be a family. Zoe sets down her sandwich, her expression shifting from skeptical to concerned. Mary, honey, are you sure about this? Men like that, rich guys with powerful families, they don't exactly have the best track records with commitment. He's different now. Even as I say it, I wonder if I'm trying to convince her or myself. You should see him with Jackson. It's like they've known each other forever. And what happens when his family finds out? The same family that sent you packing 5 years ago? The question lands like a stone in my stomach, It's the same one that keeps me up at night, even after Preston's promises, even after the passion of the weekend. I don't know. I admit. But Jackson deserves to know his father. And Preston deserves to know his son. And what do you deserve, Mary? Zoe's eyes bore into mine. Do you deserve to have your heart broken twice by the same man? I push my salad away, appetite vanishing. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The rest of the day crawls by. I'm mechanical in my work, going through the motions while my mind keeps circling back to Preston, to Jackson, to the fragile possibility of the family I've always wanted. By 5 o'clock, I've made no progress on the Henderson account. I text Preston that I'll be late, and his response is immediate. Take your time. Jax and I are making the spaghetti and nuggets. Well, I'm making it. He's mostly spraying water everywhere and calling it helping. I picture them in Preston's sleek modern kitchen, Jackson standing on a chair, wielding a wooden spoon like a conductor's baton. Preston's expensive clothes splattered with tomato sauce. The image makes my heart ache with longing. I want this to work. I want to trust that Preston won't leave again, that his family won't tear us apart, that the three of us can build something lasting from the ashes of what came before. But trust is a muscle I haven't exercised in years. At least not with men, not with love. It's atrophied from disuse, weak and unreliable. But deep down, I want to trust Preston, so I'm willing to give him this chance. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 18. Preston. I stretch out on my living room couch, feet propped on the coffee table, scrolling through photos on my phone. Each swipe reveals another moment from the past few days. Jackson with chocolate ice cream smeared across his grinning face. Mary laughing as our son attempts a cartwheel in the park. The three of us squeezed together for a selfie at the Children's Museum. 4 days since that weekend with Mary. 4 days of feeling like a family. 4 days of wondering how the hell I survived 5 years without them. The penthouse feels empty without Jackson's boundless energy and Mary's warm presence. Too pristine, too cold. A stark contrast to Mary's apartment with its cheerful clutter and evidence of life in every corner. My thumb hovers over Mary's contact. It's only been 3 hours since I dropped Jackson off at preschool and kissed Mary goodbye outside her office building. But already I'm itching to hear her voice. Pathetic, Huntington. You've turned into a lovesick teenager. The thing is, I don't care. For the first time in my life, I'm choosing what matters to me, not what's expected of me. Mary and Jackson matter. Everything else, the family business, my parents' approval, society's expectations, all of it pales in comparison. A sharp, insistent buzz interrupts my thoughts. The doorbell, not a polite press, but someone leaning on it. I set my phone down, frowning. The security desk hasn't announced any visitors, which means it's either an emergency or my mother. I open the door to find Miranda Huntington standing in the hallway, her posture rigid, lips pressed into a thin line. Without waiting for an invitation, she brushes past me into the penthouse. Mother. What a surprise, I say, closing the door. To what do I owe the pleasure? She turns, eyes flashing with barely contained fury. How dare you? You'll need to be more specific. I keep my voice calm, though my pulse quickens. Something's happened. Something's changed. Cecilia called me in tears this morning. She stalks across the living room, her heels clicking sharply on the hardwood. She said you've broken things off with her. I exhale slowly. So that's what this is about. I ended things with Cecilia because it wasn't working out. Wasn't working out? She repeats my words like they're in a foreign language. You were perfectly matched. Her family is connected to everyone who matters in this city. The Whitmores have been our friends for decades. I wasn't in love with her. Love, she scoffs. What does love have to do with building the right alliances for your future? With protecting the Huntington legacy? I move to the window, looking out at the Manhattan skyline. 5 years ago, I'd have backed down. 5 years ago, I let them dictate my life and lost everything that mattered. Not this time. Everything, I say, turning to face her. Love has everything to do with it. My mother's eyes narrow. What aren't you telling me, Preston? The moment stretches between us, taut as a wire. I could lie, could fabricate something that would appease her temporarily, but I'm done with pretense. I've reconnected with Mary Reese. The color drains from her face. What did you say? Mary, I found her again. A smile tugs at my lips, despite the tension. And something else you should know. I have a son. A son? She staggers slightly, gripping the back of the sofa for support. That girl trapped you with a dash. Choose your next words very carefully, I cut in, voice dropping to a dangerous register. That girl is the mother of my child. She straightens, composing herself. This is unacceptable, Preston. Absolutely unacceptable. I'm not asking for your permission. Do you have any idea what this will do to our family? To our reputation? To the business? Her voice rises with each question. That woman is not suitable for someone of your position. She never was. That woman has more integrity in her little finger than most of the people in our social circle have in their entire bodies. My hands clench at my sides. She raised our son alone while putting herself through college. She's brilliant, strong, and everything I want. You're throwing away your future for what? Some fling from the past? A child who might not even be yours? The accusation hits like a physical blow. Jackson is my son. One look at him and there's no question. But if it makes you feel better, I'll gladly take a paternity test. This is that girl's doing. She paces the room like a caged animal. She's manipulating you, using this child to worm her way into our family, into our money. I laugh, the sound harsh and humorless. Mary doesn't want our money. She never did, unlike Cecilia, who's been eyeing the Huntington fortune since day one. How dare you speak about Cecilia that way? Mother's voice rises to a shout. She comes from one of the finest families in New York. She understands our world, our obligations. I don't give a damn about our world or its obligations anymore. I step closer, meeting her fury head on. I care about my son, and I care about Mary. One day, I'm going to marry her, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The crack of her palm against my cheek echoes through the penthouse. Heat blooms across my skin, but I don't flinch. Don't even blink. Just meet her gaze with steady determination as she pulls her hand back, trembling with rage. You ungrateful, disrespectful disgrace, she hisses, each word dripping with venom. After everything we've done for you. After all the opportunities we've provided. This is how you repay us? I touch my fingers to my cheek, feeling the sting of her slap. The first time she struck me since I was a teenager. Back then, it would have devastated me. Now it only hardens my resolve. Are you finished? I ask, my voice dangerously calm. No, I am not finished. She stalks around the living room, designer heels stabbing into my hardwood floor. This behavior is completely unacceptable. Throwing away a perfect match like Cecilia for some nobody with a bastard child. The word bastard ignites something primal in me. My vision narrows, pulse thundering in my ears. That's my son you're talking about. My words come out as a growl. My child. Your grandson. She waves her hand dismissively. We'll make sure you learn a lesson from this, Preston. Your father will cut you off completely. No access to the family funds, no position at Huntington and Company. Is that what you want? To throw away generations of legacy for some fling from the past? A laugh escapes me, genuine amusement at how little she understands, how little she knows about what matters. I'm not a child anymore, Mother. I cross my arms, planting my feet firmly. I don't need your approval or your money. I've built my own portfolio. I've established my own reputation in this industry. If Father wants to push me out of the company, that's his choice, but it'll hurt Huntington and Company far more than it'll hurt me. Her eyes widen slightly. She hadn't considered that I've been planning for independence, quietly building my own investments over the years. And if I want to marry Mary, which I do, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. With or without your blessing. Marry her. Mother looks physically ill at the prospect, pressing her manicured hand to her chest. You can't possibly be serious. What about your position in society? What about our friends, our connections? I move to the bar and pour myself 2 fingers of whiskey, taking a slow sip before answering. The burn in my throat matches the lingering sting on my cheek. Those friends and connections didn't keep me warm at night. They didn't make me laugh until my sides hurt. They didn't give me a son who looks at me like I hung the moon. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass. Your approval used to mean everything to me. 5 years ago, I let you and Father dictate who I could love. I lost Mary because of it. Lost years with my son that I can never get back. This is absurd. She reaches for her phone. I'm calling your father right now. He'll talk some sense into you. Go ahead. I take another sip, savoring the smoky flavor. Call him. Put him on speaker. I'll tell him exactly what I've told you. Her fingers tremble slightly as she punches the number, her breathing uneven. I can see her struggling to process this, that her perfectly controlled son, her pawn in the family's social chess game, is refusing to play anymore. I can hardly comprehend this rebellion, she mutters while waiting for the call to connect. After all we've invested in you, after all we've sacrificed, your father and I will not stand for this. We will not allow you to throw away everything for some gold-digging... Like I said before, choose your next words carefully, I interrupt, voice dropping to a dangerous register. Because they might be the last ones you ever speak about the woman I love. She pulls back slightly, some primal instinct recognizing the threat in my tone. Your father will hear about this, she says, ending the call before it connects. He'll straighten you out. I drain my glass and set it down with a decisive clink. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what any of you think. My family, my real family, is Mary and Jackson, and nothing you say or do will change that.
Chapter 19. Mary. The spreadsheet on my screen blurs as I stare at the columns of numbers. I've been cross-checking these accounts for an hour, but my mind keeps drifting back to this morning. Preston's goodbye kiss, tasting of coffee and promise, the way Jackson waved from his classroom door, his little backpack nearly as big as he is. For the first time in 5 years, everything feels right. Scary right, perfect right. The kind of right that makes me want to hold my breath, afraid I'll shatter it if I exhale. My phone buzzes with a text from Preston. Miss you already? Dinner tonight? A smile spreads across my face as I type back. It's been 4 hours since you saw me. Clingy much? His response is immediate. Very. Should I be embarrassed? Nope, I like it. And yes to dinner. I set my phone down, still smiling, when my desk phone rings. Mary Reese. I tucked the receiver between my shoulder and ear, returning my attention to the spreadsheet. Mary, it's Cynthia from Mr. Whitley's office. Austin's executive assistant's crisp voice comes through the line. He'd like to see you in his office as soon as possible. My stomach does a little flip. Did he say what it's about? Just that it's personal, not work-related. Her tone softened slightly. Nothing to worry about, I'm sure. But there's something in her voice that makes me think otherwise. I'll be right there. I smooth my pencil skirt, check my reflection in my phone screen to make sure my lipstick hasn't smudged, and head for the elevator. Austin's office occupies the entire top floor of Whitley Enterprises, a testament to his success and vision. The elevator doors slide open to reveal a reception area with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Cynthia looks up from her desk and gives me a tight smile. Go right in, Mary. He's waiting for you. Austin rises from behind his desk as I enter, his usual easy smile replaced by a concerned frown. Mary, thanks for coming up. He gestures to one of the chairs across from his desk. Close the door behind you, would you? The knot in my stomach tightens. Austin and I have a good professional relationship, but he's never called me to his office for a personal matter before. Is everything okay? I settle into the chair, crossing my ankles. Austin leans against his desk rather than sitting behind it, reducing the formality between us. I wanted to give you a heads up about something I heard yesterday. My fingers twist together in my lap. Okay? I was at the Metropolitan Club for a lunch meeting with some investors. He crosses his arms, his expression grave. Spencer Huntington was there with a group of banking executives. At the mention of Preston's father, my heart stutters. And? They didn't see me. I was in a private dining room. But I overheard Spencer on the phone in the hallway. Austin pauses, choosing his words carefully. He was speaking with Miranda. About you and Preston and your son. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. They know. Yes. And from what I gathered, they're not taking the news well. I close my eyes briefly, trying to steady my breathing. I'd known this moment would come. Preston had mentioned his confrontation with his mother, but hearing that both Huntingtons are now aware of our situation makes it real in a way it wasn't before. Did you hear anything specific? My voice sounds small even to my own ears. Austin pushes away from his desk, moving to the window. Spencer mentioned something about handling the situation and protecting the family's interests. He said, Austin hesitates, running a hand through his hair. He said they wouldn't let some opportunistic gold digger and her bastard ruin everything they've built. The words hit like a physical blow. My hands curl into fists, nails digging into my palms. I see. I force myself to meet Austin's eyes. Thank you for telling me. Mary, I know it's not my place, but these people, the Huntingtons, they play hardball. He returns to his desk, leaning forward. They have connections everywhere. Money, influence. If they decide you're a threat to their family dynasty. I'm not after their money. The words burst out before I can stop them. I never have been. I know that. Austin's expression softens. But people like the Huntingtons see the world differently. Everything's a transaction. Everyone has a price. Fear coils in my stomach like a cold, heavy snake. What do you think they might do? I don't know specifically, but I'd be careful. Austin lowers his voice. Watch out for unexpected problems. Scrutiny of your finances, your background, maybe even custody challenges. Custody? My voice breaks on the word. They wouldn't. The Huntingtons have some of the best lawyers in the country on retainer. Austin's expression is grim. And from what I've seen, They're not above playing dirty when it comes to protecting what they consider theirs. I think of Jackson, his trusting smile, his little hand in mine, and something primal rises in my chest. A mother's fierce protectiveness, sharp as claws. Jackson is my son. My voice is steady now, despite the fear. They can't take him from me. Austin moves back behind his desk, resting his palms flat on its polished surface. His eyes hold genuine concern that makes my throat tighten. Mary, I want you to know that I can help. I've got connections with some excellent security firms if you feel threatened at all. He pulls a card from his desk drawer. And remember those family lawyers I mentioned? They're discreet, tough, and they don't back down from wealthy families who think they're above the law. The offer hangs in the air between us. It's surreal sitting in this sleek office with Austin Whitley, CEO of a Fortune 500 company, offering to defend me against one of Manhattan's oldest families. 5 years ago, I was a young woman working 3 jobs. Now I'm in the middle of what feels like some twisted modern Cinderella story, except the prince's family is plotting against me instead of trying to find me with a glass slipper. I almost want to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Almost. I can hardly believe this is happening. My voice comes out hushed, like sharing a secret, even though we're alone. When Preston came back into our lives, I knew his parents would be an issue. But this, Austin's expression softens. The wealthy elite are a different breed. They'll get rid of anything that they consider a liability. And I'm definitely a liability. The bitter truth tastes sour on my tongue. In their eyes, yes. He doesn't sugarcoat it, which I appreciate. But their opinion doesn't define you, Mary. I take a deep breath, straightening my spine. No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, truly, but I need to handle this with Preston. We're building something together, and bringing in outside lawyers right now might make things worse. You're sure? Their resources are extensive. I'm sure. I manage a small smile. But thank you for the warning and for being willing to help. Not many CEOs would stick their neck out for an employee. Austin waves this away. You're more than an employee, Mary. You're one of our best accountants, and frankly, a good person who doesn't deserve to be steamrolled by people who think their bank account gives them the right to ruin lives. His words warm me, despite the chill of fear still lingering in my chest. I've spent so long fighting battles alone that having someone in my corner feels foreign. What do you think Preston will do? Austin asks, leaning back in his chair. This puts him in a difficult position. The question hits a nerve. It's the same one I've been asking myself since Preston reappeared in my life, since we decided to try again. Will he choose us when things get truly difficult? I don't know, I admit. We haven't really discussed what would happen if his parents went nuclear. Things have been so good between us. And with Jackson. Austin nods, his expression serious. He's going to have to stand tall next to you and your son, Mary. These aren't idle threats. Spencer Huntington doesn't bluff. Preston will need to face his parents and their wrath head on. The thought of Preston confronting his parents makes my stomach twist. Not because I doubt his feelings for me and Jackson, but because I know how powerful family ties can be. The Huntingtons raised him, shaped him, built the world he's always known. He loves Jackson, I say, needing to voice this truth aloud. You should see them together. And he says he loves me too. Love is a strong foundation, Austin replies, but it's going to take more than love to weather this storm. It'll take courage and commitment. I think of Preston's face this morning, how he looked at me across our kitchen table, how his hand had reached for mine as we'd watched Jackson eat his cereal. There had been something in his eyes I'd never seen 5 years ago, something solid and sure. I think he's different now, I say softly, from before. More his own man. For your sake and your son's? I hope so. Austin rises, signaling our meeting is coming to an end. Keep me posted, okay? And my offer stands. Anytime. Thank you, Austin. The gratitude I feel goes beyond words. For everything.
Chapter 20. Preston. I grip the steering wheel of my Mercedes tighter as I leave the city behind, the speedometer creeping past 80 on the Long Island Expressway. The familiar route to my parents' Hamptons estate blurs past, manicured hedges, glimpses of the Atlantic, the gradual shift from middle-class suburbia to opulent estates. My blood hasn't stopped boiling since Richard Collingsworth called me an hour ago. "Just thought you should know," he'd said, his voice dripping with feigned concern. "Your mother's been telling everyone at the club about your situation. Something about your son's mother being some kind of con artist from the wrong side of the tracks. Nasty business, really." The memory makes me press harder on the gas. Richard, that smug bastard, had clearly relished delivering this gossip bomb. We've been rivals since prep school, and he's loving this tarnish on the pristine Huntington reputation. But it's not my reputation I care about right now. It's Mary's and Jackson's. My chest tightens thinking about them. My family. My real family. The way Jackson's face lights up when I walk through the door. How Mary looks at me when she thinks I don't notice. Like she can't quite believe I'm there, but desperately wants to. The navigation system announces my turn, and I veer off the highway toward the exclusive enclave where the Huntington summer home stands. 3 acres of prime beachfront property, a cottage with 14 rooms, the legacy of 4 generations of Huntington wealth. Once, this place represented everything I was supposed to want. Now it symbolizes everything I need to break free from. The gates open automatically, my car still programmed into the security system, and I roar up the crushed shell driveway, parking haphazardly near the front steps. Both their cars are here. Good. I want this confrontation over with, once and for all. I don't bother knocking. The heavy front door swings open under my hand, and I stride into the marble-floored entryway, my footsteps echoing in the vaulted space. "Mother?" "Father?" My voice carries through the house, sharp with anger. I hear movement from the sunroom that overlooks the Atlantic. Of course, 3 in the afternoon. Mother will be having her daily tea while Father reviews market closings. "Preston?" My mother's voice floats out, surprise evident in her tone. "What on earth are you doing here on a Tuesday?" I follow her voice, body tense as a bowstring. They're exactly where I expected. My mother perched on her favorite white linen sofa, my father in the leather armchair beside her, iPad in hand. The windows behind them frame the ocean like a living painting. "What am I doing here?" The words come out in a growl. "You know exactly why I'm here." My father sets his iPad aside, his face immediately hardening into the expression I know too well. The one that says he's preparing for battle but considers his opponent unworthy. "If you've come to continue this nonsense about that woman and her child, her name is Mary." I cut him off, my voice dangerously low. "And Jackson is my son. Your grandson, though you sure as hell don't deserve that title." My mother's teacup clatters against its saucer. "Preston, there's no need for vulgarity." "No? What would you call what you've been doing, Mother? Spreading lies about Mary at the club, calling her a gold digger, a con artist?" I step further into the room, heat rushing to my face. Because from where I'm standing, that's far more vulgar than any language I could use. "We're protecting you," my father says, rising from his chair. Even at his age, Spencer Huntington commands attention, 6'2" of pure authority in a custom suit. That woman sees dollar signs when she looks at you. She hid a child from you for years, and now suddenly reappears when you're about to take over as CEO. You don't find that suspicious? I laugh, the sound harsh and without humor. "She didn't reappear, Father. I found her, And you know why she kept Jackson from me? Because you and Mother made it crystal clear 5 years ago that she wasn't welcome in our world. We had your best interests at heart, my mother insists, her perfectly manicured hand pressing against her chest. You were too young, too impulsive. Nonsense. The word cracks like a whip in the elegant room. You didn't care about my happiness. You cared about your precious lineage, your social standing. God forbid a Huntington mix with someone who wasn't born with a silver spoon in her mouth. My father's face darkens. You're being ridiculous. We wanted to protect you from making a mistake that would follow you for life. Jackson is not a mistake. My voice drops to a dangerous level. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And Mary... I have to take a breath to steady myself. Mary is twice the person either of you will ever be. She raised our son alone while putting herself through school. She's built a career on her own merits, not family connections. She's kind and strong and real in a way that no one in your social circle could ever understand. My mother stands now, too, smoothing her linen pants with trembling hands. You're infatuated, darling. It's clouding your judgment. No, Mother. For the first time in my life, I'm seeing clearly. I take another step toward them, close enough that my father squares his shoulders reflexively. And what I see is that you're trying to destroy Mary's reputation because you can't control me anymore. We're trying to save you from a fortune hunter who's using a child to trap you, my father snaps. Do you have any idea what people are saying? The Huntington heir shacking up with some... That's the mother of your grandchild you're about to insult. My father's face contorts, the lines around his mouth deepening into harsh crevices. You've always been headstrong, Preston, but this is beyond irrational. He crosses his arms, his wedding ring catching the afternoon light streaming through the window. This woman... Mary! I correct him again, my patience fraying with each passing second. Her name is Mary! Fine. Mary. He says her name like it tastes bitter on his tongue. She's not suitable for someone in your position. Do you think the board will take you seriously when you introduce your family situation? There are expectations that come with the Huntington name. I laugh, harsh and abrupt. Expectations, right? Like marrying someone from our circle. Someone safe and predictable who'll play the good corporate wife. Someone like Cecilia Whitmore, who you've been not so subtly pushing me towards since we were in high school. My mother steps closer, her perfume, the same exclusive scent she's worn for 30 years, wafting between us. Cecilia is a lovely girl from a respectable family. Cecilia is boring as watching paint dry, and you know it. I rake a hand through my hair. But that's what this is really about, isn't it? Not about Mary's character. You don't know the first thing about her. It's about her background, her skin color. Don't you dare make this about race, my father hisses, pointing a finger at me. This is about class, about understanding our world. That woman has more class in her pinky finger than most of the people at your country club. I step closer, towering over him now. And Jackson is going to grow up knowing he's loved and accepted exactly as he is. Not measured against some nonsense standard of what makes a proper Huntington. My mother sinks back onto the sofa, hand fluttering to her pearl necklace. You're breaking my heart, Preston. After everything we've sacrificed for you. What sacrifices, Mother? Having your son born into obscene wealth? Providing him with every advantage? Please enlighten me about your hardships. Her lips press into a thin line, tears welling in her eyes. The manipulation is so transparent that I almost admire its effectiveness. It's worked on me for 28 years, after all. My father walks to the bar cart in the corner, pouring himself 2 fingers of scotch, though it's barely mid-afternoon. He takes a long sip before turning back to me. This is precisely why I'm concerned about your judgment, he says, voice deceptively calm. You're allowing emotion to cloud rational decision-making. The board is already questioning whether you're ready to step into the CEO position. The board? I raise an eyebrow. Or you? He takes another sip, then places the crystal tumbler down with deliberate precision. Both. And frankly, Preston, I'm beginning to reconsider my recommendation regarding your succession. If this is an indication of your ability to make sound choices, there it is. The ultimate threat, the CEO position of Huntington and Company. The carrot he's been dangling in front of me since I was old enough to understand what power meant. The thing I've spent my entire education and career preparing for, and I find in this moment that I don't give a damn. Go ahead, I say, my voice steady. Reconsider. Take the title away. It won't matter to me at all. His eyes widen almost imperceptibly, the only indication that I've caught him off guard. You don't mean that. You've worked your entire life. For what? To perpetuate this cycle? A gesture around the pristine room. To become you? No thanks. Mary and Jackson matter more. They're real. This, I sweep my arm to encompass the house, the view, the lifestyle. This is just a gilded cage. My mother rises again, actual tears tracking mascara down her cheeks now. Why are you being so difficult? Why can't you see we want what's best for you? No, Mother. You want what's easiest for you. What maintains your social standing. What doesn't rock the boat. I back away, suddenly desperate for air that isn't perfumed with privilege and prejudice. I'm done living my life to meet your expectations. Preston Huntington, don't you walk away from us. My father's voice rises, that commanding tone that once made me snap to attention. Watch me. I turn on my heel and stride out of the sunroom, my footsteps echoing on marble as I head for the door. Behind me, I hear my mother's theatrical sob and my father's frustrated curse. Neither slows my departure.
Chapter 21. Mary. The elevator dings open on our floor, and I step out with Lisa and Jordan, still laughing about Jordan's disastrous blind date story. I'm telling you, Jordan says, wiping tears from his eyes. When she pulled out flashcards with conversation topics, I nearly dove out the restaurant window. At least she was prepared, Lisa counters, shifting her purse on her shoulder. Better than the guy who spent my entire date talking about his ex-wife's bunions. I snort. The bar is literally in hell. We part ways at the main corridor, their voices fading as I turn toward my office, feeling lighter than I have in days. Lunch with coworkers, such a normal, everyday thing that I'd missed during my years of single motherhood hustle. My accounting degree had opened doors, but Austin Whitley opening this particular door at Whitley Enterprises had changed everything. My heels click against the polished floor as I approach my office. Through the glass wall, I spot something on my desk that wasn't there when I left. A white box with a silver ribbon. Secret admirer? Zoe calls from her desk across the hall, wiggling her eyebrows. I roll my eyes but can't help smiling. More likely some quarterly reports I asked for. Dropping my purse on my chair, I examine the package. No shipping label, no note on the outside. Just a perfectly wrapped box with an elegant silver bow. The kind of wrapping that speaks of money and attention to detail. Maybe it's from Preston, I murmur to myself, my fingers hesitating over the ribbon. Things between us have been intense in the best possible way. The thought of him sending something to my office makes my heart flutter embarrassingly. I pull one end of the ribbon, and it slides away easily. The top of the box lifts off with a soft noise. The smell hits me first, metallic, raw, wrong. Then I see it. Dark red, glistening, unmistakably organic. My brain takes a moment to process what's in front of me. A heart. An actual heart, sitting in a pool of dark blood that's soaked through the white tissue paper beneath it. My stomach lurches violently. I stagger back, knocking into my chair, which rolls away with a screech. There's a note. A cream-colored card sitting beside the obscene offering, written in elegant script. Go back where you came from. Huntingtons have ways of dealing with gold diggers who don't take a hint. Next time, it will be worse. Mary? Are you okay? Zoe appears in my doorway, concern etched across her face. Her expression shifts to horror as her eyes land on my desk. Oh my God. What is that? I can't speak. My throat has closed up and my hands are shaking. The room tilts slightly. Damn. Zoe rushes forward, then stops abruptly, keeping her distance from the desk. Is that a real heart? Like a human heart? Cow, I managed to choke out, though I'm not entirely sure. I think it's a cow heart. Zoe's hand flies to her mouth. Who would do something like this? We need to call security right now. The commotion draws attention. Jordan appears at the door, then Lisa behind him. What's going? Jesus Christ! Jordan stumbles backward, nearly knocking Lisa over. Someone call Austin, Lisa says, her usual joking demeanor completely gone. Now? I sink into the wall, my legs suddenly unable to support me. The pristine white walls of my office, my sanctuary in this building, now feel violated, contaminated. I can't tear my eyes away from the grotesque gift on my desk. This is a message, a warning wrapped in violence, and I know exactly who sent it. Austin arrives minutes later, his face a thundercloud as he takes in the scene. The entire floor has erupted into chaos. Security guards, horrified co-workers, someone calling the police. Everyone out, Austin commands, his voice cutting through the noise. Give Mary some space. Jordan, take her to the conference room. Jordan moves to guide me, but I shake my head. I'm staying. Austin's eyes lock with mine, intense and concerned. Mary. I'm staying, I repeat, finding my voice. This was meant for me. I need to deal with it. Austin studies me for a moment, then nods sharply. He turns to the security chief who's just arrived. I want to know how this got past our front desk. I want to know who delivered it, who accepted it, who brought it upstairs. I want every camera footage pulled from the past 3 hours. While they talk, I force myself to look at the note again, reading the elegant script that I'm certain belongs to Miranda Huntington. The same flowing penmanship that had signed countless charity gala invitations, now devoted to threatening me. Austin surveys the messy scene on my desk, his jaw tightening with each passing second. The security team hovers at the doorway, waiting for instructions. Everyone out, Austin says, his voice cutting through the room with quiet authority. I need to speak with Mary alone. The security chief starts to protest. Sir, we should document the dash. Take photos if you need to, but then clear the room. Austin's tone leaves no room for argument. And have someone call a biohazard team to deal with this. I watch as they snap photos from multiple angles, feeling strangely detached, as if I'm observing a crime scene on television rather than my own desk. When the last security guard finally steps out, Austin closes the door behind them and turns to me. Are you okay? His eyes search mine, genuine concern replacing his CEO persona. I've been better. My attempt at humor falls flat, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. Austin runs a hand through his perfectly styled hair, messing it up slightly. This is beyond unacceptable. It's criminal. We're pressing charges, obviously. The Huntingtons have the best lawyers in the state, I say automatically. My hands won't stop trembling, and I clasp them together to hide it. I don't give a damn who they have. Austin paces the small space between my desk and the window. This is a direct threat. Mary, I'm getting you personal security. I blink, processing his words. Security? Like a bodyguard? Exactly like a bodyguard. Austin stops pacing and locks eyes with me. If the Huntingtons are willing to do something this audacious, who knows what they might do next? This isn't just crossing a line. This is obliterating it. The reality of the situation hits me in waves. This isn't just about me anymore. My thoughts immediately race to Jackson, sitting in his daycare across town, drawing pictures, and learning his ABCs, completely unaware of the viciousness aimed at his mother. My stomach drops. Jackson. Austin's expression softens. What about him? If they do this to me at my workplace? My voice trails off, unable to complete the thought. Cold dread washes over me as my maternal instincts scream warnings. I need to get him. Right now. What's wrong? Austin steps closer, alarmed by the panic in my voice. My intuition is telling me to get Jackson out of his daycare. The words tumble out as I grab my purse from where it had fallen. It's probably nothing but, go, Austin says immediately. Don't second guess yourself. If something feels wrong, it probably is. But the police, I'll handle everything here. Austin already has his phone out. I'll have security escort you to your car. Where's the daycare? Not too far from here. I'm already moving toward the door, my body operating on pure adrenaline now. Call ahead and let them know you're coming early. Austin follows me into the hallway. And Mary? He waits until I look at him. Take the rest of the day. Be with your son. I nod, feeling sick with worry and gratitude simultaneously. Thank you. I'll call you later with an update on the security detail. Austin flags down one of the security guards. Document everything. Every strange call, every unusual occurrence. We're building a case. The security guard appears at my side, professional and discreet. As we head toward the elevator, I glance back at my office, the place where I'd felt so accomplished just hours ago, now tainted with Miranda Huntington's warning. The elevator doors close, and I lean against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. Jackson's face fills my mind, his bright eyes, his infectious laugh. The thought of anything happening to him makes my entire body physically hurt. I exit the building at a near run, keys already in hand. The parking garage feels too vast, too exposed. Every shadow seems potentially dangerous. I slide into my car and lock the doors, then start the engine with my hands still shaking. The logical part of my brain tries to reason that the Huntingtons wouldn't dare touch Jackson. Too messy, too many witnesses. But the part of me that just found a bloody heart on my desk isn't listening to logic anymore. I pull out of the parking garage, checking my rearview mirror obsessively, hurrying toward my son.
Chapter 22. Preston. I scan the final paragraph of the acquisition documents, my pen hovering above the signature line. The deal is finally coming together after months of negotiation. Dad will be pleased, though he'll never actually say it, especially not with this existing tension between us. A notification pops up on my computer, another email from legal with last-minute contract adjustments. I suppress a groan and open it. My phone buzzes on the desk, Mary's name lighting up the screen. A smile tugs at my lips as I reach for it. "Hey, beautiful," I answer, leaning back in my chair. "I was just thinking about you." The sound that comes through isn't Mary's warm laugh or teasing voice. It's ragged breathing, bordering on hyperventilation. "Preston." Her voice is trembling, almost unrecognizable. Something happened. I sit up straight, my body instantly on alert. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Someone sent a gift to my office today." Mary's words come out in a rush, her breath catching. "A box with a silver ribbon." "A gift?" I'm confused by her distress. It was a heart, Preston. A bloody cow heart sitting on my desk with a note. My blood turns to ice in my veins. What the hell? The note said to go back where I came from. That Huntingtons have ways of dealing with gold diggers. Her voice breaks. That next time would be worse. The floor seems to drop out from under me. My parents' faces flash in my mind. Mother's cold disapproval. Father's calculating stare at our last confrontation. Jesus Christ, Mary, are you safe? Where are you now? I'm with Jackson. Her voice hardened slightly at the mention of our son. But that's the other thing. When I got to his daycare, they told me someone had tried to pick him up earlier. My heart stops. What? Who? They said it was a man they didn't recognize. He claimed to be a family friend, but the daycare wouldn't release Jackson because he wasn't on the approved list. I hear the terror in her voice. Preston, someone tried to take our son. I'm on my feet now, blood roaring in my ears. Are you somewhere safe? We're at my apartment. My neighbor Marcus is here. He works security at the hospital. Her voice drops to a whisper. Preston, I know who did this. The pen in my hand snaps in two, ink bleeding across my fingers. I barely notice. Your parents. She says it with such certainty that any denial dies in my throat. This has Miranda written all over it. The note was in that fancy script she uses. And who else would do this? Who else would try to scare me off like this? My mind races through possibilities, looking for any other explanation. But I know Mary's right. This has my mother's theatrical flair, my father's ruthlessness. I'm coming over right now. I'm already grabbing my jacket, documents forgotten. Don't you dare go to your parents first, Mary warns, reading my thoughts. I need you here. Jackson needs you here. I'll be there in 20 minutes, I promise, heading for the door. Don't open the door for anyone but me. I disconnect the call and stride through the office, past my startled assistant who rises from her desk. Cancel everything for the rest of the day, I bark, not breaking stride. Family emergency. The elevator feels impossibly slow. I jab the button repeatedly, my mind churning through horrible scenarios. A cow's heart, a warning note, someone attempting to take my son. The calculated escalation makes my stomach turn. This isn't just my mother being dramatic. This is methodical intimidation. In the parking garage, I slide into my car and grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white. I've known my parents were capable of cruelty, of manipulation. But this? Threatening a woman, frightening a child. My child. I pull it out of the garage with a screech of tires, narrowly missing a concrete pillar. My thoughts are a hurricane of rage and disbelief. How could they cross this line? Did they really think I would choose family legacy over my own son's safety? Over Mary? The traffic light ahead turns red, and I slam on my brakes, earning angry honks from the car behind me. I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror, green eyes burning with a fury I've never felt before. My parents have always operated with the assumption that their actions are beyond reproach, that money and the Huntington name shield them from consequences. But not this time. This time they've gone too far. I park my car with a screech of tires, barely managing to stay between the lines of Mary's apartment complex lot. My hands tremble as I cut the engine. The 20-minute drive took 15, but even that felt too long. Every second away from them feels like another opportunity for something to go wrong. I sit in the car, forcing myself to take 3 deep breaths. Walking in there like a raging bull won't help Mary or Jackson. I need to be calm, controlled. I need to think like the Huntington I was raised to be, but use it against the family that taught me. My phone weighs heavy in my hand as I scroll to a contact I haven't called in months. Daniel Weiss, Harvard classmate, occasional drinking buddy, and now a partner at one of the city's most ruthless litigation firms. He answers on the 3rd ring. Preston Huntington. To what do I owe the pleasure? His voice carries the same sardonic edge it did in school. I need your help. My voice sounds strange even to my own ears, tight and dangerous. Business or pleasure? Neither. I watch an elderly woman pass by my car, completely unaware that my world is imploding. I'm going to need legal protection against my parents. The line goes silent for a moment. That's a hell of a statement, Preston. You want to elaborate? They've crossed a line, Daniel. I grip the steering wheel with my free hand. They sent a cowheart to the mother of my child. At her workplace, with a threatening note. And someone tried to take my son from daycare. Another silence, longer this time. Jesus Christ! Daniel's tone shifts instantly to professional mode. Are they safe? The mother and child. For now, I'm outside her apartment. Have the police been called? I don't know. I stare at Mary's building. And things just aren't that simple. This situation, it's complicated. My parents are the Huntingtons. Daniel finishes my sentence. Which means they've got half the police department in their pocket, judges on speed dial, and enough money to make problems disappear. Exactly. But not this problem. Daniel's voice hardens. Not if I have anything to say about it. I'll need to meet them. Your son and his mother. We need to document everything. File for emergency protective orders. And Preston? Yeah. You need to decide right now where you stand. Because going against Spencer and Miranda Huntington means potentially losing everything. Your inheritance, your position, your family connections. I look up at the apartment window where I know Mary and Jackson are waiting. Where my son might be playing with his toys, unaware that someone tried to take him today. Where Mary is probably pacing, terrified but refusing to show it. I've already decided. The words feel like a weight lifting off my chest. They're my family now. Mary and Jackson. Then I've got your back. Daniel's tone is resolute. Go be with them. Call me in an hour and we'll start putting together a strategy. Thanks, Daniel. Don't thank me yet. I can hear him shuffling papers, already working. Taking on the Huntingtons won't be easy, even for me. They're still just people. I open my car door, the evening air cool against my heated skin. Powerful people who believe they're untouchable, Daniel counters. But everyone has weaknesses. We'll find theirs. I end the call and pocket my phone, staring up at Mary's building. My parents taught me to calculate every move, to always consider the consequences of crossing powerful people. They never imagined I'd use those lessons against them. The walk to Mary's apartment feels like the longest journey of my life. Each step carries me further away from the world I was raised in and closer to the one I'm choosing. By the time I reach her door, my resolve has hardened into something unbreakable. I knock 3 times, our old signal from college. Through the door, I hear Jackson's small voice call out, "Mommy, someone's here!" And my heart constricts with a fierce protective love I never knew I was capable of feeling.
Chapter 23. Mary. I lie in the darkness of my bedroom, tucked against Preston's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Strong and steady, unlike mine, which hasn't stopped racing since I found that horrific gift on my desk this morning. Even now, hours later, with Jackson finally asleep in his room and Preston's arms around me, I can't shake the image of that bloody heart sitting on my pristine desk calendar. I keep thinking about what would have happened if that man had somehow convinced the daycare to release Jackson to him. I whisper into the quiet room. If they hadn't followed protocol. Preston's arm tightens around me. But they did follow protocol. He's safe. This time, my voice cracks on the words. I shift to look up at his face, barely visible. Your parents sent someone after our son, Preston, our 4-year-old child. He brushes a curl from my face, his fingertips lingering on my cheek. I know. Do you? Because these are the people who raised you. How far will they go? The questions I've been holding back all evening pour out of me. What if they try again? What if they use their connections to have me arrested on false charges? What if they try to take him legally? Preston shifts to face me directly, propping himself up on one elbow. Mary. Coming back to New York was a mistake. The tears I've been fighting all day finally surface. I should have stayed away. We were safe with my parents. Anonymous. Just another single mom and her kid. And miserable. Preston's voice is gentle but firm. You told me yourself how much you hated that life. How small your apartment was. Better miserable than terrified. I pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to stem the flow of tears. God, Preston, when I saw that heart, I couldn't breathe. And then the talk with the daycare. Listen to me. He takes my wrists, gently pulling my hands away from my face. In the faint light, his green eyes are intense, determined. My parents made a fatal mistake today. They showed their hand. They proved exactly how far they're willing to go. That's supposed to comfort me. It should. Because now we know what we're fighting. His thumb traces circles on my wrist. And we will fight, Mary. I've already called my lawyer. Your family's lawyer, I ask skeptically. No. My friend from Harvard. He specializes in cases against powerful people. His mouth quirks in a humorless smile. And he hates my father almost as much as I do right now. I want to believe him. Want to believe it can be that simple. Your parents have more resources than we do, Preston. More connections. More. They don't have more to lose. His voice drops to a fierce whisper. I spent the past 5 years thinking I'd lost you forever. I just found out I have a son. A beautiful, brilliant little boy now. Do you honestly think I'll let anyone, even the mighty Huntingtons, threaten that? The conviction in his voice makes something warm unfurl in my chest, pushing back against the cold fear that's gripped me all day. I'm not going anywhere, Mary. He moves closer, his forehead touching mine. Nothing will happen to you or Jackson while I'm around. I swear it. I don't realize I'm crying again until he brushes away a tear with his thumb. I haven't felt safe in so long, I confess. Even before today. Always looking over my shoulder, wondering if they'd find us. You're safe now. His hand cups my face, thumb tracing the line of my jaw. We're all safe. When his lips find mine, the kiss is gentle at first. A promise, a reassurance. But as his body presses against mine, something shifts. The day's terror transforms into a desperate need for connection, for proof that we're here, alive, united against whatever comes. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. I meant what I said. I whisper into the darkness, tracing patterns on his back with my fingertips. Preston lifts his head to look at me. About loving me? I nod, suddenly vulnerable. I never stopped. Even when I tried to hate you, I couldn't. Not completely. He shifts to lie beside me, pulling me against his chest. I've loved you every day for the past 5 years. Even when I didn't know where you were. Even when I thought you'd left me by choice. His arms tighten around me. No matter what my parents do, that won't change. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, It's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at vixavonromance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 24. Preston. I walk through the bustling morning crowd toward the gleaming glass tower of Huntington and Company, coffee in hand. After last night with Mary, after holding her, loving her, promising her protection, I feel strangely energized despite the storm I know is coming. My father's reaction to my ultimatum is inevitable, but I'm ready for it. For the first time in my life, I know exactly where I stand. The revolving door spins me into the marble-floored lobby where I've walked thousands of times before. The security desk looms ahead, manned by Frank and Devin this morning. Frank's been here since I was a kid visiting my father's office. He always slipped me mints from the bowl on his desk. "Morning, gentlemen." I flash my badge toward the scanner, the routine so familiar I barely need to look. Frank shifts uncomfortably. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huntington. I can't let you through." My hand freezes midair. "Excuse me. Your access has been revoked, sir." His eyes dart to Devin, then back to me. "I have orders not to allow you into the building." The coffee suddenly feels cold in my hand. There must be some mistake. I'm an executive here. "Not anymore, you're not—" My father's voice cuts through the lobby. I turn to see him striding toward us, immaculate in his charcoal suit, flanked by two security guards I don't recognize. The morning crowd of employees slows, heads turning. My public execution has an audience, just as he intended. "Dad," I keep my voice level. "What's going on?" "What's going on is that you're trespassing on Huntington property." His voice carries, designed to reach the growing crowd of onlookers. "Your employment was terminated effective midnight." I can feel eyes on me from every direction, hear the whispers starting. My father doesn't just want to fire me. He wants to humiliate me. That's interesting, considering I didn't receive any notification. I meet his gaze steadily. Typically, there's paperwork involved when terminating a C-suite executive. It's being delivered to your attorney as we speak. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Along with a restraining order barring you from all Huntington family properties. The weight of his words sinks in. Not just fired. Exiled. A restraining order? I raise an eyebrow. On what grounds? Threatening behavior toward the company's leadership. He straightens his already perfect tie. Your outburst yesterday was overheard by multiple board members when you sent me that disturbing voicemail. The lobby has gone silent. Even the security guards look uncomfortable. My outburst? I let out a short laugh. You mean when I confronted you about sending someone to intimidate the mother of my child? About leaving a bloody animal heart on her desk? A ripple goes through the watching crowd. Good. Let them hear. My father's expression hardens. You've clearly become unstable. Your judgment compromised by that woman. That woman has a name. Mary Reese, the mother of your grandson. I step closer, lowering my voice. A grandson you threatened. I don't have a grandson. His words are ice. And you no longer have a position here, or access to your trust fund, effective immediately. For a moment, the world seems to tilt. My trust fund. The safety net I've had my entire life. The money I was planning to use to protect Mary and Jackson. But instead of panic, I feel a strange sense of clarity. You know what, Dad? Keep it. Keep all of it. I set my untouched coffee on the security desk. But remember this moment, because when I'm done, you'll wish all you'd lost was money." His face flushes with anger. "You're making a mistake." "No, I'm finally fixing one." I turn to the security guards. "I know you're just doing your jobs." No hard feelings. Frank gives me a small nod, relief evident in his eyes. As I turn to leave, my father calls after me. "You'll regret this, Preston. You have no idea what you're up against." I pause, looking back at him over my shoulder. The man who raised me. The man who taught me that power matters above all else. The man who would threaten a 4-year-old child to maintain control. Neither do you. Walking out through the revolving door, I pull out my phone. The contact is already at the top of my recent calls. "Daniel? It's Preston. Remember that conversation we had yesterday about potential legal action against my parents? Well, things just accelerated. They've fired me and frozen my assets." I pause on the sidewalk, watching the morning sun reflect off the Huntington building. "This is exactly what I expected he'd do," Daniel says, his voice crisp and professional. "But he's moving even faster than I anticipated. Firing you without notice violates every employment law in the state." I pace along the sidewalk, weaving through the morning commuters who have no idea the corporate drama they just missed. "Can we use that?" "Absolutely." "Your father's acting out of emotion, not logic. That benefits us tremendously." I hear keyboard clicks in the background as Daniel speaks. He's making critical legal errors. Terminating a C-suite executive without cause or proper notification. Freezing assets that legally belong to you. This is reckless, even for Spencer. A strange laugh escapes me. He's never had anyone challenge him before. Not really. Well, he's about to get a masterclass in what happens when you pick the wrong enemy. Daniel's voice hardens. "I'm documenting everything. The timing. Right after you confronted him about the threats against Mary. Creates a clear narrative of retaliation." I stop at a coffee cart on the corner, needing the caffeine I never got to drink. "What's our next move?" "First, we need to secure your immediate finances. Do you have accounts he can't touch?" "A few personal ones he doesn't know about." I hand the vendor a 10, waving away the change. Not Huntington money, just what I've saved from bonuses over the years. "Good. Use only those for now." The sound of papers shuffling comes through the line. "Second, I'm drafting an emergency injunction regarding your trust. While the principal might be complicated to access immediately, any attempt to completely freeze inherited assets requires court approval. My mind is racing through scenarios, contingencies, vulnerabilities. This is what my father taught me. Identify leverage points and exploit them mercilessly. Ironic that I'm now using those lessons against him. "Daniel, I don't just want defense. I want to hit back." I find myself walking toward Mary's apartment without consciously deciding to go there. "They threatened my son. Left a bloody heart on Mary's desk. Now they're trying to cut me off at the knees. I understand your anger." "No, it's not just anger." I cut him off, sidestepping a dog walker with 3 massive retrievers. My father built his empire by crushing anyone who stood in his way. He taught me to do the same. The only language he understands is power and consequences. Daniel's silent for a moment. "What exactly are you suggesting?" "I want to sue them. All of them. The company, my father, anyone involved in threatening Mary or Jackson." My voice sounds calm, even to myself. This isn't rage talking, it's determination. Wrongful termination, harassment, intimidation, emotional distress, whatever else you can think of. That's aggressive. Daniel pauses. Though I can certainly make a strong case, especially with the evidence we have of the threats. Good. And I want to leak what they did to the press. Preston. They left a bloody heart on a single mother's desk, Daniel. How do you think that looks in the court of public opinion? I toss my empty cup into a trash can. My father cares about two things: money and reputation, so we hit him in both. Another pause. Actually, we can spin this in our favor. Position you as the whistleblower standing up to corporate corruption and intimidation, the executive who chose family over wealth. Exactly. It's risky, Daniel says slowly. You'll be burning bridges. They're already ash. I stop at a crosswalk, watching the signal count down. My father made his choice. Now I'm making mine. All right. I'll start the paperwork immediately. Daniel's tone shifts, becomes more strategic. We'll need to move quickly. Document everything, save any texts or emails from your father or anyone at the company. If you have evidence of the threats against Mary, secure it. I will. And Daniel? Yes. Money's no object here, whatever it takes. Understood. One more thing. This lawsuit will be public. Your family laundry will be aired for everyone to see. Are you prepared for that? I think of Mary's face this morning as she kissed me goodbye, of Jackson's small hand in mine as we built block towers. My family isn't them anymore. I start walking again, purpose driving each step. It's Mary and Jackson, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. Then we'll make them regret ever threatening what's yours. Daniel's voice has the quiet confidence that made me hire him in the first place. I'll call you back within the hour with our immediate game plan.
Chapter 25. Mary. I stare at the spreadsheet on my screen, the numbers blurring together. My finger hovers over my phone, checking for messages from Preston for the 10th time this hour. Nothing since his text from earlier. Meeting with my lawyer. We'll call you later. I love you. My stomach twists into another knot. Preston's been fired, cut off, all because of me. The figures on my screen swim before my eyes as the guilt crashes over me again. I blink rapidly, trying to force back the tears threatening to spill. The small picture of Jackson I keep on my desk only makes the ache in my chest worse. If I hadn't let Preston back into our lives, if I just kept my distance, none of this would be happening. A tear escapes, sliding down my cheek. I swipe it away, but another follows, and another. Damn it, I whisper, fumbling in my drawer for tissues. My hand shakes as more tears fall, my carefully constructed professional facade crumbling despite my best efforts. Mary, you in here? I wanted to talk about the Davidson account. I look up to see Austin standing in my doorway, his casual posture immediately shifting when he notices my face. Hey, what's going on? He steps inside, closing the door behind him. I try to smile, but my lips tremble. Nothing. Just, my voice breaks. Just allergies. Nonsense. Austin grabs the chair across from my desk and pulls it closer, leaning forward with concern etched across his face. Talk to me. The kindness in his voice only makes it harder to maintain composure. I press the tissue against my eyes. It's Preston. My voice comes out strangled. His father fired him this morning, cut him off completely. Austin's eyebrows shoot up. Spencer Huntington fired his own son, his heir apparent. I nod, fresh tears welling. Because of me. Because he chose me and Jackson over them. My shoulders shake as I try to suppress a sob. His entire life, Austin. His career, his inheritance, gone because I let him back in. Whoa, slow down. Austin hands me another tissue from the box. This isn't on you, Mary. This is Spencer Huntington being the same controlling bastard he's always been. I shake my head. You don't understand. If Preston had never reconnected with us, then what? He'd still be the puppet of a manipulative father? Austin's voice sharpens. Mary, look at me. I raise my eyes to meet his. Preston is a grown man who made his own choice. And from what you've told me, it sounds like the first real choice he's made in years. He leans closer. You didn't do this to him? His parents did. The logic makes sense, but the guilt still sits heavy in my stomach. But now he has nothing. Austin lets out a short laugh. Nothing except an Ivy League education, years of executive experience, and I'm guessing plenty of industry connections who aren't loyal to Daddy. He crosses his arms. Preston Huntington is hardly destitute. His father froze his accounts. I protest. All of them? Including personal ones? Austin's expression shifts from concern to calculating. That seems legally questionable. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know the details. He just texted that he was meeting with his lawyer. Smart move. Austin taps his fingers on my desk thoughtfully. So Spencer Huntington fires his son without cause, freezes his assets, all because he reconnected with you and Jackson. Something in Austin's tone makes me look at him more carefully. There's interest beyond simple concern in his eyes. Why do I feel like you're suddenly taking mental notes? I ask, wiping away the last of my tears. Austin's lips curve into a smile. Because I've been wanting to poach talent from Huntington and Company for years, and their golden boy just became available. Not to mention. He pauses. I've had my own run-ins with Spencer Huntington. Let's just say I wouldn't mind seeing him take a hit. What are you saying? I'm saying that what Spencer intended as punishment might be the best thing that ever happened to Preston. Austin stands, straightening his jacket. And potentially for Whitley Enterprises, too. My phone buzzes with a text. Preston. Meeting done. Big developments. Can I come see you after work? Relief floods through me. He's okay. He's meeting me later. Austin nods, heading for the door. Good. Let him know I'd be interested in talking whenever he's ready. He pauses, his hand on the doorknob. And Mary? Stop blaming yourself. Some bridges need burning before you can build better ones. After he leaves, I stare at Preston's text for another moment before making a decision. The idea of him walking away from everything because of us still ties my stomach in knots. But Austin's perspective has shifted something inside me. Preston deserves better than being controlled by his father. Maybe this is his chance. I hit the call button before I can overthink it. Mary? Preston answers on the second ring, his voice warm despite the strain I can hear underneath. I was just about to head out from the lawyer's office. Hey. My voice comes out softer than I intended. I got your text. Are you doing okay? A heavy sigh travels through the line. Better than I expected, actually. Daniel thinks we have solid ground to challenge some of what my father's trying to do, especially with the personal accounts I established before joining the company. That's good news, right? It's a start. There's rustling on his end, like he's walking. But I'd rather talk about all that when I see you. Is everything all right? You sound off. I fidget with a pen on my desk, rolling it between my fingers. I just had a conversation with my boss, Austin Whitley, about your situation. Austin Whitley? CEO of Whitley Enterprises? The surprise in his voice is evident. What does he have to do with anything? He walked in on me having a mini breakdown over what happened to you. I cringe at the admission. And when I explained what was going on, he seemed interested. Interested how? Preston's tone sharpens with curiosity. I take a deep breath. He said he'd like to talk to you. Professionally. Like about opportunities. He mentioned something about wanting to poach talent from Huntington and Company for years. The line goes quiet for a beat, then two. Preston? Are you there? I'm here. His voice has changed, lower, with an edge I recognize. The same tone he used when he told his father he was choosing us. Austin Whitley wants to meet with me? That's what he said. I hope it's okay that I mentioned what happened. I wasn't thinking clearly. No, it's fine. Another pause. You know, Whitley Enterprises has been eating into our market share for the past 3 years. My father absolutely loathes Austin Whitley. My heart skips. Is that a problem? A laugh burst through the phone, startling me with its genuine amusement. A problem? God, Mary, do you know what would infuriate my father more than me walking away? His voice drops conspiratorially. Me taking what I know about Huntington operations straight to his biggest competitor. So, you're interested? Of course I'm interested. My father thinks cutting me off will bring me crawling back. He never expected I might have other options. The energy in Preston's voice sends a shiver through me. It's been a long time since I've heard him sound this alive. It would drive him absolutely insane. I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Austin said to let him know when you're ready to talk. I'm ready yesterday. The determination in his voice makes my heart rate pick up. Set it up if you can. The sooner the better. I will. For the first time since hearing about Preston's firing, a sense of possibility replaces the dread. So you're really okay with this? Walking away from everything? His voice softens. Mary, I should have walked away from everything 5 years ago, when I let my parents dictate my life. This isn't losing everything. It's finally getting it back. Warmth blooms in my chest at his words. I was so worried you'd regret choosing us. Never. The conviction in that single word undoes the final knot of guilt inside me. My father did me a favor today. He showed his hand, proved that his love has always been conditional. I'm done living under his tyranny. I swallow against the emotion rising in my throat. What did your lawyer say about the next steps? I'll tell you everything tonight, but for now, if Austin Whitley wants to meet, tell him I'm all in. Preston pauses, and I can almost see the mischievous smile I first fell 4 years ago. After all, what better way to thank my father for his decades of guidance than to help his competition crush him? You're terrible. I laugh, the weight on my shoulders finally lifting. Only when necessary. I'll see you tonight. I'll be waiting.
Chapter 26. Preston. The sleek glass and steel of Whitley Enterprises headquarters couldn't be more different from Huntington and Company's mahogany-paneled offices. No dead men in oil paintings here, just clean lines, open spaces, and a palpable energy I'd forgotten could exist in a workplace. Preston Huntington. Austin Whitley rises from behind his desk, extending his hand. I've been looking forward to this meeting. I take his hand, noting his firm grip. Likewise. Thanks for seeing me on such short notice. When Mary mentioned your situation, I knew we shouldn't waste time. He gestures to the chair across from his desk. Please sit. I settle into the ergonomic chair, taking in Austin's office. Where my father's is designed to intimidate with its grandeur, this space feels designed for function and comfort. The windows offer a panoramic view of the city. Nice view, I comment, nodding toward the skyline. It is. Austin leans back in his chair, studying me with unabashed interest. Though probably not as impressive as the corner office at Huntington. Different, not lesser. I maintain eye contact, refusing to be intimidated. Though I suppose I wouldn't know anymore. A smile plays at the corner of Austin's mouth. So let's get right to it. I understand Spencer Huntington fired his own son and heir. That's quite the family drama, even by billionaire standards. My father believes in leverage above all else. I keep my tone even, professional. When I refused to end my relationship with Mary and our son, he thought removing my financial security would force my compliance. Austin raises an eyebrow. And did it? I'm sitting in his competitor's office, so what do you think? He laughs, a genuine sound that fills the room. Fair point, though I have to ask, why not just play along? Tell Daddy what he wants to hear and keep your position. The question doesn't surprise me. It's what any shrewd businessman would consider. Because I've spent 5 years living with the consequences of choosing my father's approval over what matters. I lean forward slightly. I won't make that mistake again. Austin studies me for a long moment. You know, when Mary first started working here, she never mentioned her connection to the Huntingtons. It wasn't until recently that she's opened up about the history between you two. And when I saw that little boy of hers, it was confirmed in my eyes. My stomach tightens. Jackson looks like me. Spitting image. Austin taps his fingers against his desk. And now Daddy Dearest has cut you off completely because you won't abandon your son a second time. Austin leans back, his expression hardening. Spencer always was a ruthless bastard in business, but I thought he'd draw the line at family. Family is business to my father. The truth of this statement hits me freshly, despite having lived with it all my life. Austin nods, then abruptly changes tack. Tell me what you know about the recent merger negotiations. The sudden shift catches me off guard, but I recover quickly. Testing me already? Just curious how forthcoming you're willing to be about Huntington affairs. His expression remains neutral, calculating. I fold my hands in my lap. Forthcoming enough to tell you the deal is a smokescreen. My father has no intention of acquiring them. He's driving up their stock price to weaken Tellerson's position before the real assault. Austin's eyes widen slightly. And you're comfortable sharing that kind of inside information? I'm comfortable making my father understand the consequences of his actions. I meet his gaze steadily. If you're offering me a position, I bring valuable intelligence about Huntington operations. But let's be clear, I'm not interested in an entry-level role or middle management. What are you interested in, then? Austin leans forward, his elbows on the desk. C-suite. Executive level. I don't blink, don't waver. I spent years preparing to run Huntington and Company. That expertise deserves recognition. Austin barks a laugh. Bold move, demanding an executive position in your first interview. Not demanding. Negotiating. I smile, the kind of smile I've used in countless boardrooms. You want what I know about Huntington operations. I want a position commensurate with my experience and abilities. And if I say no, then I take my knowledge elsewhere. I keep my voice light, but firm. Several firms would be interested in what I bring to the table. Austin leans back, his expression appreciative. You're not what I expected, Preston Huntington. What did you expect? A spoiled heir, maybe. Someone who'd crumble without Daddy's approval. He studies me with new interest. But you've got backbone. I respect that. My father made a miscalculation. He thought my position was my identity. I feel a surge of confidence, of clarity. He forgot that I learned from him how to identify leverage. Austin's expression shifts to something like genuine approval. COO. Excuse me? I'm offering you Chief Operating Officer. He leans forward again. My current COO is retiring in 3 months. You shadow him, learn our operations, then take over when he leaves. My heart rate kicks up, but I keep my expression measured. And my compensation package? Base salary of $1.2 million with performance bonuses. Stock options after your first year. You don't waste time, do you? I lean back, impressed despite myself. The offer exceeds my expectations, not just in terms of compensation, but in the level of responsibility. Austin shrugs, the gesture casual, but his eyes remain sharp. I didn't build this company by hesitating when opportunity knocks. And poaching Spencer Huntington's son and heir? That's the kind of opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. I I can't help the smile that forms. Is that what this is? A chance to stick it to my father? Partly. Austin doesn't bother with pretense. But I don't make million-dollar offers just to settle petty scores. You have knowledge, experience, and now you have motivation. That combination makes you valuable. The transparency is refreshing after years of navigating my father's labyrinthine politics. I consider the offer, turning it over in my mind. The salary is competitive, not quite what I made at Huntington, but close enough. More importantly, it's a clean break, a fresh start. The COO position reports directly to you? I ask, already knowing the answer, but wanting confirmation. Direct line. We'll work closely together. Austin leans forward. Look, I know what you're thinking. You're used to having your name on the building. But consider this. At Huntington, you were always going to be Spencer's son first, Preston second. Here, you get to be just Preston. His words hit with unexpected force. How many times had I walked into a room only to be introduced as Spencer's boy? How many deals were handed to me because of my last name rather than my abilities? What about Mary? The question comes out before I can stop it. Austin's expression softens slightly. What about her? She works for you. We have history, complicated history. Mary's one of my best accountants. Smart, dedicated, meticulous. Austin taps his fingers on the desk. If you're asking whether your relationship with her affects my offer, it doesn't. If you're asking about company policy on workplace relationships, we're adults here. Just keep it professional in the office. I nod, relief washing through me. And reporting structures? She's in finance. Different department, different reporting line, no conflict. Austin's mouth quirks. Though fair warning, she might not be thrilled about this arrangement with the long hours and all. I can handle Mary, I say, more confidently than I feel. Austin laughs. Having met both of you now, I'm not sure anyone can handle Mary Reese. But that's your problem, not mine. He's right about that. Mary's fierce independence has always been what drew me to her, and what made our relationship so challenging. But that's a bridge I'll cross later. COO, 3 months shadowing, then full transition. I extend my hand across the desk. I accept. Austin grins, reaching out to shake my hand firmly. Welcome to Whitley Enterprises, Mr. Huntington. Our legal team will draw up the contracts. I expect you can start next Monday. I'll be here. The decision feels right, solid in a way few things have since finding out about Jackson. Austin doesn't release my hand immediately. I would love to see Spencer's face when he finds out I've poached his son and heir. That pompous bastard has been looking down his nose at me for years. The comment startles a laugh out of me. I imagine his complexion will achieve an interesting shade of purple. He once burst a blood vessel in his eye when I suggested updating our investment strategy. Now that is something I'd pay good money to witness. Austin finally releases my hand, sitting back with satisfaction. He'll likely call you, you know. Threaten, then bargain, then threaten again. It's his pattern. I'm counting on it. The prospect of my father's reaction doesn't fill me with dread anymore. Just a sort of detached anticipation. After what he tried to do to Mary 5 years ago, and what he's trying to do now with Jackson, he deserves a taste of his own medicine. To new beginnings, then. Austin reaches into his desk drawer and pulls out a bottle of scotch and 2 glasses. I don't usually drink during business hours, but this feels like an occasion worth marking. He pours 2 fingers in each glass, sliding one across to me. The amber liquid catches the light from the windows. To new beginnings, I agree, raising my glass. The scotch burns pleasantly going down. Not the 30-year-old Macallan my father favors, but good nonetheless. Different, not lesser, like everything else about this new chapter.
Chapter 27. Mary. I stir the macaroni and cheese, Jackson's favorite, watching the cheese sauce bubble into velvety perfection. The kitchen fills with the comforting aroma of home cooking, something I've made a priority for my son. Mommy, is it ready yet? Jackson bounces on his toes beside me, peering up at the stove that's still too high for him to see properly. Almost, baby. 5 more minutes. I ruffle his dark curls, so much like Preston's hair it sometimes makes my chest ache. Go wash your hands while I finish up, okay? But I'm starving! He clutches his stomach dramatically, eyes wide. Starving, huh? I raise an eyebrow. So I guess you don't want any dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets with your mac and cheese then? His eyes light up. Dinosaurs too? Only for boys with clean hands. He dashes off toward the bathroom, and I can't help but smile. 4-year-olds are nothing if not predictable when dinosaur-shaped food is involved. The timer dings just as I place the dinosaur nuggets on a second baking sheet. I'm shifting the mac and cheese off the burner when a sharp, insistent knock at the door breaks the cozy kitchen rhythm. Coming, I call out, wiping my hands on a kitchen towel. The knocking continues, more forceful now. I said I'm coming, I mutter under my breath, checking the chicken nuggets once more before heading to the door. I don't bother checking the peephole. Probably Mrs. Fitzgerald from downstairs complaining about running feet again. I swing the door open with a smile ready on my face. The smile freezes, then falls away completely. Miranda Huntington stands in my doorway, looking as out of place in my apartment building as a peacock in a chicken coop. Her cream-colored designer suit probably cost more than 3 months of my rent, and her perfectly coiffed silver-streaked hair hasn't moved an inch despite the breeze outside. Mrs. Huntington. My voice comes out steadier than I expect. This is unexpected. Her nostrils flare slightly as she takes in my appearance. Worn jeans, a faded NYU t-shirt, and the kitchen towel still clutched in my hand. I need to speak with you. Her voice is ice-wrapped in silk. May I come in? It's not really a question. She's already moving forward, forcing me to step aside or risk physical contact. Please make yourself at home, I say, not bothering to mask the sarcasm. My apartment suddenly feels smaller, shabbier under her critical gaze. Miranda's eyes sweep the living room, taking in the secondhand furniture, the toys scattered across the floor, the crayon drawings taped to the refrigerator. So this is where my grandson lives. Her tone makes it sound like she's describing a kennel. The protective instinct rises in me like a tidal wave. This is where your grandson is loved and cared for. What can I help you with, Mrs. Huntington? She turns to me, eyes flashing. You can help by explaining why you've returned to destroy my son's life all over again. Excuse me? Don't play innocent with me, Mary. She spits my name like it tastes foul on her tongue. 5 years ago, you disappeared. The best thing you could have done for Preston. Now, just when he's finally established himself, you come crawling back with a child in tow. Heat races across my body. I didn't crawl back anywhere. I moved here for a job opportunity that had nothing to do with Preston. Yet somehow you've managed to cost him his birthright. She steps closer. My son was set to take over Huntington and Company until you reappeared. Now he's been disinherited and is working for Austin Whitley of all people. So she knows about Preston's new job. I'm not surprised. The Huntingtons have eyes everywhere. Preston is a grown man who makes his own decisions, I say, keeping my voice low. Jackson is still in the bathroom, and I intend to keep it that way. If he chose to leave Huntington and Company, that's between him and his father. You've poisoned him against his family. I've done nothing of the sort. All I've done is be honest about Jackson. Miranda's perfect composure cracks slightly. That child has disrupted everything. Do you have any idea what you've done? What Preston has thrown away because of your trap? The accusation lands like a slap. I step forward, closing the distance between us. That trap is your grandson. He has a name, Jackson, and he's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And for the record, I didn't tell Preston about him to disrupt anything. I told him because Jackson deserved to know his father. How convenient that this revelation coincided with Preston being named successor to the company. I laugh, the sound sharp and humorless. You think I timed getting a job in New York and telling Preston about his son to coincide with some corporate announcement? The world doesn't revolve around Huntington and Company, Mrs. Huntington, despite what you may believe. Miranda's eyes narrow. You've always been beneath him, a cheap distraction. And now look what you've done. He's working for our competitor, living in some midtown apartment, and for what? To play daddy to a child who spent 4 years without him? Don't you dare. My voice drops dangerously low. Jackson is not a game to Preston. Miranda's face hardens into something cruel. I think it would be better for everyone involved if you and the boy simply left New York. Perhaps California? I hear the weather is lovely. She reaches into her designer purse. I'd be happy to facilitate such a move. My blood turns to ice, then boils. The audacity of this woman standing in my home, suggesting I take my son and disappear. We're not going anywhere. I cross my arms over my chest, standing taller. Jackson loves his preschool. I have a career. And most importantly, Preston is finally in his son's life. The life you denied him for 4 years. Don't be dramatic. Miranda waves a dismissive hand. Preston wasn't ready for fatherhood then, and he certainly isn't ready to throw away generations of family legacy now. That's funny, I say, not smiling at all. Because he's doing an amazing job as a father. Turns out, watching your parents use money as a weapon doesn't inspire much family loyalty. Her perfectly lined lips thin into a dangerous slash. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Mary. Actually, I think I do. I step closer, lowering my voice to ensure Jackson doesn't overhear. And you better be careful about what you say and do next. We have multiple lawyers involved now, documenting everything you and Spencer try. I watch her eyes closely, especially after the little gift you sent to my office. Miranda's expression freezes in carefully constructed confusion. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. A cow heart? With a lovely note suggesting I have no place in Preston's world? I tilt my head. The security cameras at Whitley Enterprises are very high definition, Mrs. Huntington. Your Hermes scarf isn't as good a disguise as you might think. A flash of something, fear perhaps, crosses her face before she smooths it away. That's preposterous. I would never. Save it. I cut her off. The police have the footage. Austin Whitley personally handed it over. The mention of Austin's name makes Miranda's nostrils flare. The rivalry between the Huntingtons and the Whitleys clearly runs deep. That upstart has no idea what he's in for, she hisses. Actually, I think it's you who doesn't understand what's coming. I step even closer, my voice quiet but firm. Preston and I are done being bullied by you and Spencer. The cow heart was your first mistake. Your second was coming here today. I feel a strange calm spreading through me, the kind that comes from absolute certainty. Let me be crystal clear. If you and your husband continue to mess with me and Preston, we will guarantee the demise of your precious company. Miranda barks out a laugh. You? Destroy Huntington and Company? A little ambitious for an accountant from nowhere, don't you think? I smile, slow and steady. Preston knows where all the skeletons are buried, and I'm very good with numbers, including the ones you've been hiding from the SEC. Austin would be particularly interested in those. The color drains from her face. Mommy. Jackson's voice comes from the hallway. My hands are all clean now. Miranda's head snaps toward the sound, and I see something flash in her eyes as she takes in the little boy with Preston's green eyes and dark hair. Go back to the bathroom for a minute, baby. I keep my voice light. I'll come get you when our guest is leaving. Jackson hesitates, staring at Miranda with innocent curiosity. Now, please, I say more firmly. Once he disappears back down the hall, I turn to Miranda. That's your grandson. The one you've never bothered to meet. The one your son loves more than anything in this world, including your family's legacy. I move to the door and open it. I think we're done here. Miranda doesn't move immediately. She looks almost lost for a moment, like the script she had prepared isn't working out as planned. Preston will come to his senses eventually, she says, but her voice lacks its earlier conviction. He already has. I hold the door wider. And that's what scares you.
Chapter 28. Preston. The spreadsheets on my laptop blur after 6 hours of continuous scrutiny. I rub my tired eyes and stretch, feeling the satisfying pop in my spine. My new office at Whitley Enterprises isn't as palatial as my former one at Huntington and Company, but it feels cleaner somehow, less tainted. You still at it? Austin leans against my doorframe, sleeves rolled up and tie loosened, his end-of-day uniform. Just finishing the analysis on your Asia markets. I spin my laptop around. Your father was right about South Korea. There's a gold mine of opportunity there that my father completely overlooked. Austin's eyebrows shoot up as he steps into my office. This is comprehensive. He scrolls through the document, whistling softly. You've been here 3 weeks, and you've already reorganized half our international strategy. Consider it payment for the whistleblower protection. I lean back in my chair, a grim satisfaction settling in my chest. Besides, I've spent my entire life preparing to run a company. Might as well put it to use somewhere it's appreciated. The latest stock report for Huntington and Company sits minimized on my browser, down another 12% since this morning, after the Wall Street Journal published my latest leak about their labor practices in Malaysia. The article didn't name me as the source, but my father knows. They all know. The SAC called again. Austin closes my laptop with a decisive click. They want another meeting tomorrow. Apparently your documentation on the shell companies was exactly what they needed. I lived and breathed those shell companies for years. My voice comes out harder than intended. My father called them creative accounting. I called them what they were, fraud. Austin studies me, concern etching lines around his eyes. You know, when I offered you the COO position, I didn't expect you to single-handedly dismantle your family's empire. You should have. I stand, grabbing my jacket from the back of my chair. They crossed the line when they went after Mary. Again, the memory of Mary's voice on the phone still makes my blood boil. My mother, standing in her apartment, threatening her, frightening Jackson. After everything, my mother had the audacity to suggest Mary take my son and leave New York. That night changed everything. I'd been methodically feeding information to the authorities, carefully structured to protect myself while exposing just enough to cause problems. But after hearing about my mother's visit, I went nuclear. The Times is running another piece tomorrow. I check my watch, 7:30. I'm late for dinner with Mary and Jackson. This one's about the environmental violations in the Wisconsin factory. I gave them everything. Internal memos, falsified EPA submissions, even the transcript where my father laughed about the measly fines. Austin shakes his head, a mixture of awe and wariness on his face. Your father's lawyers must be working overtime. They're jumping ship. A cold smile tugs at my lips. I called Peterson this morning. Their legal team is scrambling. 3 senior partners have already quietly removed themselves from Huntington accounts. You're really doing this. Austin's voice drops. Destroying everything your family built. I grab my keys, something dark and resolute settling in my chest. They destroyed it themselves. I'm just making sure everyone knows it. My phone buzzes with a text from Mary. Jackson made you a picture of dinosaurs riding rockets. He's very proud. Dinner's getting cold. Something warm cuts through the ice in my veins. I've got to go. Family waiting. Preston. Austin's voice stops me at the door. For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. But watch your back. People who lose everything can be dangerous. I nod, appreciating the concern, but past the point of fear. They already took 5 years of my son's life from me. They don't get to take another day. The drive to Mary's apartment gives me time to shed the cold, strategic mask I wear at work. By the time I knock on her door, I've pushed thoughts of stock prices and SEC investigations aside. The door swings open to reveal Jackson bouncing with excitement. Daddy! I drew space dinosaurs! They're green like your eyes! I scoop him up, burying my face in his hair that smells of kids' shampoo and crayons. Space dinosaurs sound awesome, buddy. Are they friendly dinosaurs? No. They eat bad guys. He throws his arms around my neck, squeezing with all his 4-year-old might. Over his shoulder, I catch Mary's eyes. She's leaning against the kitchen counter, a soft smile playing on her lips. The apartment smells like garlic and tomato sauce. Spaghetti night, Jackson's second favorite after mac and cheese. Hey, she says softly. Hey yourself. I set Jackson down, letting him race off to retrieve his masterpiece. Rough day? She tilts her head, reading me with that uncanny perception she's always had. Just the usual. I shrug off my suit jacket. Dismantling a corrupt corporate empire, exposing decades of fraud, destroying my family name. Look, Daddy. The T-Rex has rocket boots. Jackson thrusts his drawing into my hands, his excitement making the paper flutter between his small fingers. Wow, buddy. That's incredible. I examine the artwork with appropriate awe, taking in the green dinosaur wearing what appears to be red rocket boots soaring across a star-speckled sky. Is that me up there with him? Jackson giggles, pointing to a stick figure with exaggerated green dots for eyes. That's you. You're riding him to fight the bad guys. This is going up on my office wall tomorrow, I declare, earning a beaming smile that hits me right in the chest. Mary clears her throat, a wooden spoon in hand. Dinner's ready. Jackson, wash your hands, please. But, Mom... Dinosaur pilots need clean hands too, I say, ruffling his hair. I'll help you reach the sink. While Jackson concentrates on creating the perfect soap bubble mountain, Mary sets steaming plates of spaghetti on her modest dining table. The domesticity of it all, this simple family dinner, feels more valuable than any business deal I've ever closed. Once we're seated, Jackson immediately launches into a detailed explanation of his day at preschool, complete with dramatic reenactments of playground politics and a heated debate about whether sharks could beat whales in a fight. And then Ben said sharks have sharp teeth, but I said, whales are bigger and can swallow them up. He twirls spaghetti around his fork with surprising dexterity. Very sound argument. I nod seriously. Mary watches our exchange, her eyes soft yet guarded. When Jackson finally pauses to eat, she turns to me. So, how's the corporate demolition going? I wait until Jackson becomes absorbed in attempting to spear an elusive meatball. The SEC has enough to open a formal investigation. My father's going to get a call tomorrow morning. That's fast, Mary says, her fork suspended midway to her mouth. I've been gathering evidence for months. Since before we reconnected. I take a sip of water, choosing my words carefully with Jackson nearby. The federal investigation is just the beginning. The environmental violations alone could bankrupt the company. Mary's eyes widen. Preston, are you sure about this? It's your family's legacy. A legacy built on fraud, exploitation, and corruption. I keep my voice low and controlled, though anger simmers just beneath the surface. My father has shell companies in 7 countries. He's been dodging taxes for decades while crushing smaller businesses and exploiting workers. Still, to burn it all down. Mary glances at Jackson, who's now contorting his face to make his spaghetti strings appear to talk to each other. Look what they did to us, I say, the words coming out harsher than intended. What they tried to do again just weeks ago. My mother showing up at your door, threatening you. I stop myself, taking a deep breath. They're ruthless, Mary. They always have been. Me exposing their crimes is the wake-up call they've needed for years. Mary reaches across the table, her fingers brushing mine. But what happens to you in all this? Won't you be implicated? I've been careful. I was never a signatory on the worst offenses. The SEC has granted me limited immunity in exchange for my cooperation. I turn my hand to catch hers properly. Besides, I'd risk everything to make sure they can never threaten you or Jackson again. Daddy, are you a superhero? Jackson interjects, marinara sauce forming a comical mustache above his lip. Like the ones who fight bad guys. The innocence of his question trips me up. How do I explain to my 4-year-old that I'm systematically destroying my own family? Mary jumps in with practiced maternal grace. Daddy makes sure people follow the rules, sweetie. Like when Miss Penny makes Tommy apologize for taking toys, Jackson asks, his forehead creasing in concentration. Something like that, I say, grateful for Mary's intervention. Some people do bad things and they need to learn it's not okay, even if they're grown-ups. Are they going to jail like in the movies? His eyes are wide with childlike curiosity. Mary shoots me a look that clearly says we're venturing into territory too complex for preschool understanding. They might have to pay a very big time out, I simplify. But that's boring grown-up stuff. Tell me more about these rocket boot dinosaurs. Do they have a special mission? Jackson launches excitedly into an elaborate tale, crisis averted. Across the table, Mary's expression is a complex mixture of concern and something that might be pride. She understands why I'm doing this, not just for revenge, but because it's necessary. Because some wrongs need to be righted, even when they come from your own blood.
Chapter 29. Mary. I check my watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. The small conference room in Austin's executive suite has been transformed into what feels like a war room. Blinds drawn, a large screen mounted on the wall, 3 laptops open on the table displaying different news feeds. It's starting, Austin announces, unmuting the television. My stomach tightens as Spencer Huntington's face fills the screen. He stands behind a podium, emblazoned with the Huntington and Company logo, flanked by grim-faced lawyers in expensive suits. Despite the professional setting, something about him looks diminished. The confident swagger that always radiated from him seems muted, his usual commanding presence wavering under the harsh lights. Preston sits beside me, his body coiled tight like a spring. His jaw works silently, eyes fixed on his father, with an intensity that's almost frightening. I reach for his hand under the table, and his fingers intertwine with mine reflexively, squeezing a bit too hard. Good afternoon. Spencer begins, his voice carrying that practiced, patrician tone I remember so well. I've called this press conference to address the malicious and unfounded allegations being spread about Huntington and Company by anonymous sources with clear vendettas against our family and business. Vendettas, Preston mutters under his breath. That's rich coming from him. On screen, Spencer shuffles some papers, a gesture I've never seen from him before. The Spencer Huntington I remember never needed notes. He commanded rooms with effortless authority. Huntington and Company has been a pillar of American business for 3 generations. We've created thousands of jobs, contributed billions to the economy, and maintained the highest ethical standards in all our dealings. Austin snorts, grabbing a handful of almonds from a bowl on the table. Highest ethical standards? Is that what they call tax evasion these days? A reporter's hand shoots up immediately. Mr. Huntington, the documents provided to the SEC show clear evidence of shell companies in the Cayman Islands, Panama, and Singapore. Are you denying these exist? The camera catches Spencer's momentary falter. A tightening around the eyes, a flash of something that looks almost like panic before he recovers. Those financial structures were created under the guidance of our financial advisors and are completely legal tax optimization strategies used by many global corporations. Tax optimization, Preston repeats, his voice dangerously quiet. What a joke. Another reporter jumps in before Spencer can move on. What about the documented environmental violations at your Wisconsin plant? Internal memos suggest you were aware of toxic discharge into local waterways for at least 3 years without disclosure or remediation. Spencer's face hardens into something ugly and familiar. That same expression he wore when he told me I wasn't good enough for his son. My stomach churns at the memory. Those allegations are being taken out of context. Huntington and Company has always prioritized environmental compliance. The EPA has already announced a formal investigation, interrupts a sharp-voiced woman in the front row. And former employees have come forward claiming they were instructed to falsify testing reports. How do you respond to that? The question hangs in the air as Spencer's composure visibly cracks. A red flush creeps up his neck, reaching his ears, the same tell I've seen in Preston when he's about to lose his temper. These accusations are coming from disgruntled former employees with axes to grind. We stand by our environmental record. What about the labor violations in your Malaysian factories? Another voice calls out. Workers report 12-hour shifts without breaks, unsafe conditions, and threats against those who complained. Austin leans forward, eyes glinting. They're not letting him finish a single sentence. It's beautiful. I glance at Preston, whose face has settled into a cold mask of satisfaction. This is his handiwork, each question loaded with information he meticulously documented and leaked. Months of careful planning coming to devastating fruition. On screen, Spencer abandons his prepared remarks entirely. His hands gripping the podium so tightly, his knuckles turn white. The Huntington Company operates in compliance with all local labor laws, in every jurisdiction where we maintain facilities. But your own internal communications contradict that, presses another reporter. We have emails from your office, specifically directing managers to circumvent local inspectors through bribes. Can you explain those? Spencer's face contorts, his carefully maintained CEO mask slipping to reveal the angry, controlling man I remember from years ago. This is nothing but a coordinated attack, some coward hiding behind anonymity, feeding half-truths and stolen documents to the press instead of having the courage to face me directly. Spencer jabs his finger toward the crowd of reporters. I know exactly who's behind this. This is corporate sabotage, plain and simple, orchestrated by competitors who couldn't beat Huntington and Company fairly in the marketplace. Austin actually laughs at this, shaking his head. He's spiraling. This is going to be all over the internet in about 5 minutes. Mr. Huntington, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the SEC has evidence these violations go back decades, suggesting this was systematic and approved at the highest levels. Are you personally implicated in these decisions? A tall reporter stands, microphone extended expectantly. Spencer's face is now fully flushed, sweat visible on his brow despite the cool room. His lawyer leans in, whispering urgently in his ear, but Spencer shakes him off. This witch hunt is based on stolen documents taken out of context by someone with a personal vendetta against me and my family. I will not dignify these baseless accusations with point-by-point denials. Huntington and Company stands by its record and its integrity. He's not even trying to answer the questions anymore, I murmur. I watch in stunned silence as Spencer completely unravels on national television. His face contorts with rage, all pretense of corporate composure abandoned, as he pounds his fist against the podium. I built this company into what it is today. These accusations are nothing but jealous attempts to tarnish the Huntington legacy we've spent generations building. The lawyer beside him tugs urgently at his sleeve, whispering something that only enrages Spencer further. He shakes the man off violently, nearly knocking him off balance. "Don't you dare tell me to calm down," he hisses, the microphone catching every syllable. "I know who's behind this. I know exactly who's trying to destroy me." Preston's hand tightens around mine. His breathing has changed, deeper, more measured, like he's drinking in every moment of his father's public implosion. "This is something else," I whisper, unable to tear my eyes from the screen. On the monitor, reporters fire questions like bullets, each one hitting their mark. "What about the allegations of insider trading? Is it true your company bribed foreign officials? Are you planning to resign, Mr. Huntington?" Spencer's face has gone from red to nearly purple. He yanks at his tie like it's strangling him, the perfectly knotted silk now hanging askew. This press conference is over. He slams closed his leather portfolio. Huntington and Company will be issuing a formal statement addressing these slanderous accusations through proper channels. The camera captures his retreat perfectly, shoulders hunched, steps hurried. As he pushes past his own PR team, reporters leap to their feet, shouting questions that chase him off stage. "Mr. Huntington, are you fleeing the country? When will you address the pension fund misappropriation? Does your son Preston know about these violations?" At that last question, Preston's breath catches. A small, satisfied smile plays at the corner of his mouth. "And that," Austin announces, hitting the mute button with a flourish, "is what we call a complete meltdown." He moves to a credenza against the far wall, pulling out 3 crystal glasses and a bottle of what looks like very expensive scotch. "I think this calls for a celebration." He pours generous measures into each glass, the amber liquid catching the light. "I've seen a lot of corporate disasters in my time, but that was..." He lets out a low whistle, passing glasses to each of us. "That was art." Preston accepts his drink, looking more relaxed than I've seen him in weeks. The tension that's been living in his shoulders seems to have disappeared entirely, replaced by something that looks almost like peace. "To justice." Austin raises his glass. "And to Preston, who had the balls to do what nobody else would." I take a small sip, the liquid burning pleasantly down my throat. He didn't even try to deny anything specific, just kept talking about vendettas and attacks. Because he can't deny it. Preston swirls the scotch in his glass, watching the light play through it. Every single question was based on documents I provided: emails, memos, financial statements. It's all there in black and white. "The stock is already plummeting," Austin notes, showing us his phone screen displaying a sharply declining graph line. "Down 12% and falling. Board will be calling for heads by morning." I turn toward Preston, studying his face. There's no remorse there, no conflict, just a calm certainty I've rarely seen in him. "Are you okay?" I ask softly. Preston's eyes meet mine, clear and steady. "This was a long time coming for them, Mary. My parents built their empire on exploitation and lies, then had the audacity to judge you, to judge us, based on some twisted notion of moral superiority." He takes another sip of his drink, gaze drifting back to the television, where financial analysts are now dissecting the press conference disaster. The shame they've brought onto themselves and Huntington and Company will be too much for them to bear. My father's entire identity is wrapped up in being respected, being feared. Now he'll be neither. Preston's voice holds no malice, just the quiet certainty of someone stating facts. He's done exactly what he always taught me never to do. He's shown weakness. Austin raises his glass again, to watching tyrants fall.
Chapter 30. Preston. I arrive at the small private airport terminal 15 minutes early, parking my Audi in a secluded spot where I can watch the entrance. The sun glints off the polished exterior of my father's Bentley already parked near the hangar. Of course, he's early, too. Spencer Huntington never misses an opportunity to claim the high ground, even when he's fleeing like a criminal. The terminal building is little more than a glorified waiting room with tinted windows and expensive leather furniture. Designed for the ultra-wealthy who prefer their travel arrangements remain discreet. A fitting location for my family's final act. Taking a deep breath, I straighten my Whitley Enterprises tie, a deliberate choice for today, and step inside. They're huddled together at the far end of the room. My mother looks like she's aged a decade in 3 days, her usually immaculate appearance showing cracks, hair pulled back too severely, makeup slightly overdone as if to compensate for exhaustion underneath. My father stands with his back to the door, staring out at the private jet being fueled on the tarmac, their escape vehicle. Going somewhere. My voice cuts through the hushed silence. They both turn, startled by my presence despite requesting this meeting themselves. Mother recovers first, coming toward me with arms outstretched in a performance of maternal affection that might have worked when I was 12. Preston, darling, thank you for coming. Her voice wavers between relief and something darker. Desperation, maybe. I sidestep her embrace with a slight shift of my shoulders. Let's not pretend this is a social call. My father hasn't moved from his position by the window, but his posture has changed. Shoulders squared, chin lifted. Battle stance. You got our message, then? Not a question. His voice is hoarse, lacking the commanding tone I've heard my entire life. The press conference took more out of him than I expected. We need to see you before we leave. Cryptic, even for you. I move toward the center of the room, maintaining equal distance from both of them. Where exactly are you running to? Switzerland? The Caymans? Mother's carefully composed face fractures. We are not running. We're simply taking a necessary break while our legal team handles this misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I test the word on my tongue, letting out a cold laugh. Is that what we're calling decades of corporate fraud, environmental crimes, and labor exploitation now? Dad finally turns to face me fully. The man who once terrified board members with a single glance now looks diminished, his tailored suit hanging slightly loose on his frame. Someone has deliberately sabotaged this family, he says, each word precise and cutting. Someone with access to confidential information has systematically stolen and distorted private communications to paint the worst possible picture of business practices that are standard in our industry. I maintain eye contact, feeling strangely calm. Not standard. Criminal. Something shifts in his expression, suspicion hardening into certainty. It was you. The words fall between us like stones. You did this to us. I don't flinch. Don't deny it. The moment stretches between us as my silence confirms what he already knows. Mom gasps, a hand fluttering to her throat. Preston number. Tell me you didn't betray your own family. Betrayal implies loyalty was deserved. I move closer, the anger I've contained for months simmering just beneath my controlled exterior. You want to talk about betrayal? Let's talk about how you threatened the mother of my child. Father's face contorts with fury. That woman was nothing but a gold digger looking for a payday. That woman has a name. I cut him off, my voice dangerously quiet. Mary, the mother of your grandson, Jackson. Remember them? The family you decided wasn't good enough for the mighty Huntingtons. So this is revenge? Dad spits the word. You destroyed generations of legacy for my family. I step forward, close enough now that he has to look up slightly to meet my eyes. And yes, I gave every document, every email, every record of your criminal activities to Austin Whitley. Austin recognized talent without caring about pedigree. I straighten my Whitley tie again, making sure he sees it. Something you never managed to do. Mom sinks into a nearby chair, her composure finally crumbling. How could you do this to us? To your father? Everything he built was built on lies, I finish for her, and you both knew it. Every environmental regulation sidestepped, every worker exploited, every tax dollar evaded. You knew and you didn't care, as long as the Huntington name commanded respect. Dad's rage finally boils over. He steps toward me, finger jabbing the air between us. You ungrateful, traitorous. Save it. I cut him off, unmoved by his anger. You brought this on yourselves the moment you came after Mary and Jackson. I warned you to leave them alone. I told you there would be consequences if you continued. His eyes narrow, realization dawning. This was all for her? You destroyed your birthright for some accountant? For my family, I correct him again. Something you taught me was supposed to come first. Though I guess you only meant family with the right pedigree, the right connections. My father stares at me, his face a frozen mask of rage and disbelief. The silence between us feels like a physical thing, heavy and suffocating in the private terminal. Outside, the engines of their waiting jet hum with anticipation. You chose her over your legacy. He shakes his head, as if trying to make sense of an incomprehensible equation. Your birthright. My birthright. I laugh, the sound harsh even to my own ears. You mean the opportunity to become exactly like you? To spend my life chasing wealth at the expense of everything else? To discard people who don't fit your narrow vision of success? My mother rises from her chair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Preston, please. We can still fix this. Call off whatever you've set in motion. For the family name. The family name. I roll the words around my mouth, tasting their bitterness. That's always been the bottom line for you both, hasn't it? Not people. Not relationships. Certainly not love. She flinches as if I've slapped her. I straighten my shoulders, feeling a strange lightness I haven't experienced in years. Let me give you some free advice before you go. For your own sakes, don't come back to the United States. My father's eyes narrow. Is that a threat? It's a reality. I meet his gaze steadily. The evidence I provided isn't just embarrassing. It's criminal. Mail fraud, tax evasion, environmental violations, bribery of government officials. The list goes on. My mother sinks back into her chair, the color draining from her face. The FBI has everything. The SEC, the EPA, every agency you've been dodging for decades. I check my watch, making a show of it. They're probably executing search warrants at the estate and offices right now. You can't possibly. I can, and I did. I cut across my father's protest. If you return, you're looking at long prison terms. Both of you. For the first time in my life, I see genuine fear in Spencer Huntington's eyes. Not calculation, not anger. Raw, unfiltered fear. You would send your own parents to prison? His voice has lost its commanding edge, now barely above a whisper. You would threaten the mother of my child. I step closer, lowering my voice to match his. You would deny your grandson because his mother wasn't suitable. You made your choices. These are the consequences. The announcement system chimes softly, and a smooth, professional voice fills the terminal. Huntington Private Flight 4721 is prepared for boarding and departure. Perfect timing. I back away, straightening my tie one final time. That's your cue. I gesture toward the door leading to the tarmac. I suggest Switzerland. Their extradition laws are complicated enough to buy you time. My mother stands, her perfectly manicured hand clutching her designer handbag like a lifeline. Preston, please. We're still your parents. Something twists in my chest. A flicker of the boy I once was, desperate for their approval. I push it down, remembering Mary's face when she told me how they'd threatened her, remembering Jackson's innocent smile. Goodbye, Mother. Father. I nod formally. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. I turn my back on them both and walk toward the terminal exit, their stunned silence following me like a shadow. The sound of my shoes against the polished floor echoes with each step, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Outside, the sunshine feels brighter somehow. I pull my phone from my pocket and type a message to Mary. Just sent my parents packing. They're leaving the country for good. No more Huntington meddling in our lives from now on. It's over. I hit send and slide into my car, feeling a satisfaction so profound it borders on euphoria. For the first time in my adult life, I've made a choice solely for the people I love, without calculation or compromise. My phone vibrates with Mary's response, but I don't check it immediately. Instead, I sit for a moment, watching through the tinted windows as my parents board their escape jet. They don't look back once. Good. Neither will I.
Chapter 31. Mary. I steady Jackson's wiggling shoulder as he attempts to thrust his arm through his dinosaur-printed t-shirt sleeve. 4 months into living at Preston's penthouse, and I'm still adjusting to the morning routine in our new life together. Hold still, buddy. T-Rex can't eat his breakfast if you're stuck inside your shirt. I guide his arm through the appropriate opening while fighting another wave of nausea that rolls through me like an unwelcome tide. T-Rex eats everything. Jackson roars, finally popping his head through the neck hole with a triumphant grin. Even buildings and cars and definitely little boys who don't finish getting dressed, I add, tapping his nose lightly. Let's get those shorts on. Then breakfast. The morning light streams through the windows of Preston's, our Upper East Side penthouse. December in New York brings a crisp brightness that makes the whole city glitter, especially from 38 floors up. The Christmas decorations I've carefully arranged around the apartment catch the light, transforming ordinary mornings into something almost magical. Jackson stomps his feet into his shorts, making pterodactyl screeches that echo through the modern, open-concept kitchen and living area. 4 months ago, this place intimidated me with its sleek surfaces and designer everything. Now there are Jackson's drawings, magnetized to the refrigerator, and my accounting textbook stacked on the coffee table, slowly transforming this showpiece into our home. Indoor voice, remember? I remind him, though my heart isn't in the correction. The nausea swells again and I press a hand against the cool marble countertop to steady myself. 8 weeks. 8 weeks of carrying this secret inside me alongside the tiny new life that's made itself known through morning sickness that stubbornly refuses to confine itself to mornings. You okay, Mary? Preston's voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see him leaning against the doorframe, coffee in hand, already dressed in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit that does unfair things to his shoulders. His tie hangs loose around his neck, the one part of his morning routine he never quite masters on his own. Perfect, I lie, reaching for the box of cereal, just thinking about my presentation this afternoon. Daddy? Jackson launches himself across the kitchen, and Preston catches him midair with his free arm, not spilling a drop of coffee in the process. Morning, champion. He plants a kiss on our son's forehead. Ready for breakfast? I heard there's a hungry dinosaur that needs feeding. That's me? I'm the hungry dinosaur. Jackson roars again, wiggling to be put down. I pour cereal into Jackson's favorite bowl, a ridiculous collector's item shaped like a Jeep from that dinosaur movie Preston insisted our son couldn't live without, and add milk. As I slide it across the counter toward his booster seat, another wave of nausea hits, stronger than before. Bathroom, I mutter, barely making it down the hallway before emptying the contents of my stomach. When I emerge a few minutes later, face freshly splashed with cold water, Preston is waiting outside the door, concern etched across his features. "That's the third morning this week," he says quietly. His eyes narrow slightly, and I watch realization dawn across his face. "Mary, are you—" "Later," I murmur, glancing meaningfully toward the kitchen where Jackson is happily crunching cereal while making his toy dinosaurs wade through milk. "We'll talk after he goes to preschool." Preston nods, but his face has transformed. The concern remains, but now it's mixed with something that looks suspiciously like hope. He reaches out, his hand gently resting on my still flat stomach. "How long have you known?" he whispers. "About 2 weeks." I cover his hand with mine. I wanted to be sure before I said anything. "I have a doctor's appointment Friday." His free hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheek. "Were you worried about telling me?" The question catches me off guard with its perception. "Maybe a little." "We just got settled here." Jackson is finally adjusted. The timing isn't exactly perfect, he finishes, a smile spreading across his face. It's perfect timing. Preston pulls me against his chest, enveloping me in his arms with such tenderness I feel the sting of tears behind my eyes. "This is the best news you could have given me," he murmurs into my hair. His heart thumps against my ear, quick and excited. Another baby, our baby. The relief washing through me is almost dizzying. I'd been carrying this knowledge alone, mentally calculating finances, imagining how we'd rearrange our lives, wondering if Preston would think this was too much too soon after we'd finally found our footing as a family. "You're really happy about this?" I pull back just enough to search his face. In answer, Preston's mouth finds mine, his kiss gentle but insistent. His hands cup my face with reverence, thumbs stroking my cheekbones as if I'm something precious. When he breaks away, his green eyes are suspiciously bright. "I missed everything the first time," he whispers. "Every moment of your pregnancy with Jackson. Every kick, every craving, every ultrasound. I won't miss a second of this one." The promise in his voice makes my chest tighten. I think of those lonely nights 5 years ago, the way I'd press my hands against my swelling belly and whisper to the baby about the father he would never know. Now Preston traces the same path with his fingers, his touch reverent over the place where life has just begun. "We should tell Jackson," I say, glancing toward the kitchen where our son's dinosaur roars have morphed into chomping noises. "Before you leave for work?" Preston nods, pressing another kiss to my forehead. "Sure." We return to the kitchen hand in hand to find Jackson has arranged his cereal-soaked dinosaurs in some complicated battle formation across the table. Milk puddles around them, and crumbs litter the surface like fallen soldiers. At another time, I might have scolded him for the mess, but right now, my heart is too full. "Hey, buddy." Preston slides onto the chair beside our son. "Mom and I have something really exciting to tell you." Jackson looks up, milk dribbling down his chin. "More exciting than T-Rex?" I laugh, grabbing a napkin to wipe his face. "Way more exciting than T-Rex." "What could be more exciting than T-Rex?" His eyes widen with genuine disbelief. Preston and I exchange glances, and he gives my hand a gentle squeeze. "Well," I begin, crouching down to Jackson's eye level. "You know how some of your friends at preschool have little brothers or sisters?" Jackson nods solemnly. "Tommy has a baby sister. She cries a lot and can't even play blocks." "That's right," Preston continues. And you know why? Because she's just a baby, and babies need time to learn all the cool things big kids like you know how to do. I watch understanding dawn in Jackson's expression, his eyes growing round as he looks back and forth between us. Am I getting a baby? You're going to be a big brother, I confirm, my voice catching slightly. There's a baby growing in my tummy right now. A little brother or sister for you. In your tummy? Jackson's eyebrows knit together in confusion. He reaches out a small hand, pressing it against my stomach with unexpected gentleness. The baby's in there? Yep, Preston says, his voice thick with emotion. Just like you were, before you were born. The baby is very tiny right now, but in a few months it'll be big enough to come out and meet us. Jackson's expression turns serious as he contemplates this miracle. Can I teach the baby about dinosaurs? You'll be the best big brother, I assure him. You can teach the baby all about dinosaurs and blocks and everything else. And I can share my toys? His voice rises with excitement. And show the baby how to roar? All of that, Preston confirms, ruffling our son's hair. Yay? Jackson bounces in his seat, milk sloshing dangerously close to the edge of the table. I'm gonna be a big brother. When is the baby coming? Today? Tomorrow? Preston laughs, steadying the cereal bowl. Not that fast, champion. We have to wait until summer. That's forever. Jackson's face falls momentarily before brightening again. But that gives me lots of time to practice being a big brother. I meet Preston's gaze over our son's head, seeing my own joy reflected there. His hand finds mine again, squeezing gently as we watch Jackson begin explaining to his dinosaur figures that they'll soon have a new human to protect.
Chapter 32. Preston. I closed Jackson's bedroom door with a quiet click, pausing to listen to his even breathing from inside. The dinosaur nightlight casts prehistoric shadows across the walls, a compromise Mary insisted on after our son declared he no longer needed a baby light, but still didn't want complete darkness. Walking back to our bedroom, I loosened my tie and unbuttoned my collar, the weight of today's revelation making every mundane action feel somehow more significant. The penthouse is quiet now, the skyline twinkling beyond the windows. It's strange how different this place feels with them here. Warmer, more like the home I always wanted but never knew how to create. Mary stands at our bedroom window when I enter, her silhouette outlined by city lights. She's changed into one of my old Harvard t-shirts that she's claimed as her own, the hem falling to mid-thigh. Her wild curls are piled atop her head in a messy bun, with rebellious tendrils framing her face. The sight of her, casual, comfortable mine, still hits me like a physical force. "You go down okay?" she asks without turning. 3 dinosaur stories and 1 glass of water later. I cross the room to stand behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist, my hands resting lightly over her stomach. He made me promise the baby will have its own dinosaur nightlight. Mary laughs softly, leaning back against my chest. "Already planning the nursery, is he?" Like father, like son. I press a kiss to the curve where her neck meets her shoulder, breathing in the warm vanilla scent of her skin. I've been thinking about that spare room next to Jackson's all day. "Have you now?" She turns in my arms, her eyes reflecting the city lights behind us. "And what exactly were you thinking?" "That it needs to be painted. Maybe yellow or green." My fingers trace the curve of her hip through the thin cotton of my shirt. "That we should get one of those fancy cribs that converts into a toddler bed." I lower my voice, suddenly overcome. "That I get to be here for everything this time." Mary's eyes glisten as she reaches up to cup my face. "You're really ready for this? Another baby?" I've never been more ready for anything in my life. I cover her hand with mine, turning to press a kiss into her palm. "Except maybe for you." She smiles, that small, secret curve of her lips that I've come to recognize as belonging only to me. Show me. The request is soft, but unmistakable. I draw her to me, capturing her mouth with mine. The kiss is different than our usual ones, deeper, somehow more reverent. My hands slide beneath her shirt, skimming over the soft skin of her waist with deliberate slowness. "Is this okay?" I murmur against her lips. "With the baby?" Mary laughs softly. "The baby is the size of a raspberry right now. We're fine." Her fingers work at my shirt buttons. More than fine. I lift her with ease, cradling her against my chest as I carry her to our bed. She feels different in my arms, not physically, not yet, but the knowledge of what she carries changes everything. I lower her to the mattress like she's made of something infinitely precious. "You don't have to treat me like I'm fragile," she whispers as I hover above her. "Just let me take care of you." I trail kisses down her neck, to the hollow of her throat. "Both of you. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Mary's fingers trace lazy patterns across my chest, her head nestled in the crook of my shoulder. "I never thought we'd have this again," she murmurs. "Which part?" I press a kiss to the top of her head, inhaling the scent of her coconut shampoo that always reminds me of summer days and second chances. The silky texture of her curls tickles my lips as I linger there, savoring this moment. She chuckles softly, the vibration of her laugh traveling through her body into mine. All of it. This. You. S. A family. I never thought we'd get back what we lost. What I thought was gone forever. My hand splays protectively over her still flat stomach, my fingers spreading wide as if I could somehow shield the miracle growing inside her from all the things we've been through. The weight of what we're creating together hits me all over again. What would you think about making it official? All of it. You, me, Jackson, this little one on the way. Her fingers pause their movement against my chest, and I feel her body tense slightly. "Are you asking what I think you're asking, Preston?" "Maybe." I tilt her chin up with my free hand so I can see her eyes. Those gorgeous brown eyes that have haunted me for years. "Would you say yes if I were? If I asked you to be my wife?" "Try me and find out." The challenge in her voice is softened by the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That same smile that knocked me on my butt when I first met her. "I will." I kiss her again, slow and deep, tasting the sweetness of her mouth, the promise of our future. But not tonight. Tonight, I just want to hold you and think about how damn lucky I am to have this second chance. How blessed I am that you gave me another shot after everything. Mary settles against me, her body soft and warm, fitting perfectly against mine like she was always meant to be there. "We both got lucky," she whispers, her breath warm against my skin.